Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter used Slytherin's legacy to destroy the Dark Lord. Here is short summary. When faith in Dumbledore's plan fades, Harry turns to the one legacy everyone fears, Slytherin's. Armed with forbidden magic and unlikely allies, he'll fight Voldemort not as the chosen one, but as something far more dangerous. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry Potter woke with a gasp, slapping a hand to his sweaty forehead. Absent-mindedly rubbing his scar, he collapsed back onto the thin mattress and sighed. Another night, another dream filled with cruel red eyes and flashes of green light. Glancing at the clock, he saw that it was 5:30 in the morning. Heaving yet another sigh, he abruptly stood up and began to pace the small room. He tried to tear his mind away from the dream, and though he couldn't remember any specific details, he could still feel the terror and despair weighing heavily on his heart. It was the same despair he felt every time he remembered that Sirius was dead. It had been over 2 weeks since the incident at the ministry, and it was only now that Harry really began to realize that Sirius wasn't coming back. Harry was alone. But then, he supposed he had always been alone, and even in the brief years he had known Sirius, that hadn't really changed. Sure, Sirius had given him hope that he wouldn't always be alone, but what good was any of that when Harry hardly ever got to talk to, and even less often see his godfather? Hell, he'd had more conversations with Draco Malfoy than he'd ever had with Sirius, even if they weren't so pleasant. He could always count on hatred and indifference to be a constant in his life, but love, family. Maybe it was time he accepted that he had no one. Harry's dark thoughts continued until 7 o'clock, when Harry heard his relatives stirring. Pulling on a too big t-shirt, he opened his door and went downstairs to the kitchen to begin breakfast. He was cracking eggs into the pan when Dudley barreled his way into the kitchen, followed by Uncle Vernon. Never one to bother with pleasantries where Harry was concerned, Vernon snapped, "Hurry up, boy, and get the food done. Don't make us wait." "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied dully, adding bacon to the pan. The smell of fat made his stomach feel queasy, and he had a feeling he would be passing on breakfast again. It had become something of a routine for Harry to skip breakfast, but it wasn't always him that made the decision. More often than not, Aunt Petunia would enter the kitchen and declare that he would get nothing to eat until he completed chores, then hand him a list he couldn't possibly get done till late afternoon. Lately too, the list had included chores that he had already completed. Really, how many times did the lawn need to be mowed in a week? By the time he had finished cooking and served his relatives, a light film of grease had adhered itself to his skin, making him feel sticky and uncomfortable. He left the kitchen and made his way out into the garden. His first chore for the day was to tidy up the garden shed, and he glanced over at the rickety tin shed dubiously. That was bound to take a while. No way was he going to be finished anytime soon. He shoved the frustration he felt aside and walked to the shed. Days passed in the same monotonous routine, and Harry sunk into a depression, passing the time in a haze. One afternoon he found himself sitting on the windowsill of his room, wishing he had Hedwig for company. She, however, was banned from the house, as were any other owls. He had sent her with a letter to the Weasleys, telling them not to owl him, for fear of death by Vernon, and that he would see them come September 1st. Harry had been particularly snarky that day, and frightened. Dudley with a few made-up words. That, of course, had led to a whole lot of trouble. Vernon had taken his trunk from the cupboard under the stairs and dragged it to the yard. Harry had barely managed to rescue a shard from Sirius' mirror before Uncle Vernon had set the contents of his trunk alight. "Didn't I tell you not to use that unnaturalness in this house? You're never going back to that freak school of yours, not if I have anything to say about it." Harry had watched sadly as his belongings were burned before he trudged up to his room and stashed the shard with his invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map under the loose floorboard. He was more than a little worried, however, about the fact that he no longer had a wand. Then again, the wand had been useless against Voldemort, and since Harry was destined to kill the man, he would have needed a new wand anyway. Still, He had become quite fond of the holly and phoenix feather wand, it was like a part of him. Shrugging, he had returned downstairs to complete his chores. Lunchtime came and went, and Harry had only just finished pruning the shrubs that lined the edge of the yard. Hefting the cutters over his shoulder, he walked to the shed to put them away. As he approached the shed, he was startled by a voice. SS's many SSSMAAALLL Juki Musi SSS. SS is delectable. Smiling slightly, Harry leaned the cutters against the shed and stepped around the corner, moving into the dark space between the wall and the fence. Hello, he called out hesitantly, and was pleased when the snake answered, USS speak my tongue, human. Yes, where are you SS snake? Harry hissed, eyeing the ground as he carefully shuffled through the leaves. Suddenly a crimson head poked up through the leaves and the snake replied, I'm here, human. Harry sat a small distance from the snake and it slithered slowly over to him. It was only a small snake, a baby, but it was beautifully colored. A crimson head sporting splashes of gold, faded to a deep green flecked with silver. Do you have a name, snake? Asked Harry. A name? Something you are called by other SSS. My name ISSS Harry. Harry, I have no name. I am just me. The snake curled around Harry's wrist and looked at him. You are nice, Harry. You don't run like all the delicious SS little mousies and the other human SSS. Harry smiled. I like snakes. Hey, want to hang around with me for a while? You know my nest mates don't really talk to me and I get pretty bored without company. Nest mates. Strange how Parseltongue translates, thought Harry. That sounds SS pleasant. Will you carry me with you? Most certainly, replied Harry, inclining his head to the little snake. I was just hunting. Will you wait while I feast? Scrumptious mousies here, with little boniesies that smash and. That's fine, said Harry, smiling grimly. He repositioned himself against the shed wall and watched the snake with interest as it sat in wait for a meal. After a while, a small garden mouse darted around the corner and Harry tensed in anticipation. Then, so fast that he hardly saw it, the snake struck, sinking its fangs into the little mouse, which twitched for a few seconds then lay still. Harry chose to ignore the snake as it swallowed its prey, and his wandering eyes fell upon something tucked inside an old, cracked flower pot. Cigarettes. Must be Dudley's, Harry thought, and grinned wickedly. He could just imagine Aunt Petunia's reaction if she found out her precious Didikins was a smoker, and not just tobacco either. As well as a considerably stash of store-bought cigarettes, there were a few hand-rolled ones that Harry was sure were pot. He began to tuck them back, but stopped and removed one from the open packet. Dudders wouldn't miss one. He dug around at the bottom of the flower pot and came up with a lighter, and proceeded to light the cigarette. 10 minutes later he felt a bit more relaxed and the smoke had taken the edge off of his hunger. Looking down he found the small snake curled up near his feet and hissed, I must go inside now. Will you come? I has never been inside before. Should be interesting. It was getting dark as Harry walked back to the house, the snake curled around his waist and beneath the overlarge shirt, and he vaguely wondered what the date was if the days were getting shorter already. He had completely lost track of time, going through the days in sullen stupor. He was fairly certain it was past his birthday, though he hadn't received any gifts from anyone due to Uncle Vernon's desire to keep as little freakishness out of the house as possible. He entered the house to find the Dursleys already eating, and was surprised to see another plate, though not as heavily piled as even Aunt Petunia's, at the table. He hesitated before his aunt snapped, Well, what are you waiting for? Sit and eat. It was only once he had settled that he looked up to see his cousin smirking and a pleased look on his uncle's face. What's the occasion? Asked Harry. Uncle Vernon spoke, his chin wobbling. Your aunt, cousin and I are going away for a time. Marge has generously invited us to accompany her to a dog show, very prestigious. We'll be gone 3 days, and while we are you are to remain in your cupboard. He paused as Harry slumped in his chair. We leave tomorrow, and whilst we are gone, I expect you to behave. He continued in an imperious tone. Mark my words, boy, if we come back to find the house ruined, there'll be hell to pay. As if I could get up to much locked in a bloody cupboard, Harry snarled, his voice raised. Perhaps not the best way to talk to his uncle. I'll have none of that from you, boy. You've got 5 minutes and then you'll be in your room. By room, of course, he meant cupboard. Harry stopped to put the snake in the cupboard before he rushed to the bathroom, used the toilet and rinsed his face before trudging along the landing and down the stairs. Waiting at the bottom was his uncle and cousin, and Harry quietly muttered, "Bastards," as he walked past them. Not quiet enough, unfortunately. His uncle grabbed him by the scruff of the neck as he crouched to enter the cupboard. "What did you say to me, boy?" he yelled, his face livid. Harry cried out as his head struck the wall, and a fist collided with his stomach. "After everything we've done for you, you ungrateful freak," he fumed. "Don't speak to my father like that again, Potter," said Dudley, a smirk fixed on his piggy face. Harry gasped again as a fist, Dudley's this time, caught him in the jaw. It was only minutes later that Harry was roughly thrown into the cupboard, but it felt much longer. He was used to being harassed by Dudley's gang, but this was different. Vernon had pushed Harry around before, given him the odd slap, but he had never hit him before. Winded and pained, Harry collapsed unconscious on the hard floor. Ooh! Harry woke to a deafening silence. Light shone through cracks around the door, and he knew it must be the next day. He began to sit up, but hissed in a sharp breath and froze as a sharp pain shot through his ribs and arm. It felt like he'd broken at least a few bones. He lay still, breathing shallowly, and nearly yelled out when a voice inquired, "Mr. Harry ISSS awake now?" Quote. "Ah, USS scared me, Snake. So sorry, Harry. I will not SS speak." No, I'm glad you're here, Snake. You surprised me, that's is all." Harry took a cigarette from his pocket and began to chew. Harry and the snake passed the day chatting, and Harry fell asleep long after darkness had fallen, weak and hungry, the snake curled on his chest. Ooh, Harry was desperately thirsty. "If only I had my wand, Snake. I could get USSS out of here." "What ISSS a wand, Harry?" "ITSSS is a piece of wood, with a special core in the middle. It lets me do magic SSS. My uncle destroyed it though." "Why do you need this wand, human? You can SS speak my language without a wand. ISSSS this SSS not magic." "I suppose. ITSS is different though." "Different how?" "Try, Harry, try. Let's go out into the garden." "Yes, the garden. Warm SS sun to bask in, yummy mousies SSS to eatsies." Harry grinned. "There are few who can do wandless magic, friend. It ISSS a skill. Have you ever tried, Harry?" "No, I'm not powerful enough. It wouldn't work. SSSSs I do not want to SS stay in this darkness, Harry." Harry sighed and focused on the door. "Alohomora is a SS simple charm, I suppose." He reached his hand out and grasped the low handle. "Alohomora. Nothing. HMPH. He tried again. "Alohomora." Again he tried the handle, but it was still locked. "No USSSSE, Snake. I can't do it. USSSPKE in the language of human SSS, Harry. Why not SS speak as USS speak to me?" Harry frowned thoughtfully. "I never thought to I suppose I could try." Once again, he reached out his good arm and grasped the handle. This time when he spoke, he focused on the warm snake that was curled beneath his shirt. "Alohomora." His voice hissed out, and while he thought, "Alohomora," what came out was entirely different. He felt a thrill of excitement when he heard a quiet click, but he suddenly felt extremely tired. "Yes, Snake, you were right. I'm SS suddenly so tired, though. Just a short rest. Then we can go out to the garden." With that, Harry fell into a deep sleep. Ooh. Harry's mind fluttered at the edge of waking, awareness fading in and out. Distantly he thought he heard footsteps. He frowned. The Dursleys couldn't be back yet, surely. It had only been 2 days. Then again, thought Harry, maybe I was unconscious longer than I thought. Gathering his broken arm against his chest he strained to listen. Burglars perhaps. Or a worse kind of intruder. A Death Eater. Harry froze at that thought. Above his head, a stair creaked and Harry held his breath. "Don't be such a wimp. The house creaks all the time. There's no one there." "S's Snake." There was no answer. Suddenly Harry remembered he wasn't trapped anymore. Grinning broadly and completely forgetting his moment of fear, he gritted his teeth and stood on his knees. Pushing the door open with his good arm, he squinted in the bright light. Excellent, he hissed. He crawled to his feet and walked to the back door. Ah, sunlight. Feels good, thought Harry as he stepped out of the house. I wonder where that snake is. He was saddened by the thought that the snake was gone. The little thing had been good to talk to. Sighing, he lowered himself to the ground and laid back, closing his eyes and letting the sun warm him. He was starting to drift off when a shadow moved over him. Damn clouds. He froze, however, when he heard a rustle of fabric. He opened his eyes, and found himself looking into the angry black eyes of one Severus Snape. Bloody hell. Ooh, language, Potter, spat Snape, glaring down at him. Professor, what are you doing here? God, I hope he's here on Dumbledore's orders. The question is, what the hell are you doing here, Potter? Why are you not at school? Huh, school. What date is it? Snape was clearly furious. What date is it, Potter? What date? It is currently the 2nd of September, and you are now a day late for school. Do you have any idea the worry you have caused? The entire school has been searching for you, and now I have been sent, wasting my valuable time to find you, and you are laying sunbaking, and you ask me what date is it? His voice, which had started out as a yell, had now quietened to a harsh whisper. I lost track. I didn't realize so much time had passed. He frowned. How had so much time gone past without him realizing? He'd been a bit of a mess, but he didn't think he'd been that out of it. You expect me to believe you simply lost track? Do you not own a calendar, Potter? Or perhaps you entertain the belief that you need not catch the train along with the common folk? You were just waiting for an escort. Harry remained silent. Well, get up. I do not have any more time to waste on you. With that, Snape turned and strode back into the house. Gingerly, Harry rose to his feet and followed, holding his arm to his chest. In the kitchen, Snape turned to him with a sneer and ordered, "Go get your belongings, Potter, and be quick about it. I have no desire to spend excess time in this place." Well, who would have thought we'd ever agree on something? Thought Harry. Turning on the spot, Harry exited the kitchen and went up the stairs. He smirked. Everything he owned now would fit in his pockets. Coming back down the stairs, he made a split-second decision. Walking as quickly as he could, he slipped behind the shed and filled his pockets with what was left of Dudley's smokes. Not a bad haul, actually. He had just stood up when he heard a quiet voice speak his name. Hello, Harry. It is wonderful in the garden, isn't it? SS is much better than the indoor SSSS. Yes, Snake. Listen to me, I have to go now, back to school. SS is school. What ISSSS school? Ah, a wonderful place, where I learn about magic SSS. Would you like to come with me? I would look after you and ITSSS very nice there. Harry hoped the snake would agree. He felt they had become quite close, and he could talk to the snake about anything. Such an adventure it will be, hissed the snake. I would simply love to go to this school. It's decided then. Come, Snake, but stay out of sight for now. I don't think snakes are allowed in Hogwarts SS. SS is such a slippery serpent, Harry. I think we are going to be great friends SS. Harry smiled as the snake crawled beneath into a pocket of his pants. Suddenly remembering Snape, he hurried back into the kitchen, only to find it empty. Sir, I'm ready to go, he called. He walked into the next room and stopped dead. Snape stood staring into the cupboard under the stairs, but looked up when Harry walked in. What is this, Potter? He hissed in a deadly voice. Harry fidgeted and looked away from the cupboard. What's what, sir? Do not feign ignorance, Potter. It's just a cupboard, sir. We should really go. I don't want to waste any more of your time, Professor. Glaring, Snape crooked a finger and beckoned Harry. Feeling quite reluctant, Harry shuffled over to Snape and glanced into the cupboard. He was taken by surprise to see a rather large amount of blood staining the ragged blanket that lay on the cold floor. He looked down and realized the same blood stained his own shirt, though he supposed most of it must be on the back, because it was hardly noticeable. Suddenly, Snape raised his arm and Harry couldn't help but flinch at the movement. An odd look passed over Snape's face as he looked between Harry and the cupboard. Where are your family, Potter? Oh, well, they went away for a few days. They should be back tomorrow, I think, or maybe today. I'm not quite sure. Snape suddenly placed a finger beneath Harry's chin and lifted his head up, searching his eyes. Harry was so surprised by the contact that he was stunned into silence, but when Snape's eyes widened, he jerked his head back and looked away. Bloody Snape. None of his business. Should have learned occlumency when I had the chance. Snape spoke. Your relatives beat you and locked you in a cupboard, Potter, he sneered, but there was no malice in his eyes. Instead, they looked confused, troubled. For some reason this angered Harry. I must look so weak, thought Harry. It's none of his bloody business anyway. Annoyed, Harry replied, like you always say, sir, only the best for a spoiled, pampered little child. Turning, he began to walk towards the front hall, but his shoulder was grabbed from behind and he gasped. Snape immediately released him. Did they beat you often, Potter? It's really none of your business, Snape, and if it's all the same to you, I'd much rather not talk about it. Well, it's not all the same to me, Potter, and I will thank you not to be rude. Go to the kitchen and sit. Harry scowled, but did as he was told. Take off your shirt, ordered Snape, who was searching his pockets and placing vials on the table. He handed Harry one. Drink. Not in the mood to argue, Harry followed both orders, and ignored Snape's open stares. He glanced down, however, and found his torso was covered in large, dark bruises. Snape tutted and took the chair beside Harry, before beginning to poke and prod Harry's upper body. Feeling distinctly uncomfortable, Harry was about to protest when a particularly painful jab made him gasp. A broken rib, it would appear, and that arm doesn't look good either, mused Snape. Then slapping the table, he stood and said, well, that pain-relieving potion will kick in soon, but you'll have to wait until Hogwarts to mend the broken bones. Up, Potter, and go fetch another shirt. That one is entirely unsuitable. So much for sympathy, thought Harry. He grumbled his way up the stairs and plucked a Dudley cast off from the wardrobe. Then, remembering he had no other clothes, he quickly stuffed a shopping bag with a few things. He was not looking forward to wearing these things around the school. Hopefully he would be able to go to Hogsmeade with someone. He re-entered the kitchen and Snape looked at him. When I said fetch another shirt, Potter, I meant one that was halfway decent. That looks absolutely ridiculous. Well, you're going to have to put up with it because this is all I've got, he retorted. I see, Snape replied shortly. Very well, where is your trunk? Well, the thing is, sir. Spit it out, Potter. My uncle burned all my things. Your uncle burned all your things, Snape repeated slowly. Yeah, Harry shrugged. They were always threatening it, but this time they actually did it. Fine, Snape snapped. Let's go then. Keep a hold of your wand. Burned. Snape froze. Your wand is gone. The phoenix feather wand. The very same, said Harry dryly. Snape then spouted some very choice words that Harry was fairly sure teachers weren't supposed to say in the presence of students. It doesn't matter, sir. I'll just get another one. No big deal. No big deal, Snape sputtered. Potter, you have no idea. My God, someone is going to pay for this. With that he stormed out the front door and into the front yard. Harry hurried to keep up and caught Snape at the fence. Sir, how are we getting back to Hogwarts? We are apparating. Sir, I don't think my ribs could tolerate that at the moment. Snape spared him an exasperated glance and sighed. I suppose not. Very well. Instead of grabbing Harry's elbow, he walked to the curb and stuck out his wand. Not 2 seconds later, a gaudy purple bus screeched to a halt in front of them. A gangly, pimple-faced young man appeared in the door and announced, Welcome to the night bus, salvation of stranded witches and wizards everywhere. Get on, snapped Snape, and Harry grinned. So, it might be a while before I update this, just a bit less than a month cause I have exams coming up. But after that, I'll be on holidays and updating as much as possible. The trip back to school was not pleasant for several reasons. For one, Snape was clearly in a foul mood and refused to talk, and secondly because Ernie was an extremely erratic driver. Harry's body was constantly jarred and he thought that if it weren't for the pain-relieving potion Snape had given him earlier, he would have screamed every time he moved. Eventually, however, Stan announced their arrival at Hogsmeade and Snape and Harry both got off the bus. They walked in silence back to the school and arrived, to Harry's great disappointment, just as the bell rang for lunch. He most certainly didn't want to be seen with his face black and blue, nor wearing clothes that were ripped and about 6 sizes too big. "Sir," he began, but was cut off. "No, Potter. I am not going to indulge your wishes. Now, follow." Snape turned and walked away and Harry spat. "You're really enjoying this, aren't you, Snape?" Snape smirked and Harry's insides leapt with anger. "Indeed I am, Mr. Potter." Scowling, Harry followed Snape into the entrance hall just as a small crowd of students descended the staircase headed for the Great Hall. Harry focused on Snape's heels and tried not to listen to the gasps as people saw him. He could only imagine how he looked. When someone he knew called out to him, he pretended he didn't hear them. He could not, however, ignore it when he heard a vindictive comment from Draco Malfoy. Harry's head whipped up and his eyes flashed. He heard some gasps as people saw his face fully, but he ignored them and hissed at Malfoy, "Shut your mouth before I shut it for you, Malfoy." Ooh, tough words, Potter. But if you ask me, from the look of you, I'd say that's an empty threat. You obviously can't look after yourself at all. Malfoy's smirk was wiped from his face as Harry roared and charged at him. He knocked Malfoy to the ground and proceeded to punch the smug face beneath him, ignoring Snape's angry yells to stop. Harry, however, was weak from his injuries and Malfoy easily reversed their positions, with a knee on Harry's ribs to keep him down. Harry tried to lunge forward, but screamed instead when he felt a sharp pain in his ribs. Malfoy was suddenly jerked up by Snape, who then began yelling at Harry. "What is wrong with you, Potter? Can you not keep out of trouble for 5 minutes? Get up now and follow me like I told you. Draco, come along and get that lip looked at. The rest of you go to lunch." Harry struggled to his feet despite the pain in his body and sneered at Malfoy, whose lip was swollen and bleeding. Ignoring his classmates, he turned and shuffled after Snape, who was already stalking down the corridor. By the time they reached the hospital wing, Harry was gasping for breath and could hardly stand. "Sit, Potter, whilst I get Madame Pomfrey, and keep your hands to yourself." Harry did as he was told, leaning back on the bed and closing his eyes. When Harry woke, it was night time, and he could feel bandages wrapped around his chest. He felt exceedingly better. The pain in his ribs was gone and his body was no longer covered in bruises. Sighing in relief, he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. He woke early the next morning and found Madame Pomfrey bustling around the ward. "Well, Mr. Potter, you look to be feeling much better. How do you feel?" "Good, thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Do you think I could go now?" "Yes, that should be fine. Do be careful, Mr. Potter. I don't want to see you in here again anytime soon." "Yes, ma'am." Harry grinned and slipped off the bed. He pulled on his shirt, which he realized now had a large bloodstain on it, and left the room. The first person he ran into was, of course, the last person he wanted to see. "Ah, Potter. Going to live, I see. How unfortunate." Snape sneered at Harry's clothes and he blushed. "If that's all, sir, I'd like to go to breakfast." "No, that is not all, Potter. The headmaster wishes to see you tonight after dinner. Then, after you have finished with him, you will have detention with me." "That is all." "Detention? Why should I have detention?" "Perhaps because you attacked another student, Mr. Potter. Caused physical harm to that student. I think that is reason enough. He started it, and it's not like he didn't get in a shot. Actually, Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy did not once strike you, if you cast your mind back to yesterday. He merely restrained you. I would suggest you change your shirt before breakfast." With that, Snape stalked off, leaving Harry fuming, and feeling like a child. The fact that Snape was telling the truth made him feel even more ashamed about his outburst. Grinding his teeth, Harry made his way to the tower, which was mercifully empty, and changed into another shirt before making his way to the Great Hall. He hardly wanted to face his classmates dressed as he was, but he hadn't eaten a decent thing in the last 5 days, and he was starving. Entering the Great Hall, he nearly turned and left immediately when all talk stopped and nearly every face in the hall turned to look at him. But he gritted his teeth, and, flushing in embarrassment, took a seat at the end of the table. Aware of the still silent faces turned towards him, he took some bacon and toast and began eating. As soon as he took the first bite, whispers broke out, and very shortly everyone was again engaged in conversation, though most were probably talking about him. He was so focused on his meal that he didn't even notice when Ron and Hermione sat down near him until they talked. "Harry," said Hermione timidly. Harry glanced up at the two sitting across and smiled. "Hey, guys. Harry, what happened? We saw you yesterday." "Who?" "Drop it," he said shortly. He did not want to talk about that now. Or any other time, really. "But," I said, "drop it." "Fine, mate, fine," said Ron. "We were just worried about you, mate." Harry nodded and asked, "So, what classes are you guys taking this year?" Ron and Hermione exchanged a look, but answered the questions he asked, and didn't bring up the subject of what had happened to him again. A little later McGonagall came to talk to Harry about his timetable. "Mr. Potter, I need you to tell me what classes you intend to take at Newt level." I'm not exactly sure, Professor. I'm not sure which ones I can take. I haven't seen my OWL results yet." McGonagall frowned. "They should have been sent to you." "Well, they were. I just didn't get around to reading them and then I lost them." "You lost them? Honestly, Mr. Potter, what are we going to do with you?" "Well, there will be a copy of your results in my office. I know for a fact you will be able to take Transfiguration, and that is first up for you today. I will have your results for you in that class." "Thank you, Professor." At the end of Transfiguration, Harry hung back to get his results and timetable. With a feeling of trepidation, Harry unfolded the letter McGonagall handed to him. His face split into a grin as he read his results. He had done badly in a few, but the important ones he had done well in. He was extremely surprised to see that he could continue in potions. His dream of becoming an Auror wasn't over. History of Magic. D. Charms. E. Transfiguration. E. Divination. T. Astronomy. A. Potions. O. Care of magical creatures. O. Defense against the dark arts. O. Herbology. E. Harry decided to continue on with charms, transfiguration, potions, defense, herbology, and astronomy. Looking at his timetable, he realized he was now several minutes late for potions. He smiled as he thought about the look on Snape's face when he found out Harry had gotten an outstanding in his subject. Thanking his transfiguration teacher, Harry hurried down to the dungeons. It was freezing down here, especially in his thin shirt. In an effort to look a little more decent, Harry had worn a shirt that actually fit. Unfortunately, that meant it was an old shirt and was therefore quite thin. Looking down, he also realized it showed the tops of his trousers, which hung down around his waist and were being held up with a piece of rope. Blushing with shame, Harry opened the door of the potions lab and walked in. Closing the door behind him, he turned to find the entire class staring at him. Professor Snape, eyebrow raise, asked, "Mr. Potter, may I ask what you are doing in my classroom?" "Sorry I'm late, Professor. I had to get my timetable from Professor McGonagall." "That still does not answer my question. Surely you didn't make it into my class." Harry scowled. Snape would have been given a list of students who made the class. "Actually, sir, I did." "Well, wonders never cease. In that case it's 10 points from Gryffindor for your tardiness, and another 10 for your appalling dress sense." Flushing, Harry took a seat next to Hermione, who glanced at him sympathetically. Like McGonagall, and all of their teachers that day, Snape spent the entire lesson lecturing them on what he expected from a Newt-level class. Snape had only accepted those who got O for their owls, and the potions class was a very small class. From Gryffindor, only he, Hermione, and surprisingly Seamus, had scraped an O. From Hufflepuff, Hannah Abbott stood alone, and from Ravenclaw only Terry Boot had decided to take the class. Slytherins made up the largest percentage of students. Gregory Goyle, to Harry's surprise, sat next to Draco Malfoy, and Theodore Nott and Pansy Parkinson were seated behind them. To their left was Blaise Zabini and Millicent Bulstrode. Obviously Snape favored his students when it came to marking assignments, though Harry savagely. After dinner, Harry made his way up to the headmaster's office. He had spent dinner evading annoying questions about his holidays and was preparing himself to do the same for the headmaster. He stood in front of the gargoyle and realized he had no idea what the password was. Well, he certainly wasn't going to play Dumbledore's little game. He was going to wait 10 minutes, and if the headmaster didn't come down and get him, then Harry was going to leave. After all, he must know if someone is waiting outside his office, thought Harry. 10 minutes dragged by, but when it had, Harry huffed and began walking towards Gryffindor Tower without a glance back at the gargoyle. Potter, where do you think you are going? The headmaster requested to speak with you. Harry glanced back to see Snape standing in the open doorway next to the gargoyle. Well, the headmaster neglected to tell me the password to his office, and if he thinks I'm going to stand there for even a minute and play stupid guessing games with a piece of stone, then he is sadly mistaken. Snape raised an eyebrow. If you are quite done, the headmaster is waiting. Harry scowled and followed Snape up the winding staircase. Ah, Harry, my boy, how are you feeling this evening? I hear you were in quite a state when Severus found you at your relative's home. Is there anything you would like to tell me, my boy? Harry scowled. I am not your boy. And no, there's nothing I want to tell you. Dumbledore frowned and shared a look with the potions master. Harry, I know you must be angry with me, but it is for your own good that you must return to your relatives. I have no problem with my relatives. A lie, but Harry had no wish to discuss this with the headmaster. Dumbledore looked disappointed but let the subject drop. Have you been having visions recently, Harry? Harry shrugged. Of course he had. Dumbledore knew he hadn't learned occlumency, so Harry settled for the short answer. Yes. Have you seen anything I should know about? Anything you wish to tell me? Harry could hear the eagerness in Dumbledore's voice and it made him angry. It could remember that same eagerness in his voice when he had asked anyone to tell him things he had desperately needed to know. No. Harry, again, I know you are angry with me, but this information could help us greatly, save lives even. I'm sure it could. Potter, snapped Snape, do not take that tone with the headmaster. He deserves respect. I suggest you show it. Harry's anger exploded. Well, now he knows what it feels like to have things kept from him, things that could save lives even. Maybe if he'd shown me some respect, instead of treating me like a child, and like some pawn, I would show him some. But he'd never tell me anything, not until it's too late to help. Not until people are dead. At first I blamed you, for Sirius being dead. It was your fault for not teaching me occlumency, but then I realized, you were only trying to help me. You were doing maybe not your best, but you were trying at least. Maybe if I'd listened to you and tried harder I might have done better, and Sirius might still be alive. And then, I realized it wasn't my fault either, at least not entirely. I did the best I could with what information I had. You, and here he finally turned to face Dumbledore, you continue to string me along, leading me on with the promise of a bit more information if I continue to be a good little boy and do what you want all the time. If you'd bothered to tell me that Voldemort might try to lure me to the Ministry, if you had told me that Sirius would never be there, I would have known it wasn't a true vision. I would have known it was false and I wouldn't have gone. But you give me the barest minimum of details, and only when you think I'm about to crack. Well, guess what? I've had it. You can go to hell. At his last word, the window exploded into the room, showering them with glass. Harry lost his furious focus and the objects that had, unknown to him, been hovering in the air dropped to the ground, some of the more delicate objects smashing into 1,000 tiny pieces. Snape and Dumbledore were staring at him, eyes wide. Good grief, Potter, you do have a temper, don't you? Snape was going to make light of this. Harry jumped up, and without another word ran from the room. What's wrong, Harry? Hissed the snake. The headmaster. He doesn't care about me. I am just a pawn to him in his chess game with Voldemort. Harry fumed. Please don't be sad Harry, I could bite him for you. Harry smiled grimly. I appreciate the offer, Snake, but that would be good for neither of you SSSS. Despite the fact that he ISSS using me, he has done good for other SSS. Harry sighed. I think he does care about me, really. I'm just angry. I'm glad I have you to talk to, Snake. I couldn't say these things to any of my other friends SSSS. Would you like to be my pet, Snake? S's stay with me. I would like that very much, Master. Harry smiled at the little snake. What shall I call you then, my friend? You need a name. Harry. My name shall be Harry, like your SSSSS. Harry chuckled. You can't have the same name as same, SSS sweet one. But I know no other name as Harry. You choose. What about Salazar? He was a founder of this school, and he had the SSS same gift as E. He could talk to snakes. It ISSS quite fitting. It sounds SSS mysterious SSS master. I like it. Salazar it is then, my friend. He continued to storm through the castle, not even realizing where he was going. Eventually, he sank exhausted onto the cold stone floor and realized he was in the dungeons. He sighed. He had detention with Snape. May as well go. It's not as if this day could possibly get any worse. Heaving himself up, he made his way to Snape's office and was glad when his knock received no answer. At least he wouldn't lose points for not being late. He could feel a dull throbbing in his temples and knew he had a headache coming on. Potter. Harry jumped in surprise. Sir. Inside. Harry followed Snape into the potions lab and was set to scrubbing cauldrons. There was silence, but Harry was uncomfortably aware of the unfathomable glances Snape would occasionally send his way. 2 long hours later Snape stood. That's enough, Potter. You may go. Sighing with relief, Harry stood and had his hand on the door when Snape said, I am going to Diagon Alley tomorrow for some things. The headmaster has requested that I take you with me so you can get what you need. Until then you will have to make do with what you have. He sneered at Harry's clothes before waving his hand in dismissal. The next day was not pleasant for Harry. He hated the questioning glances he received from pretty much every student in the school, and the sarcastic comments from the Slytherins. Everyone wanted to know where he had been the first day of school, and why the boy who lived was dressed in rags. Eventually, he had snapped at Ron and Hermione, because they just would not let the subject drop, and they were now not talking to him. Harry sat with Neville in Transfiguration. They had herbology first, so his lack of wand and writing equipment had not been a problem. Now, however, Harry was worried. Neville had lent him a quill and some sheets of parchment, for which Harry was grateful, but he doubted his lack of wand would go unnoticed by anyone, let alone McGonagall. For the first half of the lesson, McGonagall had them take notes, but for the second half they were to practice turning a pumpkin into a puppy. Harry slouched in his chair scowling as his classmates worked at the task. Harry's mood soured further when Professor Snape entered the classroom and began a conversation with Professor McGonagall. Harry, said Neville, don't you want to go? He gestured at the pumpkin, which he had only managed to give a tail that would occasionally wag. No thanks, Neville, I don't really feel up to it. Unfortunately for Harry, Professor McGonagall heard his comment and turned on him, lips pursed. Mr. Potter, I am afraid that is really not a good enough reason for you laziness. Let me see you try. Harry's scowl deepened. I can't. Do not look at me like that, Potter. And I don't know how you can say you can't do it when you have yet to try. It isn't that I don't want to try, Professor. I just don't have a wand. McGonagall huffed. If you left your wand in your dormitory, you should have asked to go and get it. It's not there. I lost it. Harry heard Hermione's indignant squeak. Harry, the Phoenix Feather Wand. McGonagall had exactly the same thoughts, and her face paled slightly. The Phoenix Feather Wand. How could you be so careless as to lose that wand? Snape decided to step in, much to Harry's disgust. What Mr. Potter is trying to say, Minerva, is that his relatives burned all of his belongings, wand included. Harry glared at Snape as a blush rose on his cheeks. Stupid smirking bastard, thought Harry. A stunned silence greeted Snape's words before a few of the Slytherins began to giggle. Oh, Harry, why didn't you tell us? Asked Hermione. Harry shrugged her hand off of his arm and stormed from the classroom. He was halfway down the hall before he realized someone was following him. He spun and saw that it was Snape. What do you want? He spat. Manners, Potter. In case you don't remember, I told you last night we would be going to Diagon Alley today, so whenever you are ready. Growling, Harry followed Snape out of the castle. They made their way to Hogsmeade in a strained silence, then portkeyed to Diagon Alley. Their first stop was Madame Malkin's. Sir, I have no money. Shouldn't we go to Gringotts first? The headmaster has taken the time to get some money for you. He dropped a sack into Harry's hand. Harry felt himself getting angry. What? How did he get money from my account? Snape glanced at Harry curiously before replying. Whilst you are at school, he is your guardian. He was simply doing you a favor. He has no right. That's my money. How did he even get it without a key? I am so sick of people thinking they can control everything that goes on in my life. If you are quite finished your rant, Mr. Potter, I have better things to do with my time than listen to you whine. If you have a problem, take it up with the headmaster. Furious, Harry kept his mouth shut as Madame Malkin fitted his robes. After leaving that shop, they bought Harry's school books and some writing equipment. Next, Harry dragged Snape along on an unintended visit to Quality Quidditch Supplies. Snape was clearly unimpressed, but, as Harry reminded him, he was on the Quidditch team and therefore needed a new broom. Along with new gloves, Harry bought the newest broom on the shelves. It was called the Dragonfire, and far outstripped his old broom. He was sad he no longer had the broom Sirius had given him, but he couldn't wait to see Malfoy's face when he saw this one. Snape just scowled and Harry suspected he was not thrilled with the idea of a rival team having such a good broom. Harry grinned. Snape then led him to Ollivander's. Sir, are there any other wand makers? Harry asked. Yes, of course. Most people in England prefer Ollivander's, but there are other makers of wands. In fact, there is another at the end of the alley, Bessemer's, I believe they are called. Not well known, and much more expensive than Ollivander's. They make wands to order and have a reputation. Wands to order. What do you mean? Sometimes people want wands to perform a specific task. The wand will be very powerful, but will only perform that one task. Why would someone want a wand that's only good for one thing? Snape raised an eyebrow at him. Perhaps because they don't want to risk using their own wand, Mr. Potter. Oh, I see. Harry shivered. Wands for a specific task, never to be used again. He could only imagine what sort of task would require that secrecy. Ah, Mr. Potter, I was expecting you. Dumbledore has already been to talk to me about the unfortunate incident with your wand. Follow me, please. Harry scowled at yet another example of Dumbledore's interference and followed Ollivander to the counter. Try. Harry took the wand, and immediately felt a tingle in his fingers. It was not the warmth he had felt when he held his old wand, but it was there all the same. He swished it, and sparks flew from the end. Strange. It had taken ages last time to select a wand. Very good. It seems this is still the wand for you. Dumbledore came to me as soon as he heard about your wand yesterday morning and brought with him another feather from that phoenix of his. This is an exact replica of your former wand. Harry felt a weight settle in his belly. How dare he? Could the man not meddle in his life for once? Harry turned to Ollivander. I'd like to try another, please. Snape groaned. Potter, do not be difficult. I want another wand. Harry was adamant. Ollivander spoke. Mr. Potter, a person may have only one wand at a time. This wand has given you its allegiance. No other wand will work for you as well as this one will. Harry came to a quick decision. Fine. How much? He snapped, and handed Ollivander the amount he was told. As soon as Snape and Harry left the shop, Harry pulled the wand from his pocket and with a slight feeling of sadness snapped the wand clean in half. Potter, what the hell did you do that for? You idiot child. The look on Snape's face was priceless, thought Harry. A cross between surprise and rage. Harry grinned. I guess I need a new wand, Professor. Don, you think we could try that other shop? Bessemer's, wasn't it? With that, Harry took off as fast as he could with all his books in the direction Snape had indicated earlier. Snape caught up with him easily and Harry listened to the angry professor lecture him all the way to the wand store. Upon entering the store, however, both wizards were quiet as the oppressive silence weighed down on them. A man appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, startling both Snape and Harry. Can I help you, gentlemen? Harry swallowed. There was something about the man that made him slightly nervous. His dark eyes seemed to see right through him, and his appearance was dark and intimidating. Actually, Harry was strongly reminded of Snape. I guess. I need a wand. The man bowed. Of course. If you would follow me. Is there a particular use for this wand, or is it for general use? Harry remembered what Snape had said earlier and hastened to reply. General use. Very well. The man smirked as if he knew exactly what Harry was thinking, and Harry was again reminded strongly of Snape. He was uncomfortably aware that the man was now standing staring at him. After a full minute, the man nodded and made a noise that indicated he was pleased, before turning and walking into a back room. Harry glanced at Snape, who was looking around the shop with obvious interest. Sir, how long does it take to make a wand? Snape spared him the briefest of glances before turning his eyes back to the contents of the cluttered shop. It depends. Not long, I would hope. The headmaster is going to be most displeased when you return with a wand that is different to the one he intended. Snape seemed almost pleased with the prospect, and Harry scowled. A full hour later, Harry had heard no noise from the back of the shop, and both he and Snape were sitting side by side on the only lounge available. Snape, having looked upon every item in the shop, was now throwing dirty looks at Harry. This is ridiculous. What could possibly be taking so long? Just as Harry was about to reply, the mysterious man walked swiftly through the door holding a wand. I do apologize for the wait. It was a difficult process to make this wand, given the ingredients. Come, try it, give it a wave. This man had the same air of excitement Ollivander had when it took a customer a long time to find a wand, and Harry found he suddenly wasn't so scary. Harry grinned, got up and walked to the counter where he grasped the wand. He felt a thrill of power unlike anything he had ever felt before. It raced up his arm and sent shockwaves down his spine, radiating throughout his entire body. Wow, he breathed. The man smirked. I take it you are satisfied. Harry grinned. Yes, sir. Excellent. An odd combination, that one. You, sheathed in Yggdrasil, also known as Larid, with a core of dragon heartstrings soaked in basilisk venom. A combination I have never seen before, but a very powerful combination. Interesting indeed, murmured Snape, taking the wand from Harry and caressing it almost lovingly. How much? He asked, handing the wand back to Harry. 36 galleons, 6 sickles. A little on the expensive side, I'm afraid. Harry's eyes widened at the price, but he shrugged and handed over the amount, before thanking the man and following Snape. Their last stop was the apothecary. Snape stopped him at the door. I will get your ingredients for you if you wish, seeing as I also have some purchases to make here. Harry handed Snape his money bag and leaned against the wall to wait for Snape. His attention wandered and he noticed a small alleyway leading off of the main alley. He recognized it from last time he had been there. Nocturne Alley. He felt a sudden curiosity. Before he could think better of it, he ducked across to the shady alley. Glancing around him to be sure no one was watching, Harry slipped quickly into Nocturne Alley. It may have been his imagination, but Nocturne Alley seemed to be shrouded in darkness, and a blanket of silence had descended as soon as he stepped in. Giving a mental shrug, Harry hurried forward. Last time he'd been here he had been scared out of his wits. This time, however, his overriding curiosity killed any fear he had. He didn't have much time, so he slipped into the first decent shop he saw. It turned out to be a bookshop, dark and dusty and deathly silent. Keeping a good grip on his bags, Harry slipped into an aisle and looked up at the shelves. The first book he saw he was surprised to recognize, though not surprised to find it here. Magic Most Evil. He shivered as he remembered the graphic details and images he had seen in that book. Harry scanned the shelf and his eyes came to rest on a fairly thick book. He pulled it out and glanced at the cover. The Dark Arts. An historic account. It looked like a fairly old book and he found a year marked on the spine, 1878. The hard cover was dirty and spotted and one corner was clearly burned. Despite the damage, Harry was intrigued and he carefully opened the cover. He felt a thrill of magic as he did so, felt it surround him, dancing and caressing his own magic. It made him feel powerful, and strangely, ecstatically happy. He laughed. Then remembering where he was, he quickly shut his mouth, but grinned. He liked this book. Can I be of some assistance? Harry nearly screamed when he heard the voice. Breathing quickly, he turned to see an elderly man, gazing at him from behind the counter. What unnerved Harry most were the man's eyes. They were milky and bloodshot, and his pupils and irises could hardly be seen. The man was blind. Good, thought Harry. It certainly wouldn't do for anyone to know he'd been in here. Yes, actually. I'd like to purchase this book, thank you. And this one too. Harry quickly grabbed a second book that had suddenly caught his eye off the shelf and walked the short distance to the counter. 2 minutes later, Harry was back outside the apothecary in Diagon Alley with his latest purchases tucked safely beneath his school books. Minutes later, Snape exited and thrust another bag at Harry. Let's go. Harry followed him, glad to be going back to school. He had missed lunch and was starving. By the time they got back to school, the sun was setting and dinner was about to begin. Harry left Snape without a word and hurried up to the dormitory to change into a new robe. He pulled out his new wand. It really was beautiful. The Yggdrasil, a type of ash, he thought, was beautiful, and the wand was engraved with runes that Harry had never seen before. He'd never seen a wand with runes before. Perhaps he would make up with Hermione and she could tell him what they meant. The wand felt familiar to him, and was comfortable and warm in his hand. He had always thought the Phoenix wand had felt that way, but now that he held this one, the memory of the old one felt cold and unfriendly. This wand was definitely better suited to him. Stashing the wand in his pocket, he made his way to the Great Hall to eat. As soon as Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table, he was accosted by Ron and Hermione, who wasted no time in begging him to forgive them for their questions. Harry, tired of petty arguments, apologized as well, for not telling them, and he and Ron spent the evening insulting Snape for being an evil greasy git, and Malfoy for being a pretentious ponce. Feeling exceptionally better after dessert, the trio made their way back up to the common room and spent the evening playing Exploding Snap. Harry woke late on Thursday morning and dressed quickly. He had experienced a relatively good night, waking from a vision only once. Thankfully, it hadn't been a particularly bad vision. Harry had no time for breakfast and wondered vaguely why Ron hadn't woken him. Shrugging, he grabbed his books and ran through the corridors to Charms. He was looking forward to this lesson. It was the first chance he'd had to try out his new wand. He arrived just in time and Professor Flitwick set them to a bit of practical revision. Harry was pleased with his new wand. It seemed an extension of his own arm, and casting charms seemed easier than it had ever been, though that could simply have been because he knew all these charms already. On the way to potions, Hermione admired his new wand, Hermione saying she had never seen those particular runes before. In fact, I've never seen any wand with runes on it. You should ask a teacher about it, Harry, perhaps one of them will know. What's the wand made from? It's made from you, sheathed in Yggdrasil. The core is dragon heartstrings soaked in basilisk venom. That's interesting, 2 kinds of wood. I wonder why. I think we learned about Yggdrasil in herbology last year, didn't we? It's supposed to be extremely rare. I didn't know basilisk venom was used in wands, but that's an even rarer ingredient. This wand must have been expensive. It was a little over 32 galleons. My old one only cost 7. Well, Potter, I'm surprised you could afford it. Although, I suppose your parents must have left you a fair heap of galleons when they kicked it. Malfoy drawled, a smirk on his face. Harry whirled around. He hadn't even heard Malfoy behind them. Go to hell, Malfoy. At least my parents aren't rotting in prison. At Harry's words, Malfoy paled. I'm going to G. He was cut off by Snape. 10 points from Gryffindor for antagonizing another student, Mr. Potter. Everyone inside, snapped Snape as he unlocked the classroom. Grumbling about Snape's unfairness, Harry took a seat with Ron and Hermione at a table far removed from Snape's own desk and prepared himself for the lesson. After dinner that night, Harry sequestered himself in the boys' dormitory and pulled the curtains around his bed before pulling out the 2 books he had bought in Nocturne Alley. The larger one that he had skimmed through in the bookshop, The Dark Arts, an historic account, was practically an encyclopedia of dark curses. The writing was small and cramped, and after the name of each curse there was a pronunciation guide and a detailed history and description of the curse. Overall, It was a highly interesting book, if a little disturbing. Still, if he had any chance of defeating Voldemort, he had to know what he was up against. Putting that book to the side, Harry picked up the smaller book and ran his hands over the cover. It seemed to be bound in leather of some sort, perhaps dragon skin. On the spine there was a crest, but Harry couldn't really make out any detail, it was so small. There was no title or author, so he flipped it open to the first page with writing. Like the last book, the writing was small, though not so cramped. It was an elegant script, and the language, though English, was Old English, and written very strangely, like someone had written a sentence and then mixed it around. It was still understandable, but he had to read some of the lines several times before he got the gist of them. This book also seemed to detail spells and their history, but there were also a few potions that he had never heard of before. In fact, he didn't think he had heard of even one of the spells either. Intrigued, he spent several hours perusing the book and practicing more than a few of the spells. It was early in the morning when Harry finally shoved the book to the end of his bed and collapsed onto his pillow for a few hours of sleep. Harry gazed down upon the ailing man and laughed a high, cruel laugh. "This is what becomes of a traitor," he hissed. The man began to beg, "Please, my lord. I live to serve you. I will do anything. Please." But Harry just laughed. This man was pathetic, a worm to be squashed. Harry knelt and ran a cold finger along the man's jaw and forced his head up to look him in the eye. "You are a coward and a liar, Bromwell, and you will be punished as an example to others. Lord Voldemort does not easily forgive treachery. Crucio." Harry smiled as the man in front of him writhed and screamed, and then he began to laugh, a loud, maniacal laugh that sent shivers down the spines of the men that stood watching. Many miles away, 4 boys were wakened from their sleep by the cackling coming from behind the closed curtains that hid Harry Potter. Harry was ecstatically happy. The traitor was found, now dead. His plans could carry on. Someone was calling him. "Harry, Harry mate, wake up." Harry gasped and slapped a hand to his burning forehead as he sat up straight in his bed, gasping for breath. Ron. Quote. "Yeah, it's me. You right, mate. You were laughing. It was scary. You wouldn't stop." Ron leaned in and said in a strained whisper, "Vision. Yeah, I'm all right now. Sorry guys. Go back to sleep. Thanks, Ron." Harry lay back in his bed and sighed. His scar burned fiercely, but not as badly as when he played the victim. He tried not to laugh. That morning at breakfast, Ron kept shooting Harry worried looks, as did Hermione, which led Harry to believe he had told her about the vision. None of them said anything, however, for which Harry was grateful. His thoughts were interrupted by the welcome arrival of Hedwig. It felt like ages since he had seen her, and he smiled broadly, patting her on the head. She rubbed her head against his shoulder and accepted the piece of bacon he offered her. "Hello, girl. It's been a while." Suddenly, another owl, a tawny this time, landed next to Harry's plate. This one had a letter, and Harry removed it, wondering who was sending him mail this early in the term. Probably Remus. This was confirmed when he unrolled the letter and began to read. "Harry, how are you doing? I have not had the chance to contact you for some time, but be assured I have not forgotten you. I know that last term you blamed yourself for Sirius' death, but believe me when I say it was not. Sirius knew the risk involved in going to the ministry, and while I'm sure he did not intend to die that night, I believe he would be glad he went down fighting. Do not mourn him forever, Harry. He loved you and would want you to be happy. I am always here if you need to talk, so don't hesitate to contact me for whatever reason. Moony." Harry felt a prickling at the corners of his eyes as he thought about Sirius, but he was glad to hear from Remus. He tucked the letter into his shirt and glanced at his watch. It was nearly time for class. He turned to Ron and Hermione. "We should get going for defense or we're gonna be late." This was the first defense class he had attended, having missed Monday. He had a thought as they walked. "Hey, guys, who's the teacher? I haven't heard yet." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look that didn't help Harry's stress levels. "Guys. Well, we've got Snape, actually," answered Hermione. Harry stopped dead. "What? How can we have Snape for 2 subjects? He doesn't have enough time to teach 2 subjects. Well, apparently Dumbledore wanted us to have a half-decent teacher this year, and he couldn't find anyone else that fit the bill. So instead of teaching the whole school potions, Snape's got everyone third year and above, plus Newt-level defense students. Some bird named Bletchley's got all the younger students for both subjects, replied Ron. Harry was torn. On the one hand, defense had always been his favorite subject, but he was quite sure Snape would do his best to make Harry miserable. On the other hand, he had no doubt Snape would be the best teacher they'd had, hands down. So, to Ron and Hermione's concerned stares, his only reply was a scowl and a HMPH. Harry was soon proved correct. After only the first 20 minutes of class he had both lost 10 points from his house, for absolutely no reason, and been more thoroughly engrossed than he had ever been in any class. He hung off of Snape's every word like he was a man dying of thirst, and Snape's words were drops of water, and when class ended he had written more than 20 inches of notes. If Harry had thought Snape had a passion for potions, it was nothing to the way he spoke about the dark arts. During lunch, Harry was tapped on the shoulder and looked round to find Colin Creevey. "What's up, Colin?" "Hey Harry, Dumbledore just wanted me to give you a message. He wants you to come see him after lunch today." "Okay, thanks Colin." With that, Colin bounced away and Harry turned back to scowl at his food. He suddenly didn't feel much like eating. Getting up, he said goodbye to Ron and Hermione and headed for the headmaster's office. He was still angry at the headmaster, but it wouldn't do for them to be at odds with each other. "Ah, Harry, how was your trip to Diagon Alley, if I may ask?" "Oh, good. I got all the stuff I needed. Severus informed me of the incident at Ollivander's." "Yes, sir. I appreciate you going to the trouble of sending a new feather for me, but I really didn't want another wand that was useless against Voldemort's." It felt different, too. It was familiar, but not the same. It felt awkward, I guess, in my hand, like it wasn't going to work as well as my old one. Dumbledore inclined his head. "It is only expected, I suppose. It has been several years since you chose your first wand, and you have undoubtedly changed. You are a different person. I should have realized the wand would not be the same. It's all right. Like I said, I do appreciate it and I'd like to apologize for my behavior the other day. I was angry and I had no right to speak to you like that." "Perhaps you did, Harry. Everything I have done, I thought the best for you. I have begun to see that I may have been wrong. I do, however, stand by my decision to send you back to your relatives. You know the protection they offer. It is unlike that you will receive anywhere else." "I know, sir. I don't blame you for anything." Dumbledore smiled and his eyes twinkled. "There is one other thing, my boy. Your friends tell me you are still having visions." "Yes, sir. I didn't really do very well in occlumency last year. I do think it would be best for you to resume your lessons with Professor Snape. He really is the best there is, and it would only do you good to get a decent night's sleep. You do look rather peaky." Harry sighed. He really was tired, and the visions were horrible. "Yes, sir. I suppose you're right. When will I be starting?" "Ah, well, that is up to Professor Snape, of course. I believe it would be best for you to go and ask him yourself if he would agree to teach you again. He will, I'm sure, but it would be good if you were to ask him yourself." Harry's stomach dropped. Ask Snape himself. He could already see the smug look on Snape's face as Harry admitted that he needed his help. "All right, Professor. I'll see him tonight." "Very good, my boy. I assure you, Professor Snape will appreciate the request coming from you yourself, instead of me on your behalf." As if, Harry thought sourly, but he nodded and stood to leave. "One more thing, Harry. Do not hesitate to come and talk with me if there is anything at all on your mind." He smiled that grandfatherly smile and Harry jerked his head in reply. "Yes, Professor, I will. Thank you." The last lesson for the day was double potions and Harry determined to stay behind after and ask Snape about lessons. When the bell rang, Harry hung back as the class filed out. It never took long for the potions classroom to be vacated, and all too soon Harry found himself alone with the professor. Harry hesitantly approached the desk. Professor." Snape's head snapped up to reveal his unfriendly glare. "What, Potter?" Harry took a deep breath. "It's just I was wondering if maybe you would agree to teach me occlumency again, Professor." Snape leaned back in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, and just as Harry had known he would, smirked, with a smug look at Harry. So, you require my assistance, do you? Tell me, Potter, why would I be inclined to help you in this matter? You certainly didn't try very hard last year. Harry desperately wanted to yell at the man, but he knew that would get him nowhere. No, sir, I didn't. Harry could have laughed at the surprise that showed on Snape's face then. I didn't really understand why I needed to learn it. I mean, I knew the reason, but my visions have gotten much worse since then, and last year I didn't know that Voldemort would send me false visions. I need to learn it. Snape leaned forward then, now with a serious expression on his face. He frowned slightly as he clasped his hands in front of him. I demand the utmost respect in my classes, Potter, and the utmost attention and work ethic. I will agree to teach you again, but you will work hard at it. I will not accept excuses if you neglect to practice, nor will I think twice about ending these lessons if you waste my time or fail to follow my instruction. Is that clear? Yes, sir. I appreciate you taking the time to help me, sir. Snape looked surprised again, but nodded his head in acceptance of the thanks before waving his hand in dismissal. Harry exited the room and leaned against the wall. Well, Sal's, that could have gone much worse. He was almost friendly. At least, as close to friendly as he'll ever be to me. I like him, master. Ah, please, Sal's. Don't say things SSS like that to me, Harry joked. You're killing me. Master, I am hungry for Mousie's SSS. I can smells them. Tasty, crunchy, Salazar flicked his tongue and Harry turned in the direction the little snake was facing. He began walking in that direction, and the corridors became darker and darker. Harry walked further and further. He had never been so far into the dungeons. He didn't want to get lost, so he stopped and sat down, trying to memorize the way he had come. He could hear the almost silent skittering of mice or rats, and he said to Salazar, "Go hunt, my friend. I will wait for you here. Take as long as you want." He smiled as Salazar crawled down his arm onto the floor and slithered to a crack in the stone walls. He disappeared and Harry pulled out The Dark Arts, an historic account, from his bag. He pulled out a spare bit of parchment and quill and began to copy down a few spells he thought would be useful to learn. He had been reading the book every spare chance he got, always out of the sight of anyone who might look, and had found it highly interesting and informative. After 20 minutes straight of copying down spells, Harry stood up and practiced a few. He found these spells came to him quite easily, and his wand yielded no resistance to any spells he cast. After a full hour, he finally heard Salazar's quiet hiss. "Master, sorry for taking so long. It was as hard to decide which little moussi to eat. Many yummy little one SSS. It's all right. I was practicing anyway. Shall we go?" He knelt and Salazar crawled up his arm and curled around his shoulder. Slinging his bag over his shoulder and picking up his book, Harry began making his way out of the dungeons. He soon came to the conclusion that he was lost. After 5 minutes of directionless wandering, Harry slumped against a wall. "Well, Salazar, we are well and truly lost." Sighing, he turned around and jumped about 3 feet in the air when he came face to face with none other than Draco Malfoy. "Shite, Malfoy, you scared the hell out of me." Draco smirked. "Yes, I could tell by that awfully shrill scream that just blew my eardrums out. What are you doing wandering the dungeons at this time of night?" "I got lost. You shouldn't be out this late either. Nice clothes, by the way." Malfoy sneered. He was dressed in pajamas, long flannelette pants and matching shirt, with a cloak wrapped around his shoulders. His feet were bare. "You must be absolutely freezing in that. It is absolutely none of your business, Potter, if I decide to take a midnight stroll. Besides, I'm a prefect. I should take points from you. Why were you even this far into the dungeons in the first place? Even you wouldn't have gotten lost from the potions classroom." Harry shrugged. "I was looking for somewhere quiet to think." Malfoy snorted. "Think. Right. Now I know you're lying." Suddenly, Malfoy caught sight of the book tucked under Harry's arm. His eyes widened in recognition. "What are you doing with that? Where'd you even get it?" "That's dark arts, Potter. Mind your own business, Malfoy." Harry turned and began to walk away. If Malfoy had been going this way, hopefully it would lead somewhere he knew. He was stopped, however, when the book was suddenly jerked out of his grasp. I know several people who would be very interested to know that the great Harry Potter is reading books like this, Malfoy drawled. Give it back now, growled Harry. If this got back to anyone. No, I don't think I will, actually. I've always wanted to read this book. It's really quite a rare book. Harry scowled and grabbed for the book, but Malfoy was faster. With a look of glee, he danced around Harry and ran up the corridor, his bare feet making little sound on the cold stones. Come back now, Malfoy! Roared Harry, running after the Slytherin. To his surprise, Malfoy skidded to a halt, and Harry thought he might actually be going to give the book back. His heart dropped, however, when Malfoy smirked, raised his hand, and knocked on wooden panel next to an old painting. The painting was richly colored, but dark. It was of a dank forest, and next to the foremost tree stood a tall, thin wizard, who exuded an air of power. Curled around his neck and watching them beadily was a large green serpent. Not 4 seconds later, the door was wrenched open and Harry almost cried when he saw Snape's ominous form silhouetted against the dim light. Draco, what are you doing out of bed at this time of night, and why aren't you dressed properly? You must be freezing, said Snape, unknowingly mimicking Harry. It was strange to hear Snape say anything to a student without derision in his voice, but now Snape seemed almost friendly. Then he spotted Harry and his face took on a scowl. Potter, he growled. His eyes flicked between the two boys as Draco answered. Sir, I was patrolling the dungeons, when I found Potter lurking just up the corridor. He was reading this. Draco held out the book with a flourish and Snape's eyes widened in surprise. He glanced up at Harry, and Harry scowled, folding his arms across his chest in a defensive gesture and averting his eyes. Snape took the book without a word and flipped through the first few pages. Where did you get this, Potter? He asked softly. Bought it, grunted Harry. He was never going to see the book again. Why hadn't he just put it in his bag when he was finished with it? You bought it. Where and when did you have the chance to buy a book such as this? Harry's eyes flicked in Snape's direction as he muttered, Diagon Alley. You lie. There is nowhere in Diagon Alley you would be able to buy this book. Snape was starting to sound angry now and Harry cringed. Well, it was Nocturne Alley, actually. When you took me to get my school things. A look of rage crossed Snape's face. The apothecary. I let you out of my sight for an instant and you run off to Nocturne Alley to buy books on dark magic. You idiot child. One would have thought you had learned last year not to run off by yourself. You could have run into anyone in Nocturne Alley. And buying this book. Have you any idea how dark the magic in this book is? You will have detention. With me, tomorrow night, Potter. Also 50 points from Gryffindor. You are coming with me to see the headmaster immediately. No, sir, please. You can't tell him. I won't read it anymore. I've only had it a few days. I do not care how long you have had it, Potter. The fact that you even bought it confounds me. We are going now to the headmaster's office and I don't want to hear another word from you until we get there. Snape turned to Draco and to Harry's anger and dismay, handed him the book. Draco, take this book inside for me, then off to bed. It is late. Oh, and 20 points to Slytherin. Snape turned and stalked up the corridor, and Harry shot a filthy look at Malfoy, who was wearing an enormous smirk, before stomping after the potion's master. The corridors were silent as they walked, and Harry's dread grew with each step. Reaching the gargoyle, the two wizards stood on the moving staircase and Snape knocked on the office door before entering. Ah, Severus, Harry. How are the both of you? To Harry's annoyance, he didn't seem the least bit surprised to see them, despite the lateness of the hour. Albus, I was in my chambers when Draco knocked on the door. He had caught Potter in the dungeons with a book on the dark arts. An historic account, I'm sure you know the one. Dumbledore frowned slightly as he looked at Harry. This is quite serious, Harry. That is a very dark book. Where did you get it? Snape answered for him. He snuck away whilst I was busy in the apothecary, when we went to Diagon Alley. Is there a reason you felt the need to buy a book such as this, Harry? Look, I'm not turning dark or anything, said Harry, feeling defensive. You know what that prophecy says. I need to learn that stuff. It's not like I'm going to off him with a tickling hex, is it? Dumbledore started to reply, but was cut off by Snape. You told him the contents of the prophecy. He is a child. How could you put that on him at this age, with everything he has already been through? My God. Harry stared at Snape, dumbfounded. You know about the prophecy. Of course I know about the prophecy, stupid child. Harry scowled. However, I am not a child. Snape spun and glared at him. Well, you should be. You are barely 16. He turned to Dumbledore. He is far too young to be worrying about defeating Dark Lords. Harry was stunned. Snape was angry at Dumbledore, for him. That had to be a first. Surely Snape didn't care. Harry snorted at the thought. Dumbledore spoke next. Harry, my boy, I think perhaps it is time you return to your dormitory. I trust you know that this is a course of action you will not pursue. There is no need for you to learn these curses. I think perhaps that Professor Snape is right. I should not have told you about the prophecy. We will also need to have a talk about that book, but I think now is not the time. Off to your dormitory now. Harry blinked. He was getting off that easy. Standing, he nodded to both professors and made his way to Gryffindor Tower. The next day was a Saturday, and Harry would have been completely happy had it not been for the fact that his book had been confiscated and he had a detention with Snape after lunch. He spent the morning chatting with Ron and Hermione, and then played a few games of chess with Ron before they headed to lunch. At 12:30, Harry stood up and excused himself. Ron and Hermione gave him sympathetic looks as he walked off in the direction of the dungeons. Snape had already finished lunch and called out, "Enter." As soon as Harry knocked. He did so, looking around at the dark office. It had hardly changed since the first time he had been in here. An assortment of things in glass jars adorned the walls of the office, only now, after 5 years of schooling, Harry recognized a few. It didn't make them any less disgusting. Snape spoke. Take a seat, Potter. We have a few things to discuss. Harry did so and turned all of his attention to Snape. Will I be scrubbing cauldrons, sir? Snape sneered. So enthusiastic, Mr. Potter. Unfortunately, not today. As I already stated, we have several things to discuss. Tell me why you are here. For detention. That is obvious. I meant the reason you received detention. Harry sighed. So he was going to get a lecture about the book after all. He hadn't expected it from Snape though. For reading a dark arts book. Correct. And you will address me as Sir or Professor at all times, am I understood? I will not tolerate disrespect. Yes, sir. Good. Now, we will discuss the book you bought. Is there a particular reason why you bought that book? It is a particularly dangerous book. No, sir. I didn't really have much time, so I just grabbed the first book that caught my eye. I see. Very well. Snape paused as if unsure how to continue. You only had it a few days. Did you read it? I read a little bit, sir. I didn't really have much time though. This was a small lie. He had spent as much time as possible reading the book, and had copied a fair few spells down. He had hardly made a dent in the book, however. And how did you feel about what you read? Snape fixed him with a piercing glare. What do you mean, sir? I mean, what did you feel about the contents of the book? Did you find it interesting? Disturbing? A little of both, I suppose. Some of the spells didn't seem like dark magic at all, but others were quite horrible. Snape gave a small nod and leaned back before asking another question. Did you practice any of the magic? Harry considered lying, but thought Snape would probably know if he did. Yes, sir. I practiced a few spells. They weren't too hard. Snape frowned before smoothing his face back into an expressionless mask. Obviously that had not been the answer he wanted to hear. Harry rushed to reassure him. I didn't try any really bad ones or anything. Just a few of the more harmless ones. I don't know why some of them were even in that book. Can you tell me how you felt when you cast the spells? Harry thought back. It was easy to remember the rush of power and exhilaration. He didn't really want to tell Snape, but thought Snape probably knew exactly how it felt to perform dark magic. It made me feel happy. Really, really happy. I wanted to laugh, For no reason at all. It was a rush. And I felt powerful, like I could do anything. Ah, and now we come to the reason for this discussion, Mr. Potter, the danger of practicing dark magic. It is seductive, and so easy to fall into the trap of believing that it's not really so bad as you once thought. The more you practice it, the faster you fall and the harder it is to stop. Eventually, the feeling of being invincible becomes a lust for power, and your thoughts will be consumed by the darkest of thoughts. For that is the nature of dark magic. No one is immune to it, and this is why you must not entertain the idea of defeating the Dark Lord in this way. It will only destroy you. Well, how else am I supposed to do it? No one ever tells me anything, and I am always left to figure things out for myself. Snape sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Potter, you must understand. You are not alone in this fight. There are a number of people you have no idea about who are fighting the Dark Lord. You are not alone, and when the time comes for you to train and learn, we will all be there to assist you. When, though, Voldemort is killing people every day, and getting stronger every day, yet everyone who knows anything refuses to tell me, and no one is trying to teach me anything that might be even remotely useful. Snape raised an eyebrow. No one, Mr. Potter. Why do you think you are here now? Detention. No, Mr. Potter, you are here to learn occlumency. The first step in defending yourself against the Dark Lord is to protect your mind. I'm sure you realize the need for this. Harry slumped in his seat. When he thought about it, Snape had always been the one to help him, even if the man did hate him. He'd saved Harry's life on more than one occasion, and last year he'd put a lot of time and effort into teaching Harry occlumency. Yes, sir, I do. I promise this time I'm really going to try. I mean, I tried last time, but not as hard as I should have, and I forgot to practice a lot too. I am glad to hear it. Now, you will promise me you will not go in search of any more books on dark magic. If you do, the consequences will not be pleasant, I assure you. Harry nodded. Yes, sir. Snape surveyed Harry before standing and motioning for Harry to do the same. One thing, sir. How long have you known about the prophecy? For quite some time now. I cannot believe the headmaster shared it with you. I deserve to know. It is my life. What you deserve, Potter, is a chance to have a life. A chance to be a child. You have experienced more suffering in your short life than many will ever know, and it was unfair of the headmaster to burden you with the prophecy at so young an age. Now, we will begin as we did last year. I will say the spell, and you will attempt to throw me from your mind using any means possible, though without a wand would be preferable. Harry blinked at the sudden change of subject. He couldn't believe Snape had said those things. It almost sounded like he cared. Harry focused his mind as best he could, and prepared himself for the onslaught of memories. Harry left the dungeons in a foul mood. The civility with which the lesson had begun had quickly deteriorated when Harry failed again and again to block the attacks. Snape became increasingly frustrated, and the old insults soon returned. After an hour, Snape threw Harry from his office and told him not to come back on Monday night unless he had practiced clearing his mind. Harry stormed back up to the common room, relishing the thought of peace and quiet. He was sadly mistaken that he would receive any, however, when he was bombarded by Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Seamus and Dean. Ron and Hermione wanted to know how his detention had gone, and Seamus and Dean wanted to ask about Quidditch. Pressing his hands to his temples to alleviate his throbbing headache, Harry turned and stormed left the common room. He needed somewhere he could go to think. Or not think. He just needed quiet, somewhere no one would talk to him. The answer came to him as he passed a girl's bathroom. Of course. It was the one place in the school no one else would possibly be able to find him. Harry turned and ran, heading for Ning Myrtle's bathroom and the Chamber of Secrets. The chamber was exactly as Harry remembered it, and this disturbed Harry slightly. It had been over 3 years, but the basilisk looked as if it had been slain mere hours ago. Will I be that big, Harry? Salazar had hissed, making Harry laugh and smile fondly. The rusty tang of blood scented the air, and Harry walked over to the spot he had lay dying. A puddle of his own blood was a glistening wet stain the brown stone, and Harry turned away, walking towards the huge statue of Salazar Slytherin that sat at one end of the chamber. Suddenly Harry's mind kicked into gear. What if there was more than this? After all, surely if Slytherin had bothered to make this secret chamber, he would have made more. It was the Chamber of Secrets after all. Harry began searching, looking for anything that resembled a door. After a relatively short period of time, Harry grinned when he found a discrepancy in the symmetry of the chamber. On the other side of the statue, this part of wall had a torch of gold. This wall had the same, but the torch had a small engraving similar to the one etched on the sink in the bathroom. "Open," hissed Harry, and was rewarded with the scraping of stone as the stone slid away to reveal a dark passageway. Harry immediately entered it, and heard the stone slide shut behind him. Lighting his wand, Harry hurried forward. The passageway was quite short, and after only a minute he saw light around a corner. He spelled knocks and the passageway darkened only a little. What he saw when he exited the passageway caused his breath to stick in his chest. "Wow," he breathed. The sight before him was amazing. He stood on a wooden walkway about 5 feet wide. The rich timber was dust-free, and beautifully polished. The walkway ran the entire way around the large circular room and was lined by a railing of black wrought iron. The smooth stone walls were engraved with snakes and words of wisdom. They towered high above him and he looked up to see a rounded ceiling. The ceiling was amazing, with a scene painted on it that Harry recognized easily. It was the exact image he had seen from the boats as they crossed the lake in first year, the first time Harry had ever laid eyes on Hogwarts. Tearing his eyes away from the walls, Harry looked down and marveled at what lay below. A few meters to his left, the walkway curved out briefly, and a break in the railing opened up to reveal wooden steps curling down 40 meters to a vast room. The steps were made of the same polished oak the walkway was, but seemed to be floating, and Harry hesitated before stepping onto the first one. Satisfied that it was safely held by magic, he held the railing and descended to the ground floor. The stairs ended and he looked forward. The stairs had curved away from the room, and Harry now stood a few meters from the back wall, directly beneath where the stairs had started. Unlike the upper level, this room was not circular. Rather, it was ovular, and he currently faced one long side of the oval. 40 meters in front of him, huge emerald curtains hung from just below the level of the walkway to the floor, stretching about 60 meters along the middle of the far wall. Lining a fair portion of the walls were bookshelves, and Harry vaguely wondered how he would reach the higher books. The shelves stretched nearly the full 40 meters up to the walkway, and were separated by vast paintings. Some were landscapes, others portraits, others of wild beasts that Harry had never seen before. He recognized a basilisk and a mighty dragon, but others were a mystery. Turning in a slow circle, Harry noted several doors on the side opposite the curtain. In the middle of the room, a comfortable lounge, emerald green, faced the curtains. Alongside the lounge were 2 armchairs and a low table sat in front. At the left end of the chamber, a large fireplace lay dormant, surrounded by a beautiful silver frame. 4 armchairs surrounded the fireplace. The whole chamber was richly decorated in silver and emerald green, with the odd splash of black or gold. Behind him, 4 huge portraits hung on the walls. Unlike normal wizarding paintings, these ones did not move, but were still, gazing down upon the chamber. On one side of the staircase, the portraits were of 2 women. One was an elegant, aristocratic woman in a long blue dress. She had a knowing glint in her eye and Harry thought that she exuded wisdom and knowledge. Sapphires lined the frame of her portrait. The woman in the other frame, this one studded with topaz, was shorter and rounder, and her gentle, cheerful smile reminded him of Neville. Her curly bee-owned locks fell to her shoulders and her face was round and pink. She wore a pale yellow lace dress and sat upon a black lounge that looked similar to one by the fireplace. On the other side of the staircase were the portraits of 2 men. The first was in a frame studded with rubies, and his mane of golden brown hair and bushy eyebrows reminded Harry of a lion. The man stared down proudly, and his robes were burgundy. The last portrait was of a thinner, paler man with no facial hair. He was aristocratic and handsome. His hair was the deepest black and fell just past his shoulders. The color of his eyes matched, and Harry was strongly reminded of his potions professor. The man also stared proudly down at the chamber, though his smile was barely there. The ends of his lips were barely turned up, but Harry could tell the man was at peace, supremely pleased with the scene before him and the company he kept. Harry realized in a rush that these were the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, Godric Gryffindor, and Salazar Slytherin. This chamber, he realized, was a tribute to the founders, and to Hogwarts. It was then that he noticed on the wall opposite the fireplace, a group portrait. The 4 friends stood in front of the castle, arms around each other and smiling happily at one another. He realized that this portrait was moving, and the 4 were looking at him, but they did not speak. Slytherin must have built the chamber before he fell out with the other founders. Harry walked forward. Beneath each portrait there was an object. He walked to the one in front of Ravenclaw. Floating in midair was a stone bowl, and at first Harry thought it was empty. When he nudged the bowl, however, it didn't move exactly, but shuddered and little shockwaves revealed that the bowl was filled to the brim with a clear liquid, which Harry thought might be water. Given how hard he had hit it, the water should have spilled, but it splashed as though it had hit an invisible barrier and fell back into the bowl. It was made of black, heavy stone that was polished until it shone. It seemed to absorb the light around it. Etched into the stone were runes that glowed with a silver-blue light when Harry nudged the bowl, but then faded away. Harry moved on to the next. What had Hufflepuff left? Upon the humble wooden table sat a scroll. Harry unrolled it and read. Dear Sal, know that you will forever have my friendship. I am here for you always, and I give you this chain as a symbol of my loyalty. Should you need me, hold the chain and call to me, and I shall hear. Yours with love, Helga. Walking to Gryffindor's portrait, Harry pondered on what had happened to the chain Hufflepuff had given. Perhaps Slytherin had taken it with him when he left the castle. On the wall beneath Gryffindor's portrait was a wooden plaque, tall and thin. It was sturdy and looked heavy, and near the top 2 pegs stuck out of the wood. Harry knew instantly what had hung here, the sword of Gryffindor. He scowled at the thought that it now hung in Dumbledore's office. It wasn't Gryffindor's at all. Well, it obviously had been once, but he had gifted it to Slytherin. There was no note here. Apparently Godric wasn't the sentimental type. Moving on, Harry came to Slytherin's portrait. He came across a small, beautifully decorated box sitting on an ornate silver mantle. Opening the lid, he found a pendant that hung on a shining silver chain. Look at this SSS, Salazar. Isn't it beautiful? And it was indeed. The pendant itself was silver, and despite its obvious age, in perfect condition. It was shaped as a snake, of course, thought Harry, what else? Which was currently moving slowly in a loose figure of 8 pattern, and curling around a circular frame. The eyes of the snake were glowing green emeralds that held Harry's own for a long while. The pendant seemed to shine, as if it were a light source. When he turned it in the light, the scales of the snake flashed. If not for the color and cool feel of the metal, Harry might have thought the snake alive. It was a wicked piece of magic. Tearing his eyes away from it, he hung it around his neck and tucked it beneath his robes. Turning back toward the curtains, Harry walked over to a long table that sat just to the right and forward a bit of the bottom of the stairs. On one end sat several cauldrons, of various sizes and materials. He was interested to find that a potion sat wetly in one, and chopped ingredients sat next to it. Harry frowned. Like everything else, they were still fresh. Slytherin must have placed charms on the place, thought Harry. Walking once around the entire table, even though he could see there was nothing else on it, he walked over and sat down on the lounge. It was extremely comfortable, and had Harry not been so excited with his find, he could easily have fallen asleep. Looking up at the curtains, Harry pointed his wand. They must open with magic, they were far too heavy to do manually. Going with what had worked so far, Harry drew his arm in a wide arc and hissed, "Open." To his delight, the curtains separated in the middle and drew apart to the sides. That was not what fascinated Harry the most, however. As the curtains parted, he was rewarded with an absolutely stunning view. This side of the castle sat on a bluff, and the land dropped away beyond the window. Harry stood and raced over to the window, holding both his hands up to the glass. It was so clear that it was hard to imagine it was even there. There was no reflection at all to tell Harry there was something separating him from the outside, and he dared not touch it lest he leave a mark. He looked out at rocky cliffs, which glowed a golden red in the light of the afternoon sun. The cliffs gave way to creeping vines and far, far below, Harry thought it must have been hundreds of meters, 1,000 even, a river wound through a shadowed canyon, so thin he could barely make it out. Lush trees and bushes dotted the cliff here and there, and tendrils of mist were beginning to curl up from the river. Looking up, Harry saw a forest at the top of the cliffs, and above that, the sky, dotted with silver-lined clouds. It was the most beautiful vista he had ever seen. He stood staring for ages, and when it finally became too dark for him to see the river, Harry reluctantly pulled away and left the chamber. He wanted to be at dinner so his friends didn't worry about him, but he planned on coming back here very soon. On Sunday, Harry attended the Gryffindor Quidditch trials. He was captain this year, as Katie had turned down the job, and he was looking forward to choosing the team. A few of his housemates came down to see who got in, as did a few Quidditch enthusiasts from other houses. The Slytherins were particularly annoying, heckling and making offensive comments from the stands. They shut up, however, when Harry mounted his broom for the first time and took to the air. Oohs and ahs greeted his takeoff as people admired his new broom. It was by far the best on the market at the moment. Harry was in bliss as he soared around the Quidditch pitch, faster than he had ever gone before. The broom responded to the lightest touch and flew smoothly. Grinning, Harry flew back over to the people trying out. No one else was going for Seeker, and he had already decided he wanted Katie back on the team. He tried out beaters first, and in the end selected a second-year named Garrison Elwood and a fourth-year named Bruce Balto. He was pleasantly surprised to see Ginny try out for chaser, and was only too happy to give her a place on the team when she outperformed all but Katie. The last chaser position went to a fifth-year named Shane O'Fear, who had a good eye and flew like a demon. He had saved the keeper tryouts for last, hoping Ron's nerves would calm a bit. Unfortunately, he had only become more nervous as time had passed. There were quite a few people trying out for keeper, and some of them were very good. Harry set up a sort of one-sided game, giving each hopeful 10 minutes in front of the hoops. In the end, Harry was highly impressed with how Ron had played. He had started off shakily, but the longer he was in front of the hoops the better he got, and eventually saved more quaffles than anyone else. With the team decided, Harry dismissed everyone, rushed inside. He visited the kitchens on the way back up to Gryffindor Tower, grabbing a quick sandwich and an apple, then putting his broom in the dormitory and grabbing Salazar, who had been sunning himself on the windowsill. Then, grabbing his invisibility cloak to avoid anyone who might try to talk to him, Harry slipped out of the common room and walked as fast as he could without actually running to the Chamber of Secrets. The library was just as breathtaking as he remembered it, and the curtains were still open as he had left them. He descended the stairs and smiled at the vast array of books. Hermione would be in absolute heaven here. There were 4 separate shelves that stretched all the way up to the walkway, and they were placed one at each end of the vast window, and one each opposite these two, on the other side of the chamber. The shelves were slightly curved so they fit the shape of the room and must have held 1,000 books each, at least. He walked to the one that stood at the right end of the window and picked out a book. It was a potions text, and had been written by Salazar Slytherin himself. Stamped into the leather cover beneath the title and above the author's name was a crest, and it looked vaguely familiar to Harry, though he couldn't think where he had seen it before. He supposed it must be Slytherin's, seeing as he was the one who had written the book. Sliding it back into its spot, Harry turned towards the window and noticed a door just beside the bookcase. He had thought earlier it was just a portrait, but now that he was closer, he could see that a handle was incorporated into the frame. The portrait itself looked very similar to the one he had seen on the door of Snape's chambers, but the man in this one did not talk. It seemed to Harry that Slytherin had been a man who appreciated a bit of silence. Harry hissed, "Open," and grasped the handle, pulling the door open. He stepped through and found himself outside of the castle. Before him was a large stone courtyard with a tall oak tree in the middle. Beneath the shady oak was a stone bench that looked out over the canyon. The view from here was equally as good as from the window, and Harry walked closer to the edge. He stopped about a half a meter back and leaned forward slightly to look down. There was no fence and he was not game to get too close. Feeling suddenly shaky, he stepped back quickly and went to sit on the stone bench. Next to the bench was a bird bath and a little bowl for seeds, but both had long been empty. Next time he was here, Harry decided, he would find a bathroom to fill up the bath, and maybe he could bring some bread from lunch for the other bowl. It was windy on this side of the castle, and now that he was outside he could hear the wind whistling through the canyon. It was an eerie, unearthly sound, like the howling of lost spirits, and in the utter silence his solitude brought, it unnerved him a little. This side of the castle seemed permanently cast in shadow, the light was dim somehow, even though the sky was clear and it was only mid-afternoon. Feeling a little chilly, Harry turned and walked back to the chamber. Fear clutched at his heart as he realized the door had closed behind him and he could see no sign of it from the outside. Instead, there were more of those infernal runes that he had seen so much of lately. He started to panic, hissing at the door to open, but nothing happened. He forced himself to calm down and looked around him. The courtyard was surrounded on two sides by the castle, and the stone floor curved outwards in a rough half-circle to form the courtyard. Walking quickly and tripping on tufts of grass that stuck up through the smooth stones, Harry traced the walls of the castle, but found nothing. No engravings, no runes or words etched into the rough stone. He had no idea what was even behind this wall, certainly not the library as that was behind him. Trying not to panic, he walked over on shaky legs and sat on the bench, leaning his elbows on his knees and cradling his head in his hands. He was such an idiot. How could he have let himself become trapped out here? He should never have come to the chamber alone, it had been a completely ridiculous idea. He continued to berate himself for several minutes before leaning back against the stone frustrated. He took deep calming breaths and tried to think rationally. He looked up, but it was a long way to the battlements. No one would hear him if he yelled, especially not with this wind. He was trapped by solid rock and empty space. It was about 4 in the afternoon when Harry jumped to his feet with a victorious yell. Of course, Salazar. Why didn't I think of it sooner? I am so dense. He was giddy with relief, and laughed at his own thoughtlessness. Pulling his wand from his sleeve, he held it out in front of him and yelled, choking back a laugh, Accio Dragonfire. He danced a little jig and jogged around the bench. Until he saw his broom flying through the air. Once it reached him, he grabbed it and jumped on immediately, flying over the edge of the bluff. He looked down and gasped. He had never been up this high before, and he sat for a minute admiring the view. The wind buffeted him slightly, and seized with a sudden compulsion, he turned the broom down and into a steep diving, getting faster and faster. He whooped as the air whipped his hair around and the river below got wider and wider. He was going so fast, and after a full minute of flying direction vertical, he pulled up just a few meters above the roaring river. He let out a yell of exhilaration, but his voice was lost in the roaring wind and thundering rapids. It was dark down here. The canyon walls were so high that the sun didn't shine down here, and the air was frigid at this time of day. Water sprayed through the air and coated him lightly. He spun his broom around to face downstream and in the direction of the castle, now 1,000 meters above him. The river was swallowed by the cliff, a gaping abyss of blackness set in gray rock. Harry turned and swooped through the air, performing a few lazy loops as he headed upstream. After a minute he came to a section of river that flowed slow and smooth, and veered off towards the bank. It got shallower and the water was so crystal clear that he could see the sandy bottom. Starting to shiver, Harry cast a wistful glance at the inviting water and headed back to the castle. Harry clambered through the portrait hole and was accosted by Ron, who slapped him on the back. "You been out flying all this time. Pretty keen, I reckon we've got a pretty good team this year. No way are we gonna lose the cup, especially not with that broom, mate." Ron was thoroughly excited, and Harry talked Quidditch with him for a good 20 minutes before Ron noticed his shivering and sent him to have a shower. Harry hastily acceded, promising Ron they would continue their talk over dinner. As Quidditch captain, Harry was allowed to use the prefect's bathroom, which he had not been in since the Tri-Wizard tournament in 4th year. He sighed as he slipped into the scalding hot water and soaked for a good hour, arriving back at the common room just when Ron and Hermione were getting ready to go down to dinner. They waited while he put his things away before they all walked down to dinner, engaged in animated conversation. Harry slept badly on Sunday night, waking up screaming early on Monday morning. He was actually looking forward to his next occlumency lesson, and had practiced diligently at clearing his mind before bed the last 2 nights. He was due in Snape's office at 8 that night, and was determined to show some improvement. Rising early, he dressed and went down to breakfast alone, taking a seat at the empty Gryffindor table and propping the little green book he had bought in Knockturn Alley against a jug of pumpkin juice. He normally wouldn't read it out in the open, but the hall was practically empty and there were no teachers present. He doubted this book was worthy of being confiscated, however, as it hardly seemed dark. None of the spells were particularly gruesome or disturbing, though a few were a bit scary. He didn't get a rush of power every time he practiced them either, and he took this to mean it wasn't dark. Just to be on the safe side, however, he put the book away when his housemates started to arrive and began to serve himself some food. After breakfast, he and all the housemates in his year left for defense. When Snape had taken on the title of defense professor, he had requested only students with an outstanding join his class. Harry was quite proud to note, however, that every single member of the DA had achieved an outstanding, and the class was the biggest one he had. No one was ever really game to sit in the front row, so Harry, Ron and Hermione sat together in the middle of the second row. Soon, the rest of the class had filed in and Professor Snape entered at precisely 8:30 to begin the class, wasting no time on pleasantries. Today we will be having a practical lesson, he scowled while the class exchanged excited looks and whispers. This will be a weekly activity, and every Monday from now on we will meet down near the Black Lake. I expect you all to be on time. Friday morning lessons will be of a theoretical nature still. Let's go. Everyone scrambled to shove their books back into their bags and follow Snape from the classroom. Once everyone was gathered down at the lake, Snape addressed them again. We will be having a bit of a competition today, as a way for me to gauge people's abilities. I have no doubt that some will be better than others. Here he stopped to sneer at the Gryffindors before continuing. You may use any curses and hexes you have learned in classes, bar the unforgivables, or any others of a non-harmful nature that you know from elsewhere. I will now pair you up with a partner from another house, and everyone will observe while others duel. We will then discuss the mistakes made by the loser, and what tactics the winner used. Snape stalked between the gathered students, pairing them off. Harry ended up with Blaise Zabini, who he had heard was not a bad duelist. Hermione and Crabbe were first up, and Hermione dispatched the Slytherin in a matter of seconds. The Gryffindors applauded and Snape scowled. They moved on to the next pair quickly, as there was nothing much to discuss about such a short duel, except that speed was an advantage. By the time Harry and Blaise's turn came, the score everyone was quietly keeping count was just in favor to Slytherin. None of them had been in the DA, but Harry had to admit they were good. Potter. Zabini. Snape called when discussion of Draco and Seamus's duel was done. Malfoy had won hands down. Harry had thought Seamus was good, but Malfoy was exceedingly fast and accurate. Harry took his place opposite Blaise in front of the class and Snape said, "Begin." Now was the perfect time for Harry to practice some of the spells he had learned in the Green Book. Zabini struck first and Harry put up a shield charm. Petrificus Totalis. Protega. They flung a few harmless jinxes and charms back and forth, mostly dodging, but occasionally putting up a shield. Fernunculus. Shouted Zabini. Harry leapt sideways, shouting, Rictusempra. Tarantalagra. Densagio. Some of their spells had gone astray, and the class had retreated to a safer distance. Time for some he hasn't seen before, thought Harry. Taking aim, Harry shouted, Calculius Superner. Pebbles and rocks appeared above Zabini and fell upon his head. Ducking away, he threw a curse which Harry countered. He threw another spell from the book, Glacius Ventos. An ice wind swept around Zabini, leaving him shivering. He had begun to sweat from the exertion of the duel and bits of ice now clung to his forehead and frozen drops hung in his hair. He ducked behind a tree and cast a warming charm on himself before throwing a curse that Harry had never heard of. Harry had no time to move. He shouted, Disinuos, a shield charm, and hoped it was effective against the curse. He was rewarded when the curse hit the shield and dispersed. Harry was beginning to tire of this game, and decided to end it. Taking aim at Zabini he called, Conspici Timoros. Zabini stopped, his hands momentarily dropping to his side, a look of fear upon his face. Harry used the advantage and cast Expelliarmus, catching Zabini's wand in his hand. He grinned as the Gryffindors cheered and he walked over to the group, earning a slap on the back from several of his friends. He received a sneer from Snape. Snape called for quiet so the discussion could begin and Harry looked around for Zabini so he could hand the wand back. His eyes widened when he saw Zabini standing, white as a sheet apart from the group. His hands were shaking. Snape had seen him too. What is wrong with you, Zabini? Blaise gulped and looked at Snape. Nothing, sir. Nothing at all. Harry moved closer and held out Zabini's wand to him. Blaise looked at the wand and his eyes darted back up to Harry's before his arm shot out and he snatched the wand back, moving away quickly to stand with the other Slytherins. Harry raised his eyebrows at Zabini's odd behavior. If we could continue with the discussion, snapped Snape impatiently. Can anyone tell me why Potter was successful? None of the Slytherins seemed to want to admit a Gryffindor had won, so Snape was forced to pick a Gryffindor. Miss Brown. He dodged the curses well. And he cast his own quickly. Snape inclined his head. He did do those things, but so did Mr. Zabini. I am looking for something that Potter did and his opponent did not. This time Malfoy raised his hand, along with Hermione. Mr. Malfoy. He whispered the spells. Blaise couldn't hear them, so he didn't know what he was blocking. Harry frowned. He thought he had shouted his curses. He usually did. He shrugged. All the better if he hadn't. Snape nodded. Yes, that is correct. 10 points to Slytherin. There are some curses that require a specific shield, rather than a general one. If you do not hear what your opponent has said, you may put up an inappropriate shield. The only other alternative is to dodge the cures, which, while an effective technique, can be more time-consuming and distracting to your own balance and concentration than erecting a shield. Accomplished wizards can cast wordlessly, like so. Snape cast a spell at a tree without saying a word. This is a great advantage in combat, as it saves time, and as we have already discussed, does not let your opponent know exactly what spell you are casting. Whispering, here he glanced disdainfully at Harry as if he were a slug, is better than yelling, and I would encourage you all to practice casting like that. It is the first step in learning to cast wordlessly. By the end of the term I expect at least a few of you to have accomplished casting wordless spells. The more you practice, the easier it will come to you. Sir. Yes, Mr. Finnegan. I'd like to know what spells Harry cast at the end there. I've never seen those ones before. That one that freaked Zabini out was awesome. They had discussed a few spells that people had never seen before. Mostly it was Gryffindors asking about spells cast by the Slytherins and Snape would have the caster give a description and the incantation for the spell so the class could write it down. Snape turned to Harry. Yes, they were quite interesting. He frowned. I myself have never seen that particular shield before. Where did you learn those spells, Mr. Potter? Oh, just from a book I read. I see. What was the one that produced the cold wind? It was not a cooling charm. That does not involve a wind, though the effects were similar. That one was called the glacial wind charm. Like you said, it's similar to a strong cooling charm. The incantation is Glacius Ventos. Snape's face drained of what little color it held and he blinked twice. What did you say, Mr. Potter? He whispered, his voice deadly quiet. Glacius Ventos. It's pretty much the Latin translation of glacial wind. There was silence around the class. Harry frowned and looked around, turning to Ron and Hermione. What's wrong, guys? He persisted when they didn't answer. Snape cleared his throat and Harry looked back to him with a quizzical expression. What was everybody's problem? Some of the Slytherin spells had been far worse than that. Snape spoke. Class is dismissed. Potter, come with me. Now. He turned and strode away, and Harry jogged to catch up. Snape stopped a few yards away from the class and turned to Harry. What's wrong, sir? There's nothing wrong with that spell. I mean, it's hardly different to a cooling charm like even you said. Snape held up a hand to stall him. Where did you learn that spell, Potter? Harry scowled. I told you, I read it in a book. What book? It doesn't have a title. It's just a book with a bunch of spells and potions in it. I take it this was not a book you found in the school library. No. I got it when I bought that other book. Harry admitted, blushing slightly and breaking away from Snape's incriminating gaze. Snape looked like he was about to yell, but instead pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. We are going back up to the castle and you are going to go and get the book and bring it to me. Why? It's an all-right book. There's nothing wrong with those spells I used. They're perfectly harmless. Tell me what other spells you used from that book. Harry obeyed. He still couldn't understand what the big deal was. There was Calculius Superner, Decinuos, and Conspice Timorous. The first one was the one with the stones, the second one was the shield charm and, again Snape held up a hand to stop him. I do not need to know, Potter. I want the book, and you will get it for me. Harry huffed and went to pick up his bag. He then rejoined Snape and they walked back up to the castle. You can't confiscate another book, Professor. That last one cost me good money. So did this one. Do not presume to tell me what I can and can't do, Mr. Potter. I confiscated the other book because it was a book on the dark arts. If I decide this one is as well, it too will be gone. Well, it's not. I've tried plenty of the spells, and I don't get that powerful rush when I cast these ones. It feels the same as normal magic. Can you tell please me what's wrong, sir? I really don't see what the big deal is. Quote. Snape gazed at Harry appraising Ly before replying, and his answer caught Harry off guard. You were incanting in Parseltongue. By the time Harry and Snape reached the Gryffindor common room, they were both deep in thought. Harry could not understand why he had been using Parseltongue. Perhaps it had been because Salazar was curled around his arm. That didn't explain why had only been incanting in Parseltongue, and not talking like that the whole time. Snape told the password to the fat lady and Harry followed him in. The room hushed when the students saw the Slytherin, but Snape ignored the reaction. Hurry up, Potter. Harry obeyed, walking quickly up the staircase to the boys' dormitory. All his housemates who had attended the lesson were crowded into the room. Ron shouted when he saw Harry. Harry, what happened? What's Snape gonna do to you? Why were you talking like that? I don't really know, Ron. I didn't realize I was. He blushed under the scrutiny of his friends. Snape just wants me to get the book I learned the spells from. He dug through his clothes and found where he had stashed the book at the bottom of the trunk and hurried from the room. He heard his friends break out in whispers as soon as he closed the door behind him and scowled. Snape was still waiting over by the portrait hole, glaring at the red decoration of the common room. The younger students were keeping a wary eye on him, and a healthy radius between them. Harry went down to meet him and Snape indicated that he follow him. Harry did so, and Snape took them to an empty corridor. Well. Harry held out the book and Snape took it. Snape looked at the book with interest, running his hand lightly over the cover. Snake skin, he murmured. Oh, I thought it was dragon skin, sir. Snape ignored him and turned the book to look at the spine, his eyes widening at the sight of the crest. The crest of Salazar Slytherin. It must have been he who wrote this. Harry's interest perked. He knew he had seen the crest before. Really? It must be pretty old then. Indeed. Snape opened the book, treating it like a fragile object that would break at any second. He frowned, however, and began leafing through page after page. He looked up at Harry, the frown still distorting his face. You can read this. Yeah, it's in English. Actually, it isn't, Mr. Potter. I myself cannot read a single word of this book. It is a language I have never seen before. I had heard tell of such a script, but to actually see it, Snape drifted off, gazing at the book in wonder. Then why? Suddenly it dawned on Harry. It's in Parseltongue. That's why I incanted in Parseltongue, because that's how I learned them. I believe so, yes. Are you going to take it away from me? It isn't dark arts. Snape tore his attention away from the book and cast an almost amused glance at Harry. Most people would beg to differ, Mr. Potter. It isn't evil. Harry sagged in defeat and cast a forlorn look at the book. He should have lied, but knew that wouldn't work with Snape. Snape smirked. Don't look quite so put out, Potter. I will talk to the headmaster. If he decides the book is not unsuitable, it will be returned to you. We both know the headmaster lives to indulge your every wish, so there is a high chance you will get it back, especially if, as you claim, this is not dark arts. I would suggest, however, that until you learn to incant wordlessly, you steer clear of curses found in this book, lest you receive an undesired reaction from your peers. Harry huffed. I don't care what they think. Everyone already knows I speak Parseltongue. They should be used to the fact by now. It is up to you, of course. But I will remind you, not everyone knows. I will see you tonight for your lesson. Snape turned and strode down the dark corridor, his dark robes floating behind him, and Harry's book clutched in his hand. The rest of the day dragged on slowly for Harry. He explained to Ron and Hermione about the book, and Hermione had seemed quite interested in the fact that Parseltongue had a written language. It is a bit odd, don't you think? Snakes don't have hands to write with, so why would there even be a written language? I suppose it was probably invented by a wizard or witch who could speak Parseltongue. Maybe they didn't even realize how they were writing, just like how you didn't know you were reading or speaking it. Yeah, could be. It was written by Slytherin, but whether or not he knew he was writing in Parseltongue I don't know. Slytherin. Wow. It must be worth a fortune. Lucky it's gone though, mate. If it was written by him it was probably a bit off. Not that all Parseltongues are evil. That's not what I mean, but the man was a bit dodgy. Ron rushed to reassure Harry. Hermione was thinking. I know for a fact Slytherin left several works that were written in either Latin or English, so that would suggest he did know it was Parseltongue. Yeah, but maybe he needed a snake to write in Parseltongue, like how Harry needs to actually see a snake to speak it, interjected Ron. But Harry spoke in Parseltongue today, without a snake. Harry reddened slightly. He could feel Salazar's smooth scales sliding slowly around his arm. I think I spoke in Parseltongue today because that's how I learned the spell, you know. I didn't know how else to say it. I mean, I know how I would say it in English, but because I think I'm already talking in English, I can't translate it. That does make sense, mused Hermione. Harry had never looked more forward to occlumency, or to seeing Snape. At 7:30 he could wait no longer, and waved goodbye to Ron and Hermione, making his way to the dungeons. He purposely took a long route so that it took him 15 minutes to arrive, and he had been pacing back and forth outside of Snape's office for 5 minutes when the door was wrenched open and he saw Snape's scowling face. Come in, Potter. Harry followed Snape into the room and his eyes lit upon the little book sitting on Snape's desk. Yes, I'm getting it back. Excellent. Snape smirked. Not so fast, Potter. You will get it back on 3 conditions. The first, if you find any dark magic in it whatsoever, you are to tell either me or the headmaster at once. Understood. Harry didn't hesitate before agreeing. Secondly, you are to tell no one about this book. Do I make myself clear? If the Dark Lord were to find out about this, he would do anything to get his hands on it. Well, I actually already told Ron and Hermione about it when they asked. At Snape's murderous look, Harry pushed on, but I'll tell them they're not to tell anyone, and they won't. They'll understand how important it is, and I won't tell anyone else either. I promise. Very well, but if I hear that anyone else knows about it, you will never see it again. Harry nodded vigorously. The third condition is my own. You will get the book back, provided I see some improvement on your last lesson. Harry's mood soured considerably at that. But sir, it's only been 2 days. How can you expect any improvement in such a short time? Have you been practicing as I told you to? Yes, all 2 of the nights I've had the chance to. Snape smirked. Then surely you must have improved. He sneered at Harry. Or perhaps not. You were as undisciplined as your father was. Harry didn't rise to the bait. If he yelled at Snape he wouldn't get the book back ever. Let us begin. Snape and Harry stood opposite one another and commenced the lesson. Legilimens. To Harry's utter dismay, the lesson degenerated as quickly as the last, and Harry's frustration grew. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't throw Snape from his mind, and the longer they practiced, the more his head began to throb. Images flashed before his eyes. Raking leaves at the Dursleys, lying in the cupboard, a sharp pain in his side, Sirius was falling through the veil, he was laughing as he cast the Cruciatus on a young Muggle woman, he screamed as the same curse was put upon him. Suddenly the images stopped and Harry lay on the floor, choking back a sob. His breathing was ragged and there were tears in his eyes. After a minute, he pulled himself together and got to his feet. Snape was staring at him. How often have you been having these dreams, Potter? A few every week. They're getting worse. So it would seem in one you appeared to be the victim, but in another, you were in the mind of the Dark Lord. I think I'm always in his mind. I don't see how I could be in the mind of the ones he hurts. I think sometimes I just feel the curses he inflicts because of our link, he kind of curses me too. Other times, I only feel what he feels. I don't know why there's ever a difference, though I think I've noticed that I feel the curses when I'm tired. If I'm well rested, then I tend to experience more of what he's feeling. My scar always hurts afterwards, though. No matter which part one play. Perhaps the reason for this is the result of the occlumency you have learned. When you are well rested, you put up shields, but when you are tired, they are weak and so more of what he does gets through to you. So you're saying I'm doing occlumency without meaning to? No, not in the way I am trying to teach you. Everybody has natural shields, but generally they are very weak. That is all that is happening now. Your own mind is attempting to protect itself, as would anyone else's. What I am trying to teach you is to block your mind completely so that you do not experience the visions at all. We are trying to build up your natural shields, or if necessary, erect new ones. Oh, okay. I think that will be all for tonight. Take this before you go to sleep. He handed Harry a vial of dreamless sleep potion. Harry nodded his thanks, pocketed the vial and headed for the door. Aren't you forgetting something, Mr. Potter? Harry turned back, a puzzled expression on his face. The book, said Snape, holding it out to Harry. I thought you said only if I had improved, sir. I did just as badly as last week. Snape rolled his eyes and cast Harry a condescending look. You may not have noticed it, but there was a slight improvement, and I do mean slight. He sneered. Last week I encountered no resistance whatsoever. This week, it was just as easy to scan your memories, but there was something there. It was almost unnoticeable, but they're all the same. Continue to practice and you shall continue to improve. Harry hesitantly reached out and took the book. Thank you, sir. Snape scowled and sat down at his desk, pulling a pile of assignments to him. He waved his hand at the door. Be gone, Potter. Harry rolled his eyes and left. First up on Tuesday morning was Transfiguration, followed by potions. Harry, Hermione and Ron took their usual seats in the dungeons just as Snape stood to begin the class. Today I will be pairing you with a partner. You will be working with this partner for the foreseeable future, on the term projects and related assignments. If, at any point I see that any groups are not working well together, I may reassign partners. Other than that, there is to be no complaints or discussion on the topic. The entire class groaned and Snape shot them all a glare. I will call out the partners, and then you will all move to sit together. Zabini and Weasley, Granger and Abbott, Boot and Bulstrode, Crabbe and Goyle, Parkinson and Knott, Malfoy and Potter. Harry let out a loud groan and thumped his head on the desk. He scowled at Malfoy, who, he was glad to see, had a disgusted sneer on his face and was glaring at Snape. Harry smirked, feeling slightly better. He gathered his things and got up to move over to Malfoy, who obviously had no intention whatsoever of moving. He thumped his books down on the table and slung his bag over the back of the chair. Potter, sneered Malfoy. Malfoy. Harry took a seat and slumped over the desk. It was going to be a long year. Halloween approached fast, and the Friday night feast was followed by a Hogsmeade weekend. Harry, Ron and Hermione left the castle early and made their way along the lane. It was a beautiful day, and they took their time, chatting about inconsequential things. Salazar had crawled up around Harry's neck and was peeking discreetly out of Harry's collar. He was extremely excited about the trip, and kept up a string of comments the whole day. Harry found himself grinning often, and his two companions kept giving him odd looks, wondering what he was grinning about. At lunch, the three joined most of the Gryffindor Quidditch team in the Three Broomsticks, and they all talked loudly about the game. After, they went into the lolly shop, and spent half an hour picking out a wide assortment. At one point, Harry turned to ask Ron if he wanted some fizzing Whizbees, and he caught sight of Hermione's hand held tightly in Ron's. When did that happen? He thought. He smirked and Ron blushed slightly, swinging their hands, grinning stupidly. "About time you two got together," Harry said quietly to Ron. Ron smiled. "I guess everyone was expecting it except us, huh? You don't mind, do you, Harry?" Ron looked worried. Harry clapped him on the shoulder. "Course not, mate. I'm happy for you. You two deserve each other." Ron smiled gratefully, looking relieved, and the three spent the rest of the day continuing to enjoy themselves before heading back to the castle late in the afternoon. Harry began to spend more and more time in the chamber. Now that Ron and Hermione were dating, they could hardly keep their eyes or their hands off of each other, and Harry had no trouble sneaking away. He had explored some of the doors leading off of the chamber. There was a huge room that looked like it had a dueling platform, and a smaller one that Harry found worked much like the room of requirement. Yet another door turned out to be a tunnel that slanted gradually upwards, eventually coming to a cold stone stairwell that curled tightly upwards. He stared with curiosity up the stairwell, but he had no idea how far it went, so he turned back, deciding to go further another time. There were more interesting things than the damp stone walls back in the chamber. He also found a large bathroom, which included a bath as large as the one in the prefect's bathroom. He found a small room that held a large glass tank filled with dirt, a few rocks, and some dead branches. There was a small pool of water and a flat hot rock. It was obviously meant for keeping a snake in. Harry grabbed one of the larger forked branches from the tank and took it out to the library. He used a sticking charm so that it stuck up straight from the middle of the low table in front of the lounges, and Salazar loved it. With no distractions, Harry found that he was getting more homework done than he ever had before, and his marks had improved in transfiguration and charms. Potions, however, was still as convoluted and exasperating as he had always found it. The improvement in his other classes was partly attributable to the large range of books in the chamber. There were books on every subject Hogwarts offered, plus more. Harry had found a book on animagi and read it briefly. Thinking about the Marauders, Harry decided it was something he would like to try, and had taken the book and put in his trunk. He hadn't touched it since, but he had determined to get around to it eventually. One day as he was leaving the chamber, he used a blasting charm to cut stairs into the tunnel leading up to the girls' bathroom. They were rough, but it would be much easier to get up and down now, and he wouldn't get slime and dirt all over his robes. The next Saturday was the first Quidditch match of the season, Slytherin versus Ravenclaw. Harry had not had the chance to check out the other teams yet, and was keen to see how each would play. He sat with his friends in the stand and surveyed the field. Cho Chang was still the seeker on the Ravenclaw team. Harry cringed as he remembered the disastrous affair of the previous year. Apart from one new chaser who had replaced the captain who had left, the team remained unchanged, and Harry remembered they had been quite good. The Slytherin team had changed dramatically. Malfoy, now the captain, and Montague were the only players who remained from last year's team. It seemed that Malfoy had picked several of his friends for the team, and Harry wondered if that was the reason he had picked them, or if they were actually any good. He was surprised to see Crabbe and Goyle as beaters, though he supposed it suited their image. He had never been able to envision the two towering, broad-chested goons floating in thin air though. He couldn't really see Malfoy picking anyone who wouldn't help them to win, and decided that Crabbe and Goyle must actually have some talent. Harry noticed with interest that Malfoy had a custom-made broom that must have cost a fortune. The game turned out to be quite short. Slytherin scored first, but Ravenclaw soon followed with two of their own. After just 5 minutes, Slytherin scored again and the scores were even. Harry's eyes followed the seekers as the circle slowly above the rest of the players, both looking intently for the snitch. Harry's eyes snapped back to the game as cheers rang out from the Ravenclaw section of the stands. Ravenclaw now led 30-20. Harry's eyes went back to scanning the arena for the snitch, but Malfoy saw it first. It has appeared near the bottom of the goal posts on the other side of the field to Malfoy. Cho was closer, but hadn't seen it yet. Malfoy flattened himself against his broom and tore through the air, dodging two bludgers that were sent his way. Cho had no chance once she noticed the snitch. Malfoy was almost on it and there was a hushed silence as Malfoy took a hand from his broom and reached out for the snitch. The Slytherin section of the stands exploded as Malfoy pulled up, holding the snitch in the air above his head. His team converged on him and they descended to the ground, cheering and congratulating the seeker. Harry had to admit, Malfoy had definitely improved. He would never have admitted it before, but Malfoy actually had quite a bit of talent on a broom. Harry had an occlumency lesson that night, and even managed to put up with Snape's sarcastic comments because he knew he was improving. He could now slow Snape's passage through his mind, but still couldn't clear the thoughts away of throw Snape out, a point Snape wasted no time in ridiculing Harry for. Everything was going quite well for Harry, potions aside, until Transfiguration the next week. He arrived with Ron and Hermione and they took seats together. When McGonagall arrived, she brought with her a box of mice and set them the task of transfiguring them into teacups. Harry paired with Neville as he usually did in Transfiguration, and they found a vacant corner of the class where they started to practice on the mouse. Neville had a go first, with no luck, then Harry, with equal success. They glanced at each other sheepishly and looked around the room to see the progress being made by others. Over near the windows, Hermione had nearly managed it. Her china teacup still had a long tail. She was showing the correct wand movement to Ron, who was looking confused. Next to Harry and Neville, Lavender and Parvati were not even trying. Lavender had the mouse cradled in her hands and Parvati was scratching the top of its head and cooing at it. They put it down on the desk and started feeding it crumbs of bread from Parvati's bag. Harry rolled his eyes at Neville, who grinned. Harry turned back to his own mouse and attempted the spell again. This time, the mouse changed, becoming a shiny, ceramic lump with a tail and whiskers. It was nowhere near the shape of a cup, but it was a start. Neville signaled to Professor McGonagall, who came over and tisked at Harry's effort before returning the mouse to its original form. She was repeating the incantation to the two boys when shrill screams made everyone jump. Harry looked over at Parvati and Lavender and his heart stopped when he saw what had made them scream. Salazar had crawled out of Harry's pocket and now sat on the girl's desk, fangs bared and trying to get at the mouse, but holding back for fear of Lavender and Parvati. The snake hissed and the two girls screamed again, jumping back. Before Harry could think better of it, he jumped forward hissing, "Salazar, no. That's is not for eating." Salazar drew back, tongue flicking in the air. "I's sorry, master. Musi smells ssso delicious." Harry sighed and picked Salazar up. "It is not your fault, Sals. I shouldn't have bought you to this class. We'll go looking for some dinner later, in the dungeon SSS. "Yes, master," hissed Salazar softly, crawling up Harry's arm and under the sleeve to curl around his arm. He stuck his head out of Harry's collar. Harry petted the snake and finally looked up at the shocked faces of his classmates. Their faces were white and Lavender and Parvati were crying. One of them darted forward and picked up the mouse, which was shaking on the desk. Sorry about that, Lavender, Parvati. I didn't realize he was gone," said Harry, apologetic. McGonagall broke the silence. "That snake is yours, Mr. Potter," she said, aghast. Yeah. What else was he supposed to say? "You foolish boy. I cannot believe you would bring such a dangerous animal into this school." Harry flushed angrily. "Salazar isn't dangerous. He was just hungry. I should have been keeping a better eye on him, that's all." If Harry had thought that McGonagall's lips couldn't get any thinner, he was gravely mistaken. She looked like she was about to breathe fire. "You called your snake Salazar." This was not what Harry had been expecting, but before he could answer, McGonagall spoke again. "Never mind. That's not the point. That snake is dangerous. It is poisonous and was about to attack a student." "No, he wasn't." Harry was starting to yell. "He was after that stupid mouse. I told you, he's just hungry, and he is not dangerous." "How can you say that? There are rules at this school, Mr. Potter. You are allowed an owl, a cat, or a toad. No other animals, especially not poisonous snakes." "Bull. Heaps of people have different pets. Ron had that stupid rat. And his sister has a pygmy puff. I've seen people with loads of different animals. Lee had a tarantula. They're poisonous, but no one said anything about that. A tarantula is not going to run off and bite a student. That snake, on the other hand, is a mindless reptile. It is dangerous." Harry was really yelling now. Salazar isn't mindless and he isn't going to hurt anybody. And what makes you think that, Mr. Potter? Because I told him not to. McGonagall was about to speak when a voice spoke from the doorway. It was Dumbledore. He walked over to the Transfiguration teacher looking concerned. Minerva, I was on my way to visit Hagrid when I heard yelling. Is something the matter? He glanced curiously at Harry, who averted his eyes. Harry had a bad feeling that Dumbledore would agree wholeheartedly with McGonagall. Mr. Potter here apparently has a pet snake, Albus. He brought it to class today, and it very nearly bit a student. It did not. I told you, he was going for the mouse. Growled Harry. How many times was he going to have to repeat himself? I see, said Dumbledore quietly, finally catching sight of the snake's head sticking out of Harry's robe. What kind of snake is it, if I may ask? I haven't a clue. But he isn't dangerous at all. It is poisonous, Albus. I saw the fangs on it. I cannot believe that Mr. Potter would endanger his friends like this. Dumbledore turned stern eyes on Harry. Have you been keeping the snake in your dormitory, Mr. Potter? Harry avoided looking at his dorm mates as he answered. Yes. And taking it with you to all your classes? Not all. Sometimes she stays in the dormitory or goes exploring. The headmaster sighed. I am afraid I have to agree with Professor McGonagall. There are strict guidelines on what pets are allowed at Hogwarts. Yeah, but no one follows them, interrupted Harry. That may be so, but I cannot risk the safety of students. Even if the snake were not poisonous, I would still insist that you give it up, Harry. I am sure you knew this would happen. I think it would be best if you came with me now and we can go down to the forest and release him there. There was no way he was letting them take Salazar away. The little snake was the only one he could talk to. No, he yelled, and ran from the classroom. He sprinted as fast as he could for Ning Myrtle's bathroom, ignoring the startled looks of people he passed. Down in the chamber, he placed Salazar on his tree branch and explained the situation to him. Salazar, my friend, you have to stay down here for a while. If anyone sees you, they will take you away from me. Harry stroked the snake's green scales and smiled sadly. Why, Harry? The other SSS don't like snakes SSS. They think you are bad. I'm SS sorry Harry. I didn't stay hidden like you asks me to. It isn't your fault, Sals. People just don't understand you. It will only be for a short while, until everyone forgets SS about you. You can go hunting while you're down here, and I'll come and SS see you all the time. Yes, Master. Harry smiled. Good. I have to go now for class, but I'll be back tonight. I might go Eplering. That's all right. If I don't SSSEE you tonight, I'll SSSEE you another time. Harry made his way from the chamber and walked to the dungeons. He was the first one there, and he waited outside the classroom for Hermione. When she got there, however, she immediately launched into an angry lecture. How could you, Harry, keeping a poisonous snake in the dormitory? What if it bit someone? And talking to the professors like that? Harry cut her off by holding a hand up. There's no need to say any more, Hermione. He turned and walked into the classroom, and instead of sitting with Hermione and Seamus, sat down a seat away from Malfoy, who looked at him curiously. Snape would probably move them all anyway, but he had no intention of sitting with Hermione at the moment. Snape did indeed tell them to sit with their partners, and Harry shifted over one seat, sliding his books across the table. Those who had been in Transfiguration kept shooting Harry deeply unsettling looks. It didn't take long for Snape to notice and get annoyed, and he stopped midway through his pre-practical lecture and snapped, "What is wrong with everyone today? Half of you have been distracted the entire time I have been talking." When no one answered him, but looked at Harry, Snape did as well. Potter, something you'd like to share? Is there any particular reason the class cannot seem to stop looking at you? I'm not entirely sure what's wrong with them, sir, but if you ask me, I'd guess that they're a bunch of bigoted pigs. Harry, squealed Hermione, and Harry shot her a filthy look, while Snape looked surprised. And what, may I ask, has led you to that conclusion, Mr. Potter? Harry snorted. They don't like my choice of friends. Snape frowned, confused, and Malfoy spoke from beside Harry. It turns out, Professor, that Potter has been keeping a poisonous pet snake this year. It came out in class today and startled some of the students. When Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore told him he had to get rid of it, he threw a tantrum and ran out of the classroom. I did not throw a tantrum, Malfoy. Snape frowned and turned to Harry. You are aware that keeping a snake is not in accordance with school rules, do you not, Mr. Potter? It's been pointed out to me, replied Harry, a little sarcastically. Do not take that tone with me, Mr. Potter. 10 points from Gryffindor. Where is the snake now? The headmaster made me get rid of it. Snape scrutinized him for a minute before turning and continuing his lecture. He finished shortly afterwards and set them to brewing. 20 minutes from the end of the lesson, Harry reached the critical stage of his potion. He had 2 more ingredients to add. Chopped shrivel figs needed to be added and the mix stirred constantly for 4 minutes. Immediately after, crushed snail shells needed to be sprinkled onto the top, or the solution would explode. Just as Harry added the shrivel figs, a knock came at the classroom door, and Harry looked up from his stirring to see Dumbledore enter the room. Dumbledore looked around the classroom and his eyes fell upon Harry, who turned back to his stirring, concentrating on keeping the speed constant. Harry, my boy, I was wondering if I might have a word with you for a moment. If you could just step outside. I don't think so, Professor. A few gasps sounded around the classroom at his rudeness. Dumbledore sighed. I really must see. Harry cut him off. I'm at a rather delicate stage in the brewing at the moment, sir. If I stop stirring or don't add the snail shell, the potion will become volatile. He paused for a few seconds before continuing, eyes still fixed on his potion. Besides which, it's not really my decision. It's Professor Snape's class that you're interrupting, so I would suggest you ask him. Snape growled at Harry's rudeness, and started to reprimand him, but Dumbledore stalled him. No, Severus. He is quite right. I should have asked you, of course. Please forgive my oversight. If I might borrow Harry, when he has finished his potion. Snape bowed his head slightly. Of course, Headmaster. 10 minutes later, Harry had bottled a sample of his potion and cleaned up his workbench. He stepped out of the classroom and Dumbledore followed. Harry, I know you must be upset, but it really is not safe to keep such an animal. I must insist you accompany me to the forest and release the snake. He will be fine, I'm sure. It's too late, sir. I've already done it, so you have nothing to worry about. Dumbledore frowned, clearly not inclined to believe Harry. Harry, my boy, I cannot tolerate disobedience. If it were any other student, I would be telling them exactly the same thing. I would hope so, sir. But as I already said, I've taken care of it. I thought about what Professor McGonagall said, and I agree with her. I was endangering the other students, I just hadn't thought of it that way before because Saul's was always so good. All right. I am glad you took the initiative, my boy. His eyes twinkled kindly and Harry forced a smile and nodded. Thank you, sir. How about you run along to lunch now? You're a growing boy and I'm sure you are hungry. The bell will be going any minute now, and I don't think Professor Snape will mind if you miss the last few minutes of class. Yes, sir. Thank you. Harry forced another small smile and left the dungeons, taking a seat at the Gryffindor table where a group of first years already sat giggling and piling their plates high. A few minutes later, Ron, who had a spare, walked in, and Harry immediately got into an argument with him over the snake incident. Ron could not believe that Harry had kept a poisonous snake in the dormitory, and Harry ended up yelling at him and storming from the Great Hall. The rest of the week passed in a blur. Harry was not talking to anyone of his friends, and he spent any time he wasn't in classes down in the chamber, even skipping Quidditch practice on Saturday. That Saturday night, when he had been in the chamber all day, he was feeling extremely hungry, but was reluctant to go to the Great Hall. Maybe he could sneak up to the kitchens and grab something to eat there. If only it wasn't so far to walk. He watched as Salazar curled around her branch. Sals, I wish there was a way to get to the kitchen SSS without going all the way around. Suddenly, Harry felt the lounge disappear from beneath him and he fell to the hard stone floor. Ouch! What the bloody hell? He stood up and froze. He was no longer in the Chamber of Secrets. Instead, he was standing facing a portrait of a bowl of fruit, the entrance to the kitchens. How the hell did I get here? He thought to himself. Hermione's voice echoed in his head. You can't apparate or disapparate in Hogwarts. So he couldn't have apparated, even if he knew how. He realized he could feel a warm heat on his chest. Reaching underneath his shirt, his hand came into contact with the metal of the pendant he had found in the chamber. He frowned. It had never been hot before, had always sat on his chest with a cold metal chill. He pulled it out and inspected it. The snake was moving faster than usual, slithering around the circle frame and its own body. Perhaps the pendant was like a portkey, one that worked within the wards of Hogwarts. Deciding to try and return to the chamber using the pendant, Harry first tickled the pair and pulled on the handle that appeared. No matter how interesting his discovery was, he was still starving. He left the kitchens 5 minutes later with his pockets filled with sandwiches and fruit, and a flagon of pumpkin juice. Checking that there was nobody at either ends of the corridor, Harry slid the pendant out from under his shirt and held it in his hand. It was cool again, the snake once again slithering at a sedate pace. He had no idea how it worked, so decided to do exactly what he had done in the chamber. I want to be in the Chamber of Secrets, he thought. Suddenly, Harry was standing in the cool damp chamber, next to the basilisk. Not exactly where he had been hoping to land, but close enough. He looked at the pendant again and thought, chamber library. And he was there, right in the middle of the big oval room. He was extremely excited. He could go anywhere in Hogwarts, and be back in the chamber with a simple thought. The possibilities were endless. Imagine the pranks he could pull with this. Laying down on the lounge, he smiled and tucked the warm pendant beneath his shirt. Salazar slithered over and curled up on top of it. Harry pulled out a sandwich and began to eat. One Monday dawned bright and cold. It was now early December, and the days were shorter and the temperatures had dropped. The ground was covered with a light snow. The defense class gathered around the lake and Snape paired them up as he always did. Harry had heeded Snape's advice up until now, but since the incident in Transfiguration, Harry was feeling spiteful towards his classmates, and decided to go all out with the Parseltongue spells. Today, Snape paired Harry with Hermione and Harry grinned nastily. He had not expected Hermione to be so against him having a snake. After all, she was Muggleborn and knew what it was like to be judged. She, however, had sided with Ron, claiming she was mad both because Harry had endangered his friends, but also because he should not be indulging in the talent. Just because you can, doesn't mean you should, she had said. It scares people. Harry now refused to talk to her, and most of his other housemates had sided with Ron and Hermione. Neville and Seamus had occasionally spoken to him, but only briefly and when no one else was around. When it was Harry's turn to duel, he stood opposite Hermione and gave a low bow, smirking. Hermione, following custom, bowed as well. Snape said, "Begin," and Harry and Hermione threw a curse at the same time. Hermione cast Rictusempra, while Harry cast Calculius Superner. Both spells struck their targets, and Harry cast a finite on himself while Hermione ducked away from the shower of pebbles and small rocks. Harry waited for Hermione to get right. She cast a curse that Harry dodged, and he hissed out, "Terra Concito." The ground beneath Hermione trembled, and unable to keep her balance, she fell to the ground. After a few seconds, the trembling stopped, but Harry had cast again while Hermione was unbalanced. "Emuvi Voxy," he hissed, and this time Hermione heard him. Her eyes widened as she realized he was using Parseltongue again. Getting to her feet, she quickly looked herself over, unable to see what Harry had done. Harry smirked and assumed a relaxed stance, leaning against a tree and tossing his wand in the air. Hermione looked confused, but prepared to curse him. Harry's smirk broadened when he saw her mouth move, but no sound came out. Her eyes widened, and she flicked her wand, again and again, trying to cast a spell. "Looks like you haven't been practicing, Hermione. I would have thought you'd have mastered wordless spells by now." Harry pushed himself off the tree and stalked closer to Hermione, who backed up, still flicking her wand uselessly. Harry could see Ron out of the corner of his eye fidgeting nervously. Deciding to end Hermione's suffering, Harry cast Tactimortius. Hermione jumped, and dropped her wand. Her mouth opened in silent little shrieks as she started brushing at her arms and neck and body, trying to rid herself of the feeling of being bitten. Harry axioed her wand, and turned when he heard Ron yell, "Stop it, Harry. Can't you see she's getting upset?" Harry glanced casually from Ron to Hermione, who was still frantically rubbing her hands all over her body. "Really? I didn't notice. Why doesn't she say anything?" Suddenly the spell Harry had cast earlier broke and Hermione's silent screams could be heard. Starting to feel bad, Harry ended the curse and Hermione ran over to Ron breathing heavily and trying to hold back sobs. Harry walked over to Hermione and held out her wand. "You stay away from her," spat Ron. Harry ignored him. "Your wand, Hermione." Ron snatched the wand off of Harry. "How could you do that to Hermione, Harry? It was horrible." Harry leaned in close to Ron and spat, "She deserved it." Ron let out a strangled yell and knocked Harry to the ground, punching Harry across the jaw. Harry managed to point his wand at Ron and hissed, "Aranio." Suddenly Ron was covered in sticky spider web, and he let out a cry, scooting back from Harry and trying to get the web off. Harry stood and pointed his wand at Ron again, this time incanting, "Arachnisha." A sizable spider appeared in the web, and Ron went white as a ghost. He started letting out hysterical little cries, ripping the web away from his face. "That is quite enough," yelled Snape, stepping in and vanishing the web and spider from off of Ron. He jerked the boy up and pushed him over to where the other Gryffindors stood. Then he turned to Harry. He was absolutely livid with rage. Harry could see a tick going in his jaw. "Detention, Mr. Potter, and 50 points from Gryffindor. You will go and sit over there where I can see you." He pointed towards the edge of the lake, "and you will not move until I come and collect you." "Why should I have detention? Ron is the one that attacked me. You were antagonizing him. At least I didn't hit him. All I did was defend myself. He should be the one with detention, not me. If and how I punish other students is none of your business, Potter. Go and sit where I told you now, or it will be another 50 points." Harry glared at Snape before turning and stalking off to the edge of the lake while Snape continued with the class. He felt bad for upsetting Hermione, but she had upset him first. Hardly anyone in the school was talking to him because of the Transfiguration incident. Parvati and Lavender cast him looks of deepest loathing every time they crossed paths, and most other people were unnerved by the whole Parseltongue thing. He'd gone through something similar in second year, but he wasn't going to hide or change just so people accepted him. He shouldn't have to. Harry passed the rest of the lesson skipping rocks across the surface of the Black Lake, and when Snape told him he could go, he grabbed his bag and stormed up to the castle angrily. Unwilling to face his classmates, Harry skived off charms, transfiguration and herbology and spent the rest of the day in the chamber. He lay on the lounge, staring up at the mural of Hogwarts and seething. He didn't feel like studying, and as Salazar was off hunting, Harry grew bored. It would be excellent, he thought, to have someone to talk to. A human someone, he corrected himself. Saul's was good company, but a snake's understanding of all things human was somewhat limited. While the little snake was logical and clever in its own way, he understood nothing of human emotions except what Harry had explained to him. Even then, knowing what sad, or lonely, meant was different to actually understanding. The chamber was an amazing place and he wanted to share this experience with someone. He thought instantly of Ron and Hermione, his best friends, but even more quickly decided against it. Even if they weren't fighting, Hermione would only warn and caution him and insist he go to Dumbledore. Ron, on the other hand, would probably refuse to come down here on principle, then insist he go to Dumbledore. No, Harry wanted to share this with someone who would value the chamber for what it was, someone who really appreciated the history and beauty of the place. Harry spent the last Hogsmeade weekend before the Christmas holidays alone. He used his cloak and walked anonymously among his classmates, feeling sad when he saw Ron and Hermione. They too looked slightly sad, but they were holding hands and smiled at each other often. Harry followed them for a while, but when they went into the Three Broomsticks, Harry continued up the road. After a time, the road petered out into a rocky path that led up into the mountains. Walking from memory, Harry eventually came to the cave where he and Ron had visited Sirius in their third year. Harry sat, leaning against the wall and made a silent promise. Never again was someone he cared about going to die because he acted recklessly. An hour later, Harry left the cave and climbed up on a rock where he could see all of Hogsmeade laid out before him and, in the distance, Hogwarts. Deciding it was time to be heading back, Harry slid off the rock and a sudden thought occurred to him. You weren't supposed to be able to apparate within Hogwarts, so what if he could apparate from here, with the pendant? Pulling it out, he held it in his hand and stared at the silhouette of Hogwarts. Thinking of his dormitory, Harry spoke the words. Gryffindor Boys Dormitory. He blinked, and when his eyes opened, he was no longer standing on the rocky mountain, but beside his bed. Suddenly, his vision wavered and he collapsed unconscious onto the floor. When Harry woke, he found himself in the hospital wing. He was dressed in a white hospital robe, and he frantically stuck his hand down the neck to make sure he was still wearing the pendant. He sighed with relief as he felt the cool silver, and withdrew his hand, relaxing into the soft pillows. He heard someone coming and turned his head to see Madame Pomfrey bustling over with an assortment of potions. Depositing them on his bedside table, she handed him his glasses. Glad to see you're awake, Mr. Potter. How are you feeling today? I feel fine, a little tired. What happened? I don't remember how I got here. The last thing Harry could remember was using the pendant to get back to the dormitories, and the sudden draining of energy he had experienced. Your friends found you on the floor beside your bed. They couldn't wake you up and brought you here. I couldn't find anything physically wrong with you, but you appeared to be suffering from exhaustion. You've been out for over 24 hours now. If you're still tired, perhaps you should rest for a little longer before I release you. No. That's all right, thank you, Madame Pomfrey. I really feel fine now. I guess I just overexerted myself. Harry left the hospital wing thinking deeply about what had happened. He was fairly certain he had collapsed from using the pendant, but he had never experienced those effects the other times he had used it. Perhaps it was the distance he had used it to travel. The other times, he had only traveled within the castle. If the pendant used his magic rather than its own, maybe it simply took more energy the further you wanted to travel. It made sense. Satisfied that he had solved the problem, he resolved to use the pendant only to travel short distances, and made his way down to breakfast. Harry had been thinking for over a week on who he could tell about the chamber. It had to be someone who didn't automatically hate all things Slytherin, which ruled out a fair chunk of people. Then it had to be someone who wouldn't go straight to a teacher, and someone he could stand to be around. As long as Harry though about it, there didn't seem to be anyone who fit all three criteria. In the end, he decided to settle for second best. So it was that Harry found himself, on the 14th day of December, waiting out of sight in a lonely corridor, waiting for a certain someone to finish dinner and return to the common room. He only hoped the person came alone, or the time he'd spent waiting would be wasted. He was beginning to shiver from the damp air when the person he'd been waiting for finally walked into the corridor and started in Harry's direction. Harry waited until the boy was level with him. Hey, Malfoy, Harry hissed from the shadows. Malfoy spun around, his hand going to his wand. His eyes narrowed when he saw Harry. Potter, what in the world are you doing down here? Waiting for you. Malfoy quirked an eyebrow. And why, may I ask, is the boy who lived lurking in the dungeons waiting for me? I want to show you something. You want to show me something. As if I believe that, Potter. Have Granger and Weasley put you up to something? Are they waiting around the corner with dung bombs? Harry rolled his eyes. You're far too suspicious, Malfoy. Surely you've noticed that we haven't been talking lately. Anyway, like I said, I just want to show you something. I think you'll like it. What could you possibly have that I would be interested in, Potty? Besides, I'd really rather not be seen with you. I thought as much. Not to worry, I came prepared. With that, Harry whipped out his invisibility cloak and threw it around his shoulders, leaving just his head visible. Then he stuck out his lower lip and turned puppy dog eyes on Malfoy. Please. I promise you can leave if you don't like it. Malfoy, looking thoroughly repulsed by Harry's facial expression, but also somewhat interested, glanced up and down the damp corridor before asking, what is it you want to show me? I can't tell you yet. You have to see it for yourself. Come on, before someone comes along. Malfoy hesitated a moment before snapping, fine, and striding over to where Harry stood and letting Harry position the cloak over them both. This is against my better judgment, and if you've got something planned, you're going to be sorry, Potter. They walked slowly, keeping quiet, shoving each other occasionally when there was no one around. Eventually they made it to Ning Myrtle's bathroom and Harry pushed the door open. Malfoy, looking highly affronted, pulled back. I'm not going in there, Potter. Are you insane? That's a girl's bathroom. It's entirely improper. Harry laughed quietly. I promise you, it's worth it. What can possibly be so interesting in a girl's bathroom? Suddenly Malfoy's eyes widened and he leaned in towards Harry. Wait, is this the one? The one with the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets? I'd heard rumors it was in a girl's bathroom after second year, but no one really knew if it was true or not. I knew you'd be interested. Come on, now, or someone will hear us. Moving more quickly now, they pushed open the door and threw the cloak off. Malfoy turned to Harry. You've been in here before, haven't you? I mean, apart from the first time. Yeah, I've started coming in here quite often. Only this year, though. I needed to get away from everyone for a while, and this was the only place I could think of to go. Why are you bringing me here? Malfoy asked, suspicious again. It's interesting down there, but what's the point if I can't share it with somebody? Why me though? Why not Granger and Weasley? They'd just rat me out to McGonagall or the headmaster. How do you know I won't? Because I know you, unlike them, will appreciate what's down here. Well, Hermione might too, but she'd still tell. I promise you, it's amazing. Once you've seen it, you'll want to come back. I heard it was just some big stone room with a bunch of snake statues and engravings everywhere. What's so interesting about that you'd want to see it more than once or twice? That room is interesting, but I agree it's not worth more than a few visits. But then I was thinking, it's the Chamber of Secrets, right? Not the secret chamber or something, but secrets, plural. I thought there must be more down here, other than that one room, and I was right. So let's go. Harry got down on his knees in front of the sink with the snake and hissed the word, open. The sink slid away, revealing the roughly made stairs, and for the first time Malfoy looked sincerely interested, his eyes wide and not a trace of scorn or skepticism on his face. Awesome. Harry grinned. It gets better. They walked carefully down the steps, lighting their wands when the sink slid back behind them. Once they came into the main tunnel, Draco stopped. We won't get lost down here, will we? You do know the way. Of course, don't worry. We're nearly to the chamber with the basilisk anyway. Wait, that monster is still there. Who did you think was going to get rid of it? No one else can get down here. It's weird though, it looks like new, like I only killed it yesterday. Even the blood is still wet. I suppose it's good in a way. Imagine the smell if it had been rotting. I suppose it must be the magical properties that have kept it that way. Yeah, something like that I guess. I've never really thought about it. They walked in silence for a few more minutes before the tunnel opened up to reveal the chamber. Harry spread his arms wide and jumped down from the small ledge before turning to Draco and bowing. Welcome to the Chamber of Secrets. Malfoy snorted condescendingly as he stepped down, but his eyes were raking over the chamber and the basilisk with undisguised interest. So this is it, he said softly. He walked closer to the basilisk and began to inspect it. I can't believe you killed this when you were only 12. That sounds suspiciously like a compliment, Malfoy. Malfoy responded with a glare before turning back to the gigantic snake. Not likely, Potter. Merely a statement. Harry let Malfoy look at the snake in room for a few minutes before dragging him away. Come on, now for something even better. Malfoy reluctantly followed Harry. You know, we should harvest the parts from that snake. Severus would die to get his hands on some of those things. Severus. He is my godfather, you know. Anyway, as I was saying, basilisk venom, any part of a basilisk really, is extremely rare. In fact, there hasn't been a sighting of a basilisk dead or alive in over 100 years, apart from this one. The ingredients are wickedly expensive. There are some potions I would really like to try, and Severus would have a heart attack if I gave him some venom and scales for Christmas. Harry snickered at the thought of Snape opening a Christmas present and squealing with delight, then again at the thought of Snape having a heart attack. Slow down, Malfoy. You look like you're about to wet yourself with excitement. Harry laughed when Malfoy scowled. I guess this means you want to come back. Malfoy snorted. As if you thought I wouldn't. Well, anyway, I agree with you about the potions. I've actually been reading a book that has a whole bunch of potions that require basilisk parts. To be quite honest though, they're a bit above my skill level, I don't doubt that, drawled Malfoy, and I have no idea how to harvest the venom. I don't think that part would be too difficult though. No, agreed Malfoy. You just have to be careful not to touch the venom, obviously. It's very corrosive, so it has to be kept in the right sort of vial as well, or it would just eat through it. By this time they had reached the hidden entryway and Harry hissed out, "Open." Again. Really? Slytherin had zero imagination. They walked through to the end of the passageway and Harry grinned when Malfoy gasped at the sight before him. Merlin. He breathed, "It's beautiful. Awesome, isn't it? This is the library, as I'm sure you can tell from all the books. I haven't explored much more than this. There's a huge empty room through the double doors over there that I think is a dueling room. There's a big platform in the middle. Through that smaller door over there is another empty room, but it's a bit like the room of requirement. Look at this." Harry took out his wand and pointed it at the giant curtains that reached from the vaulted ceiling to the ground floor. He drew his arm in a wide arc, drawing the curtains across to reveal the view to Draco. He glanced at Draco, whose jaw had dropped at the stunning vista. Nice. Nice. It's amazing. Shite, Potter, you should have brought me here sooner. Draco descended the stairs and crossed the room to the window, Harry following. Just as Harry had done, Draco held his hands up to the glass without touching. You know, I think we're somewhere below Snape's quarters here. He has a view exactly like this, only he's higher up, I'm almost sure of it. He actually has a window kind of like this too, though not as big. You've been in Snape's quarters. Like I told you before, Potter. He's my godfather. I talk with him quite often. You can get outside, you know. Just over there is a door that leads to the outside. There's a little courtyard there. It's nice. Gotta be careful though, 'cause it can get windy and there's a drop of more than 1,000 feet into the canyon and no fence. Draco rolled his eyes, though he glanced with interest in the direction Harry had indicated, and turned away from the windows, surveying the rest of the room. For hours, Harry and Draco strolled around the library, and then the two smaller rooms Harry had talked about. They briefly glanced into a few corridors Harry hadn't entered yet, but decided at 1 in the morning that it was time to go. One thing, Malfoy. Give me your word on this. You're not to tell a soul about this place, alright? I mean no one. Not you, Father, Snape, your best friend or your girlfriend, got it? I swear, if you do, you will never see this place again. Draco grimaced as if the thought of never seeing the chamber again was almost too terrible to bear thinking before holding out his hand to Harry and saying, "Deal." Harry shook the offered hand and scowled when Draco wiped his hand on his shirt. Unfortunately, we're going to have to leave the way we came in. I still haven't found another way out. A minor lie, but there was no way in hell. Draco was finding out about the pendant. I guess we'd better get going then, replied Draco in a voice tinged with reluctance. You know, if I could bash through the walls, it would probably only take me a minute to get back to Slytherin. Maybe one of those tunnels leads to the dungeons. Probably does. It makes sense. We should have a look sometime. Yeah, after we've harvested parts from the basilisk, and looked around the library more. Come on, let's go. I'm tired and we've got classes in a few hours. I want at least a few hours of sleep tonight. Yes, well, so do I. I can barely function if I don't get enough sleep. You're such a pansy, Malfoy, said Harry as he yawned. The next Tuesday, Harry woke feeling happier than he had done in a good long while. The prospect of having someone to explore the chamber with made him smile, even if that person was someone he shared a mutual dislike with. Harry dressed and went down to breakfast, taking a seat next to Neville, who gave him a small smile. Harry ate quickly, but waited for Neville to finish and then walked up to Transfiguration with him. The term was winding down, and they only had 11 days left until the Christmas break. What are you doing for Christmas this year, Neville? Oh, the usual. Going home with my gran. Neville pulled a face and Harry smiled. What about you, Harry? I know you go to Ron's some years, but I guess I'll just stay here. It'll be good, a few weeks of peace and quiet, you know. Neville smiled. I guess. Hey Neville, do you know what Ron and Hermione are doing? Neville looked away. Yeah, I do. They're both going to the Burrow. Ron invited Hermione just yesterday. Oh, okay, replied Harry, trying to sound cheerful. Neville gave him a comforting smile. Don't worry, Harry. It'll all work out. You guys can't stay mad at each other forever. Guess not. They spent the lesson transfiguring plastic bags into boughs of holly to decorate the room, and Neville and Harry got a hang of the spell more quickly than usual. Harry left the class feeling quite cheerful and made his way down to potions. He was looking forward to seeing how Malfoy would treat him today. The past weeks, they had spent either ignoring each other, or else spending lessons making snide and insulting comments to each other. Harry walked in and sat down next to Malfoy, who gave him his customary sneer. Harry raised an eyebrow at Malfoy, and the boy narrowed his eyes. Obviously he was wondering if he could still get away with treating Harry the way he always did and still be able to go back to the chamber. Harry shrugged, in a, you'll see, sort of way, and Malfoy scowled. They spent the lesson in silence and turned out a fine potion. When the bell rang, Harry leaned over and whispered, meet me outside the bathroom, 8 o'clock, before slipping out of the classroom and going to lunch. At 10 to 8, Harry made his way down to the bathroom and saw Malfoy already waiting. Malfoy turned when he heard Harry's footsteps and nodded a greeting. Ready to go? Asked Harry. Malfoy nodded again and they slipped into the bathroom. Thankfully no one was there and they went straight into the tunnel. They lit their wands and descended the steps. Nearing the bottom, Malfoy tripped and nearly fell, but he caught himself. These steps are a bit dodgy. You'd think Slytherin would have made a better way to get in, wouldn't you? I certainly can't picture him going through a girl's bathroom every time he wanted to get there. Harry smiled. Actually, I made the steps, and I don't think this is the way Slytherin got into the chamber. This used to be a disgustingly slimy tunnel. I think its only purpose was for the basilisk to get into the main part of the castle. How did Slytherin get in then? I didn't see any other way when we were in here the other day. Dunno. There's a tunnel that leads up from the library to a stairwell. I don't know how far it goes cause I haven't followed it to the end, but it seems like it's going to end up in the dungeon somewhere. They reached the hidden door next to the statue of Slytherin and Harry opened it. What is it you say to open these doors, Potter? Harry smirked. Open. For all of them. Really? Slytherin was lucky so few people are Parseltongues. Security down here is awfully lacking. To Harry's surprise, Malfoy actually laughed. Entering the library, Harry walked over and flopped down on the lounge. Draco came over and stared out the window. Outside it was a clear night, and Harry could see stars shining brightly. There was a full moon, and it sat directly overhead, highlighting the ragged cliffs. Draco turned and walked over to the lounge, glancing at the tree branch that was stuck to the table. What's that for? He asked. Oh, I put that there for Salazar to climb on. He really likes it. What happened to that snake anyway? Did you end up getting rid of it? Harry shot a look at Draco, saying he was crazy. Of course not. I told Dumbledore I did, but I've just been keeping her down here. She must be out hunting. Harry sat staring out the window while Draco walked around the room, examining books and portraits. Harry had an idea. Want to go flying? Flying? Are you crazy? It's dark outside. What? You've never been flying in the dark. There's plenty of light from the moon. I want to show you the canyon. I bet it looks amazing at night. The canyon? You mean down there? It's pitch black. We won't be able to see a thing. You are mad. Imagine how many stars we'll be able to see from down there. I see enough stars during astronomy. Yeah, but it's darker down there, so we'll be able to see the sky better. Plus, it's a clear night tonight and I bet you there's not going to be many more of them for a while. Eventually, after much convincing from Harry, Malfoy acquiesced. Harry led him out into the courtyard, propping the portrait hole open with a chair. What's that for? Asked Malfoy. Oh, Last time I came out here I let it shut behind me and I was stuck out here for hours before I thought to accio my broom. There's some runes on the wall when you close it, but I have no idea what they mean. Malfoy snorted. You are an idiot, Potter. I can just imagine you sitting out here crying because you think you're going to die here. I did not cry, replied Harry hotly, scowling at the pale Slytherin. He was seriously regretting bringing Malfoy down here 2 days in a row. The boy was far too cocky and sure of himself for Harry's liking, and had been flinging veiled insults and slurs at Harry all night. He sighed to himself. He could put up with it if it meant some company. Raising his wand, he summoned his broom and Malfoy did the same. They waited in silence until the Malfoy's broom arrived within 20 seconds. We must be really close to the Slytherin dorms here. No, my broom's just faster than yours. Harry rolled his eyes. How much did it cost you for a broom like that? A fair bit. Nothing my father can't afford, however. It is a fine broom and especially suited to me. Only the finest for a Malfoy, said Harry sarcastically, and Malfoy turned his nose up at Harry. Quite. Not a moment later, Harry's broom arrived, and the two boys mounted their brooms, hovering with their feet dangling a foot above the ground. After you, Potter. I'm not diving down into some dark canyon I've never visited before without a buffer in front of me. Just yell if you hit something, won't you? There isn't anything to hit, Malfoy, except the water, and you can hear that once you get close enough. Lead on, then. I haven't got all night. Harry turned his broom into a steep dive as he had done the other day and sped down into the darkness. Gradually, he began to see flecks of moonlight reflecting off of what must be the water and he slowed. Draco appeared beside him and they descended slowly until the sound of rapids was roaring in their ears. It was too loud to talk, and Harry turned his face upwards to the stars. The view was amazing. He had never seen so many stars, so bright. Even during astronomy the light of the moon dulled the stars and the light shining from the castle windows had a negative effect on stargazing. Down in this blackness though, there was nothing to take away from the brilliance of the stars. They sat for ages, taking in the beauty of the sky. After a while Harry began to feel cold and turned to look at Draco. He could just make out the other boy who was sitting mere inches from him, his white face dimly glowing in the dark. Harry leaned over and nudged Draco, jerking his head upwards towards the castle and Draco nodded. They took a last look at the sky and then took off, flying back up to the castle. When they reached the courtyard, Draco nodded to Harry and flew higher, circling the nearest tower, which Harry assumed to be Slytherin Tower. Harry waited until he could no longer see the other boy before he turned and headed to Gryffindor Tower. That Friday, Harry climbed to the top of the astronomy tower for his 8 o'clock class. It was a fairly small class. He was the only Gryffindor. He had been surprised when Draco had turned up at the first lesson, but it seemed that he, like Harry, enjoyed the solitude the class provided. The rest of the class consisted of 2 Ravenclaws and 2 Hufflepuffs, who all seemed to know each other and generally stuck together in the class. He set up his telescope in his usual spot on the other side of the tower from the group and rolled out a map of the night sky. A minute later, Draco appeared beside him and did the same. They spent the lesson in silence, as they did every other, but at the end, just as he was leaving, Draco leaned over and said, "You were right, Potter. The view from here is nowhere near as good as from down there." Harry gave a small smile as Draco left the tower, and shortly after Harry rolled up his own map and packed up his telescope, and headed back to Gryffindor Tower. On the last day of term, Harry was feeling particularly dejected. No one he knew was staying at Hogwarts this year. In fact, he didn't know of anyone else who would be, and despite what he had told Neville, was not really looking forward to 2 weeks of having absolutely no company. The fact that he was still fighting with Ron and Hermione was particularly depressing. He had bought presents for both of them, mainly because it didn't feel right for it to be Christmas and not buy any presents at all. He sat on his bed in the empty dormitory holding the gifts. For Ron he had gotten a good quality pair of Quidditch gloves. They were warm and tough, and embroidered with the emblem of the Chudley Cannons. For Hermione, he had bought yet another book. He had tried to find something different, but in the end he had spotted the book and known it was something Hermione would love. Coming to a quick decision, he opened Ron's trunk and buried the gloves and book at the bottom of Ron's trunk. Hopefully he would find them when he unpacked at the burrow. Sighing and hoping the peace offerings would have some effect, he left the dorm and made his way down to the Christmas feast. Harry slept late the next morning, not even waking to the bangs and clunks of trunks being moved about. When he woke, his dorm mates were all gone and there was utter silence. Deciding he couldn't lie in bed all day, Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed and felt his foot hit something. Leaning forward, he saw a package wrapped in shiny Christmas paper. He frowned, leaning down, and his face split into an enormous grin when he saw the tag attached. It said, "From Ron and Hermione." Suddenly feeling much more cheerful, Harry set the parcel at the end of his bed and got dressed, before heading down to the common room. There was no one else there and Harry once again wondered if he was the only Gryffindor staying this holidays. Now that Voldemort was back and everyone knew it, most people seemed to want to spend as much time with their families as was possible. However, now that he knew Ron and Hermione didn't completely hate him, he found the thought of spending the holidays alone wasn't half as bad as he had been thinking the previous night. It was too late for breakfast, but it was only an hour and a half until lunch, so Harry brought some holiday homework down to an armchair beside the fireplace and spent the time working on a charms essay. When 12:10 came, Harry's stomach rumbled and he shoved his stuff onto the floor and headed for the portrait hole. The corridors were totally silent, but when Harry reached the Great Hall he found a few people seated, waiting for lunch to be served. Unfortunately, they were all teachers. The house tables were gone, and everyone was seated at a smaller table in the middle of the hall. Harry walked over slowly and dropped into a seat away from the teachers, muttering a polite hello. They smiled and replied, before going back to their conversation. Harry didn't know any of them, but they were soon joined by McGonagall, Flitwick and Sprout, who all greeted him warmly. The table was nearly full when Dumbledore and Snape joined them. The headmaster greeted Harry, but Snape only sneered. Dumbledore took a seat next to McGonagall, leaving only a seat on either side of Harry. Snape grimaced and scowled at the headmaster, whose beard twitched as he surveyed the seating options. The potions master growled and sank into the seat next to the headmaster, fixedly ignoring Harry. Harry leaned forward around Snape and addressed Dumbledore. "Sir, are there any other students staying for the break?" "Yes, Harry, one other I believe. As soon as he gets here we can begin lunch." Harry was about to ask who when he heard the chair beside him being slid out from the table. Harry turned and his heart sunk when he saw the Slytherin. Of all people it had to be Malfoy. Harry snorted, turning back to the table. "Something funny, Potter?" "No. Want to swap places?" Harry could think of no worse place than sitting between Snape and Malfoy. It was sure to be a lunch of little conversation. That would be entirely improper, Potter. Several teachers laughed and Harry blushed, scowling at Malfoy. Then, exactly at 12:30, the table was filled with food. Despite the fact that he was starving, Harry waited until everyone else had served themselves before he served himself. He ate slowly, not wanting to be the first person finished. Gradually, teachers began to move off, and when he thought enough had left, Harry excused himself and stood, exiting the Great Hall. He was walking through the entrance hall when he heard his name called from behind. Turning, he saw Malfoy strolling leisurely behind him. "Something you wanted, Malfoy. I'm quite bored, and you are the only person here for me to torment." "Lucky me," muttered Harry. "Don't you normally go home for the holidays? I felt there were better things for me to do here this year. Besides, Mother has gone abroad to visit relatives and Father is unable to be at the manor." "In prison, you mean?" sniped Harry. Malfoy's face reddened and Harry felt a little guilty. "Not for long, Potter. He'll be out of there in no time. He should be out already, it's just taking a little longer than expected." "Whatever, Malfoy. Is there something specific you wanted, or did you just want to torment me?" Malfoy scowled, but replied, "I wanted to know if you could take me down to the chamber. You know how we talked about harvesting parts from the basilisk?" Harry nodded, interested. "I really want to get Severus some parts as a gift." "Fine. Do you know how to do it?" "Because I have no idea." "Of course you don't, Potter. You're an idiot. Watch it, Malfoy." You won't get down there talking to me that way. What I meant was, I've been reading. I found a book with instructions and it's the same as harvesting parts from any other poisonous reptile, so you probably actually do have some idea. It's really not difficult. It won't take long at all to get enough for a gift, and we can get some for ourselves, of course. Fine. Let's do it now, then. It's only 5 days till Christmas anyway. Harry was glad to have something to do, even if it was with Malfoy. Besides, this was why he had told Malfoy about the chamber. Excellent, said Malfoy, clapping his hands and rubbing them together. 5 minutes later, they found themselves in the girls' bathroom, and another 5 found them standing beside the basilisk. Malfoy pulled a bag out of his robe pockets and enlarged it. Setting it on the ground, he began pulling out items: dragonhide gloves, tweezers, clips, crystal vials, and assorted other things. Harry narrowed his eyes as Malfoy laid them out in a row. You knew I'd say yes, didn't you? Well, you are very easy to persuade. Oh, come on, don't look like that. You know you want to do this too. Harry sighed. True. He got down on his knees beside Malfoy and the other boy proceeded to explain the function of some of the implements. Harry particularly liked the vials. The light hit them and created all the colors of the rainbow in the clear glass. At least Harry thought it was glass. He was proved wrong, however, when Malfoy took it from him. Careful with that, Potter. This vial was enormously expensive. I only got 2 of them, because of the cost. The outside is glass, but the inside is diamond. Diamond is the only substance that can hold basilisk venom. It melts straight through anything else. We'll leave the venom until last, though. First I want to get some scales. If we get, say, 50, that'll last him a fair while. Yeah, well, if he runs out then there's another 100,000 scales down here. Exactly. Follow me, and bring a pair of pullers. Wear that other pair of gloves. Malfoy pulled on his own gloves and Harry followed him over the huge snake. Malfoy took his pair of pullers and set a small stone box on the ground. He positioned himself against the basilisk and turned his head towards Harry. You do it like this. It's really simple. Just slide the flat half of the pullers under, close them, like so, and pull. He pulled, and after a little tug, a small green-gray scale slipped free, held between the pullers. Malfoy bent and deposited it in the stone box. Easy. See. Even you can do this, he said mockingly. Just try not to snap or break them. If a potion requires a whole scale to be added and it's broken, or even has a hairline fracture, the whole thing could explode. Also, over time, a broken scale will release its power and after a while it'd be completely worthless. That's another reason these things are so expensive. So, no breaks. Snape's an expert of course, and he'd check for those things, but still, it'd be nice to give him a perfect set. Harry and Malfoy set to it, working quietly, and after only 15 minutes, between them both had accumulated 50 fine scales. Why are these scales so good compared to any other snake, anyway? Asked Harry. Because it's from a magic snake, you idiot. Potter, I don't think you realize just how rare and expensive these ingredients are. They aren't easy to come by at all. People would kill for these things, literally. Luckily they're quite potent, and you only need tiny amounts in potions, so the parts go a long way. Still though, for a whole basilisk, you could get tens of thousands of galleons. You literally have a gold field here. Oh, Malfoy rolled his eyes. Let's do the venom now. We have to be extremely careful here. Dragonhide is fairly resistant to the venom, but eventually it'll wear a hole, and you don't want this stuff on your skin. Malfoy, I've had that in my skin. Flowing through my blood. And what a hero you are. Potter, now come on, said Malfoy sarcastically, but then he paused. How did you survive anyway? This stuff is really toxic, even in small amounts, and I heard you had a whole fang stuck in your arm. Fox. Dumbledore's phoenix saved me. You know, phoenix tears, they've got heal. Yes, Potter, I know about the properties of phoenix tears. You were one lucky bastard though. I know, said Harry quietly. They were standing near the head of the basilisk now, and Harry helped Malfoy lever open the large mouth, propping it there with a metal bar Malfoy produced from his put-together harvesting kit. Merlin. That is rank, coughed Malfoy, turning his nose up at the smell that came from the mouth of the dead snake. Harry quite agreed, it was dreadful, and he pulled his shirt up over his nose. It didn't help. Let's get this done as quickly as possible. We can't rush Potter. This is much more delicate than pulling scales. Malfoy pulled the diamond vials from his pocket, handing one to Harry. Do not drop. I swear, I will skin you alive. I'm perfectly capable of holding something without dropping it, Malfoy. Malfoy didn't reply. Instead, he pulled a flat piece of dragonhide from his pocket and placed it over the opening of the vial, tying it to the sides with string. Then, very carefully, he placed the flat surface of the dragonhide against the remaining fang and pushed lightly. The fang pierced the hide easily, but Malfoy only let it make a small hole. Nothing came out, but Malfoy tapped the fang with his wand and muttered something Harry couldn't hear. Immediately, venom began a steady drip into the vial. It was slow, and took a good half hour to fill the vial with the translucent green liquid. By the time it was done, Harry was thoroughly bored of watching. Are we nearly done? We need to fill up the other vial, and then I want some of the small teeth. Harry looked into the snake's mouth. The fangs were the biggest teeth, the others growing smaller the further back in the mouth they were, though all were razor sharp. Inside of the outermost row, however, were hundreds of tiny teeth lining the snake's mouth. You can fill the second vial, you remember what to do. Yeah, good. My arm is killing me. While you do that, I'll get as many teeth as I can. He pulled out a small jar and unscrewed the lid. This jar is lined with diamond too. Not as thick as the vials though. These teeth don't have venom in them, but they might have venom on the outside, and it's better to be on the safe side. As Harry copied Malfoy's earlier actions with the fang, the bee-owned boy took a different pair of pullers and carefully began to pull tiny teeth from the basilisk's mouth, placing them gently into the jar. When he had gathered about 40, he sat back to watch Harry's vial slowly filling. 15 minutes later, Harry capped the vial and handed it to Malfoy. Anything else? No, I think that's all for now. Severus'll love this. I can't wait till he sees it. What about blood? Malfoy cocked his head to the side. Huh, I never even thought of that. Well, turns out you're good for something after all. Harry rolled his eyes. It was becoming a common motion when he was around Draco. If he wasn't careful, his eyes would become permanently rolled back in his head. We'll have to string it up and cut its throat or something. We need something for the blood to collect in. Harry walked over to Malfoy's bag and pulled out a large glass jar. We could use this. Just enlarge it. Wait, is the blood corrosive like the venom? It is, but not nearly as much. That jar is crystal, so it'll hold it fine. There's going to be a lot of blood though. That doesn't matter. What you don't give to Snape can just stay here. The charms on the place will keep it fresh. True. All right. Malfoy turned to the basilisk and pointed his wand, casting a charm so that the huge snake hung from the air. Harry had a feeling he had seen the spell in use before, but on people. Harry placed the jar beneath the snake and cast an enlargement charm on it. It was just big enough. He then cast a cutting charm at the neck of the snake while Malfoy held it in the air. Blood began pouring from the snake, and both boys stepped back from the splashes of blood. The large jar began to fill, and eventually the rush of blood became a trickle, and then a drip. Malfoy lowered the snake to the ground and they stared at the huge container of ruby-red liquid. Malfoy walked over to his bag and returned with a large jar. He magically siphoned blood into the jar before sealing it and casting a non-breakable charm on the jar. He smiled gleefully and gathered together the jar of blood, teeth, vials of venom and stone box of scales. Severus is going to die when he sees this. You keep saying that, said Harry, amused. Well, he will. He's really into potions, and these ingredients he'll be able to make potions that almost no man ever has the chance to make. Most people who use these ingredients do it in big groups, because they're so expensive and everyone wants to see the end result. To have all this to yourself is fantastic. At that point, Harry's stomach rumbled and he glanced at his watch. His eyebrows shot up. It was nearly time for dinner. Come on, we're going to be late for dinner if we don't hurry. I didn't realize how much time had passed. They'll all be waiting for us too. All right, just let me pack these things up. Harry waited impatiently as Malfoy carefully placed the gift in the bag, along with all the tools. Then, they left the chamber and shortly arrived in the Great Hall. Luckily, there were only a few teachers present. Snape gave them a strange look when they entered the Great Hall together, but they took separate places at the table. Malfoy sat down next to Snape and engaged him in conversation, while Harry took a seat next to Hagrid. "How are ye, Harry?" "Good, Hagrid. What about you?" "Not bad myself. What have ye been up to today?" "Just doing homework mostly. I want to get it out of the way." "Best way to go, that is. Then ye get rest of holidays to yourself." Harry smiled. "That's the plan. How are the Neasels going, Hagrid?" "Oh, they're doin' lovely. Ye should come down and see 'em tomorrow, if ye get the chance." "Growin' beautifully, they are," replied Hagrid proudly. "I will, after lunch, maybe. I'll be waitin'." That night, Harry went to the school library and took out a textbook on runes. There were runes all over the chamber, and he was quite interested to know if he could translate them. Even more, he wanted to know what the ones on his wand meant. He read through the lengthy introduction and started on a history of the runic alphabet and its variants. He didn't see any runes that looked familiar, and at 10 he returned to the common room. During the holidays, curfew was extended until 10:30, for which Harry was grateful. He wouldn't have been able to stand sitting around in the common room all evening alone. The next afternoon Harry took his broom when he went down to meet Hagrid, and after a light afternoon tea, Harry walked over to the Quidditch pitch. It had been a while since he had flown outside of Quidditch, and he happily took to the air, loving the feel of the crisp air whipping around him. He had been flying for a while and was beginning to feel a bit bored with the repetitive loops around the pitch when another figure appeared beside him. Harry pulled up. "Malfoy, what are you doing out here?" "Flying. I would have thought that would be obvious. I thought maybe you were here to torment me some more." Malfoy smirked. "I'm sure I could, but mostly I just came out to fly. Believe it or not, everything I do does not revolve around you." "Whatever. I've been flying for a while and I was getting kind of bored. I was thinking of flying to Hogsmeade. Want to come?" "We aren't allowed, Potter. Just because it's the holidays doesn't mean we can leave the castle whenever we want. If you're afraid of getting into trouble, you don't have to come, but I'm still going. McGonagall will give you detention when she finds out. And I'm not afraid." "McGonagall won't find out, Malfoy, because nobody is going to tell her." "Why would I pass up the chance to get you a detention, Potter?" "Because I won't take you to the chamber," replied Harry, smirking. Malfoy scowled. "You can't say that every time I do something you don't like, Potter." "Well, it seems to be working pretty well so far. Are you coming or not?" "I'm not going to wait any longer." Malfoy cast a glance at the castle before grudgingly giving in. "Fine, but only if we go to the chamber tonight." "Deal. I was going there anyway." "Race you." With that, Harry took off, racing Malfoy over the Forbidden Forest and then along the lane that led to Hogsmeade. The sun was setting as they reached the small wizarding village, and Harry slowed, twisting leisurely in the air. "What now? Did you have some kind of plan once we got here, or did you not think that far ahead?" "I'm cold. Let's go into the Three Broomsticks and get butterbeer." "Not there, Potter. We might see someone we know. The Hog's Head is much quieter." "Okay." They flew up a little further to a shabbier area of the town. They dismounted their brooms in the quiet street and pushed open the door of the pub. Standing their brooms next to the door, they made their way over to a table. They walked up to the bar where an old man with a long gray beard stood, cleaning out glasses with a filthy rag. Harry pulled some coins out of his pocket and put them on the counter. "A butterbeer, please. And a fire whiskey for me," added Malfoy, and Harry looked at him with wide eyes. Malfoy shot him a warning look as the bartender turned to get their drinks. They grabbed their respective drinks and made their way over to a dark corner, sitting on opposite sides of the stained wooden table. "You shouldn't have got that, Malfoy. We aren't even of age yet." "Oh, so what, Potter? I'm not a child either." Harry snorted. "That's debatable." Malfoy scowled over his alcoholic drink. Feel free to tell whoever you want, Potter, but I doubt that would work out well for either of us. Harry sat back, scowling, and eyed his butterbeer sourly. What does it taste like, anyway? Malfoy smirked. You aren't telling me you've never had fire whiskey. Ha, Saint Potter the Pure, hey. Well, I don't exactly have the chance much. Give me a taste. Get your own if you want some. I already paid for a butterbeer. Come on, just a sip. The answer is no, Potter. I'm not letting some half-blood drink out of my glass. Harry bristled at the insult. I don't appreciate you insulting my parentage, Malfoy. I did no such thing, retorted the blonde boy. It's simply a statement of fact. If you think it's an insult, that's merely a reflection on your own beliefs. If I was going for an insult, I would have said half mud. All right, there's no need to say it now. Harry pulled the top off his butterbeer, scowling darkly. They finished their drinks in silence and left the pub. Malfoy was humming slightly as they walked down the narrow street holding their brooms, and Harry grinned. It was dark now and Harry checked his watch. Oh no, it's past dinner. Potter, we can go past the kitchens and get food. But they would have been waiting for us. No, they wouldn't. Dinner gets served at 7:30 regardless of who is at the table. We don't have to be there. Oh, okay then. You know how to get into the kitchens. Of course I do. Malfoy tossed his head arrogantly. My father told me when I was in first year. Harry and Malfoy quietly slipped in through the doors of the entrance hall, careful to stay out of sight of the table in the Great Hall. Still want to go to the chamber? Of course. If you take your broom back to the dorms, I could get food from the kitchens and meet you there. It'll take you too long to stop and get food. Malfoy nodded. All right, but get something decent, Potter. Not sandwiches. Harry found Malfoy already waiting for him outside Myrtle's bathroom, looking extremely impatient. They made their way into the basilisk chamber and through to the library, where Harry set the food. On the table, he had brought a bowl of salad, some potatoes, and a plate of lamb chops. Malfoy seemed fine with the selection, and Harry propped a book about ancient runes open on the table, reading while he ate. What's that? Book about ancient runes? You don't take that subject. I know, but I find it quite interesting. I'm trying to find out what some of the runes around this room mean, and I want to know what the ones on the courtyard door say, so I can get back in. You could just ask me. I'm quite proficient in the subject. Harry looked up, intrigued. Really? Yes. After we've eaten we can go look. Harry nodded agreement and began shoveling food into his mouth. Don't choke, Potter. The way you are eating is highly disturbing. Sorry, just want to go have a look at the runes. If you're so interested, why don't you just pick up the subject? I didn't do it in earlier years. I'd be so far behind. You could catch up over the holidays. If you worked hard, you'd have at least a basic understanding. Are we allowed to pick up subjects this late? I don't see why not. I never even thought of it. I think I'll go see McGonagall tomorrow and talk to her about it. Harry waited impatiently for Malfoy to finish eating before they went out to the courtyard, and Harry closed the door behind him. Some of these runes I haven't seen before, but I think it's a dedication of the courtyard. I can make out several of the symbols. It's definitely not about how to get back in. I'll have to do a bit of research if I want to translate this properly. Harry was disappointed. How do we get back in then? Malfoy smirked. Quite easily, I think. There's no hidden handle or secret password. Harry watched as Malfoy reached out an arm and ran his finger down a long indentation that ran down the middle of the inscription. With a light click, the door appeared and opened inwards. How did you know to do that? It's an old method, but quite well known, really. If you'd grown up among wizards you probably would have known to do that, once you saw that groove in the rock. Well, at least I won't be stuck out there for hours on end again. They walked back into the library and Harry stopped Malfoy. Wait, there's some other runes I want you to look at. He pulled out his wand and held it up for Malfoy. Know what they mean? Nice wand, I've never seen one with runes before. That's what Hermione said. I hadn't either. I didn't know Ollivander sold wands like this. He doesn't. I got it from Besemmers. Malfoy's eyes widened. Besemmers. Interesting, you know, they have a bit of a reputation for. Harry cut him off. So I've heard. So, do you know what the runes mean? Malfoy inspected the wand. I think this one here means power, and this one might be the symbol for magic. Some of these I haven't even seen before. I'll have to do some research, same as the door. What core does this have? Dragon heartstring, coated in basilisk venom. No wonder it was expensive. I've never even heard of a wand with basilisk venom before. What wood is it? Some kind of ash. Yeah, Yggdrasil. It's made of yew too though, the Yggdrasil cases it. Interesting. Yggdrasil has many magical properties. I think its purpose here is to contain the basilisk venom. Or maybe the reaction between the venom and the heartstring. Those are both powerful ingredients. Well, it's definitely a good wand. Better than my old one, I think. So, what are we doing now? I was going to read, but I don't really feel like it now. Harry thought for a second. How about we see where that tunnel showed you goes? If it comes out in the dungeons, it might be a bit quicker for you to get down here. Malfoy's face lit with interest. All right. Good idea. They made their way over to the damp tunnel and lit their wands. After a minute of walking, they came to the tightly winding staircase. Harry started up, and Malfoy followed him. For nearly 2 minutes the stairs wound up and up, until finally they came out into a small opening in the rock. 4 separate tunnels led off from the small space, in addition to the one they had just come through. Which way? Whispered Harry, and Malfoy shrugged. They stood for a moment, trying to decide on a direction to take when Malfoy suddenly pointed. There. Look. Above each door, there's a symbol. Slytherin must be that way. Harry looked, and sure enough above each doorway a symbol was engraved into the rock. The one Draco had pointed to was of a snake, and the others were the symbols of the other houses, a lion, badger, and raven. To Slytherin, then. Malfoy took the lead this time, and Harry followed him into the dark tunnel. It led for about 20 meters before they reached another small space with multiple openings. There were 4 openings again, but this time runes were engraved above the entrances. Well, you're the expert here, Malfoy. Malfoy stood for a moment, looking over the runic symbols. I think, he said slowly, that one there says teacher something. I'm not sure what the second part is. The one next to it says something chambers. The next one I'm pretty sure is the symbol for student. The last one I'm not sure of at all. Which way do you want to go? Your choice. Well, seeing as we are students, why don't we try that one? All right. Lead on, Malfoy. Malfoy crossed the space and walked through the tunnel he had decided on. Almost immediately, they came to another set of stairs, though these ones ended after only about 30 seconds of climbing. In front of them, set into the stone, was a golden door with snakes with emerald eyes on it. Malfoy smirked and imitated Harry. Well, he drawled, glancing back at Harry, you're the expert here, Potter. Harry stepped forward and ran a hand down the door. Open, he hissed, and the door slid, surprisingly quietly, out of sight, revealing a shadowy wall about 2 feet in front of them. A flickering light came to the left and they stepped out into the dark, narrow space between the door and the wall. Harry recognized the room at once. Excellent, crowed Malfoy, clapping his hands. The Slytherin common room. I always wondered why that weird little nook was there. Harry looked back. He couldn't see where they had stepped through into the room. The doorway was hidden by stone bricks that seemingly formed the wall of the common room. Set into the bricks was a medium-sized gold statue of the house's founder, with a snake hung around his neck. Well, now you don't have to go all the way through the castle to get to the chamber, said Harry. It'll take you 2 minutes instead of 20. Yeah. Then Malfoy's face fell. Except I bet it requires a password, and I can't speak Parseltongue. I can teach you. It shouldn't be too hard to learn one word. Potter, there are very few people who can speak Parseltongue. It's just a language, Malfoy, and any language can be learned. Besides, it's one word. I suppose. Harry laughed at Malfoy's still disappointed face. Oh, come on, Malfoy. It's not that bad. You'll learn it in no time. Come on, I want to see where some of those other tunnels led. I bet they go everywhere in the castle. Those other ones must go to the other houses. Malfoy dropped his sullen act and followed Harry back around to the hidden doorway, which had closed behind them. Harry hissed the password and they descended the cold, narrow step until they came to the small opening. This time, they tried the one that Malfoy had thought said something chambers. This one led to stairs as well, but at the top was a much wider path that led for about a minute until they came to a dead end. On the wall was a beautiful painting, about 2 meters wide by 3 tall, that reached from floor to ceiling. It sat in an ornate gold frame decorated with small golden leaves and vines, and the picture itself was of a dark forest, with sunlight shining down through the canopy. The foliage was dense and lush, and a small stony creek ran through the middle of the painting, fed by a roaring waterfall that ran over a flat rock cliff. Harry could hear the sound of running water and could almost smell a fresh, earthy smell. Suddenly, a faint wind moved the trees in the painting, and Harry felt the same wind on his face. He glanced at Malfoy, who had evidently felt the same. Harry looked back at the arresting picture. He felt that if he reached his hand out, he would be able to touch the water, and he did so. He snatched his hand back when he felt the frigid water hit his hand. His fingers were now dripping, and droplets of water dotted the back of his hand. Within seconds, the water had dried, much faster than it should have in the cool damp corridor. "I've seen this picture before," whispered Malfoy. Harry stared at him. "What? Where?" Malfoy frowned. "I'm not sure." This time, Malfoy stuck his hand out and into the cold water. He gasped when he touched it, but instead of drawing back, he pushed his hand right through up to the wrist. "What is it? What do you feel?" Malfoy frowned. "Just water." Harry watched as Malfoy moved closer and stuck his whole arm into the water. "I think I can feel air." He looked at Harry, who shrugged. "After you, Malfoy." With that, Malfoy turned and pushed his head under the waterfall, and after a moment, he stepped into the painting. Harry stared wide-eyed as Malfoy disappeared into the waterfall, spray hitting his back and rebounding off onto Harry. As soon as Malfoy had gone, Harry moved forwards and stood with his nose to the painting. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the icy roaring waterfall. Harry stood, freezing water pounding down on his head and cascading over his shoulders. He kept his eyes tightly shut and took a tentative step forward, then another. With the second step, he found the water was no longer on his face and opened his eyes. He nearly screamed when he saw Malfoy, wet and bedraggled in front of him. "Shite, Malfoy." The bee-owned laughed at Harry's surprise as Harry stepped out of the water. They were in a small cave, it seemed, that was barely half a meter deep, but in front of them, instead of more cave, was another waterfall. Harry turned around, and found himself staring at an identical image. When he turned back, Malfoy was dry, and trying to avoid the water on both sides. Harry stood beside him, and looked around. The cave was about a meter wide, just bigger than the waterfall, and Harry reached out a hand to run it over the rough rock. He gasped when his hand went through the rock, sending shockwaves through it. It felt strange, like static electricity, and Harry pulled his hand back. "Did you see that?" Malfoy tried to look around Harry, but couldn't without getting wet. "No, what?" "Touch the walls." Malfoy did so, and Harry heard him gasp as well. "Do you think we're actually in a painting? You know how the people in the portraits can get around to all the other portraits in the castle." Malfoy frowned thoughtfully. "I don't know. I'm not sure this is actually painting. It looked like it, but you can't walk into a painting, at least I've never heard of it. What do you think is on the other side?" "Only one way to find out," replied Malfoy, and together they stepped through the mirror image waterfall. Harry opened his eyes and shook the water from his hair. Beside him, Malfoy did the same. Straightening up, Harry looked around at the room they had come out in. The walls were stone and it appeared they were in a lounge. 2 armchairs in a lounge sat in front of a roaring fire, and heavy curtains hung along a far wall. "I knew it," whispered Malfoy. "What? Where are we?" Malfoy turned around and Harry did the same, noticing that they were both dry already. On the wall was an exact copy of the painting they had just come through. "I knew I had seen this picture before. We're in Severus' personal chambers. That must have been what the runes I couldn't translate said, personal, or something like it." A broad grin split Harry's face as he turned to survey the room. Snape would go absolutely ballistic if he knew I was in his private rooms, he said gleefully. He clapped his hands together and skipped over to the plush green lounge, flopping down onto it. Malfoy walked over and glared at him, though he appeared slightly amused. If you think he wouldn't want you in here, then maybe you shouldn't lay around on his furniture. Oh, come on, Malfoy. He'll never know I was here. Besides, I'm not breaking anything. Harry relaxed in the warmth of the fire. That's the window I was telling you about, there. Malfoy pointed to the heavy curtains, and Harry got up, walking over to them. He raised his wand and opened them, letting moonlight spill into the dim room. Malfoy had been right. It was practically the same view as from the chamber, only from higher up. It was magnificent. From here, more of the cliff-top forest was visible. Then, Harry's heart dropped out of his chest as he heard a door open behind them. Snape coming back from dinner. He froze, and Snape would have seen him if Malfoy hadn't grasped him by the neck of his robes and yanked him down behind the lounge. Forget ballistic. Snape would kill him. He looked at Malfoy in terror, and the other boy put a finger to his lips. They heard a rustling of fabric as Snape hung his cloak, then footsteps moved across to the lounge. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped and Harry heard a grunt. Harry looked behind him to see the curtains, which must have been closed last time Snape had been in here. Malfoy seemed to have come to the same conclusion, for his eyes widened. The footsteps resumed, this time coming over to the lounge. Suddenly the curtains were swept back across the window and the lounge shifted as Snape took a seat. For a few minutes, there was complete silence in the room, then Snape got up and left the room. Harry started to get up, but Malfoy pulled him back down and motioned for him to stay. Then, Malfoy stood and went over to the door Snape had come in. He got there just as Snape walked back into the lounge, and Harry ducked back down. Draco, came Snape's smooth voice, I didn't hear you come in. Did you just get here? Yes. I came by earlier but you weren't here. Did you open the curtains? I was sure I closed them. Oh, yay, I think I might have. Sorry about that. No matter. Is there something specific you wanted? Oh, no, I just came to talk. Where were you at dinner? Flying for a while, then I went to the common room. I wasn't really hungry. I see. So you have no idea where Potter is. He too was absent from dinner. None whatsoever. The lounge shifted as Snape took a seat again, and Harry kept as still as possible. Draco's voice sounded from over near the fireplace. Have you heard from my father lately? There was a moment of silence before Snape replied, and it sounded like Snape had leaned forward. I have. With any luck, he shall have his release very soon. Harry frowned at the conversation, but peeking out from behind the lounge, he saw that all of Snape's attention was fixed on Malfoy. Malfoy saw Harry, and his eyes flickered briefly to the painting just behind and to the left of Snape. Moving slowly and as silently as possible, Harry crept over to the painting as Snape continued to inform Malfoy about his father. He reached the painting, and as quickly as he could, he jumped through the waterfall, taking an extra step to get into the dry space in between. Shivering, he braved the second waterfall and found himself back in the tunnel. He waited a few seconds and felt himself dry off, but he was still cold. Pulling his robes tight around him, he began walking, before he remembered he had another way to get around. Smiling, he pulled the pendant from his shirt, and seconds later he was standing in front of the fire in the Gryffindor common room. He grinned and sunk into a comfortable armchair, where he fell asleep. The next morning at breakfast, Harry ate quickly and then waited in the entrance hall for Malfoy. It seemed Malfoy had only been waiting for him to finish, because after only a minute the Slytherin appeared at his side and favored him with a completely neutral look. So, Potter, what are we doing today? You assume I want to spend the day with you, Malfoy. Malfoy smirked. You were waiting for me, Potter. Whatever. I hadn't really thought about it really. Harry perused the walls as Malfoy put forward suggestions. Thanks for letting me get out last night, by the way. Snape would have skinned me alive if he'd caught me. Malfoy laughed. He heard you when you went through the painting. I think he sort of saw the water spray out a bit, but just out of the corner of his eye. He looked a bit suspicious for a second, but he didn't really think anything of it. Ha ha. Did you go back to the chamber last night? If you go through Snape's room, you don't even need to learn the password. Nah, I went back to the Slytherin dorms. I don't always know his password, though. If I tell him I'm going to come and see him, he'll tell me so I can wait in there for him, but he changes it fairly regularly. Guess I'll still have to teach you then. There was a moment of strained silence before Harry said, "Why don't just go flying? We can leave the school, take some lunch. I want to explore a bit. I've only ever been to Hogsmeade." Malfoy thought about it for a second before agreeing. "All right. I'll get the food this time and I'll meet you on the Quidditch pitch at 9 o'clock. Harry nodded and dashed up the stairs to get his broom. He grabbed his cloak as well, because it looked like snow, and his invisibility cloak too. He picked up Salazar, who he had brought back with him when the holidays began. Then, with the little snake curled around his arm, he made his way down to the pitch. He was a little early, so he kicked off and practiced some moves until he saw Malfoy appear in the stands. He flew over and waited while Malfoy joined him in the air, then they took off towards the Forbidden Forest, flying low in case someone was looking. Instead of following the lane to Hogsmeade, they turned south and flew over the white countryside. After about an hour, they saw buildings in the distance. Harry followed Malfoy when he veered off to a small copse of trees beside a road, and they hid their brooms there before continuing on foot to the Muggle town. The dirt road was quiet, but very soon they came to a bitumen road lined with small businesses. At one point, Harry only just managed to yank Malfoy back in time, when he stepped out into the road in front of a passing car. "Watch where you're going, Malfoy. You almost got hit." Malfoy scowled at Harry, but looked about uneasily. "Have you ever even been in a Muggle town before?" asked Harry. "My father took me into Muggle London sometimes when I was younger, and we have a house on Kensington Avenue, but I don't really leave that except by flow." "What are those things called again? Automobiles or something?" Harry let out a loud laugh. "I think maybe you mean automobiles," explained Harry, and Malfoy's face lit in recognition, "but everyone just calls them cars." Malfoy stuck close to Harry, and listened when Harry, trying not to laugh, explained how to look left, right and left again before crossing the road. Deciding to look for somewhere to eat, they came to a broad expanse of parkland, covered in winter snow. At one end, the tumbling ruins of an old church sat on a low hill, looking out over the land, and the two boys headed for the stone remains. The church was set between two towering trees, whose trunks were both over a meter across. Stalactites of ice hung from ledges of rock that lined the windows and roof of the church, and a coating of ice made the stone glisten in a brief moment of sunshine, before a cloud plunged the land into shadow again. The old ruin was ominously silent, and they said nothing as they walked through the entry. Long ago, large wooden doors had covered the arch, but one now hung brokenly from the hinges that were rusted with time, and the other lay in splinters on the ground. Both were rotting and spotted with mold. The inside of the church was, like all old stone buildings of the kind, beautiful in its age and mystery. The roof was higher than usual, and crumbling stone steps led from one side of the room up to a higher level. Light shining through the stained glass window above the entrance cast muted colors of green, blue and red over the stone, and their footsteps echoed loudly in the silence. The ground was covered in damp, rotting leaves, and Harry agreed when Malfoy suggested they try upstairs. Harry tentatively placed his weight on the bottom stair. They were crumbling, and chunks of rock had broken off, smashing on the church floor. Malfoy, however, raced up the stairs, and Harry decided it was safe enough. When he reached the second level, he found they were in a bell tower. Above them hung an old iron bell, but the center was missing, and the bell would remain forever silent. Parts of the wall were knocked out on all sides, with the largest portion at the front of the tower. From about 20 centimeters off the floor to just above their heads, the gaping hole provided them with a spectacular view of the surrounding land. Looking out through a smaller hole in one side, Harry could see the town. "It's bigger than I thought." They were on the outskirts of quite a sizable town, tall buildings rising against the skyline a few kilometers from where they stood. Houses and small buildings spread out before them, eventually giving way to open fields. Harry turned back to find Malfoy sweeping sticks and leaves to the side with his foot, and Harry did the same before folding his cloak and sitting down on it. Malfoy followed suit. The floor was a bit damp, and neither wanted their clothes to get wet. The Slytherin pulled out a bag of food from his pocket and pulled out an assortment of foods. After eating, Harry leaned back and patted his stomach. They sat in silence for a few minutes looking out at the snow before Malfoy said suddenly, "Let's terrorize some muggles." Harry tried not to laugh. "We are not going to terrorize muggles because you're bored. I don't mean do anything bad, just have some fun." Harry was against the idea on principle, but the longer he thought about it, the more enticing the idea became. He rolled his eyes. "I can't believe I'm letting you convince me to do this." Harry stood and took his invisibility cloak from his pocket. Malfoy's eyes lit up at the sight of the silvery cloak. "Excellent." They descended to the lower level of the church where Harry threw the cloak over them both. Then, making sure their feet were covered, they left the church and made their way across the snow. 300 meters away there was an area where the snow had been cleared and there were several picnic benches and a playground. There were quite a few muggles scattered around the park, mostly mothers with small children. Malfoy nudged him. "Over there. See that girl sitting by herself?" Harry looked where Malfoy pointed. A lone girl, probably a few years older than them, sat reading. "Yeah. Got a plan?" Malfoy frowned. "No. Let's get closer." Slowly, they crept up behind the girl, who appeared to be thoroughly engrossed in her book. Harry drew to Malfoy to a halt when they stood not 1 meter from the girl. Harry's eyes lit upon the girl's handbag, which was sitting just behind her. He glanced at Malfoy, who grinned mischievously. After checking that no one was watching, Malfoy reached out and grabbed the handbag, drawing it beneath the cloak. Then, they retreated 10 meters and Malfoy put the bag down. Then, after stepping back a bit further, Harry picked up a small rock and threw it underhand at the girl's back. The girl started when it hit her and turned, frowning, to see behind her. She eyed the area suspiciously, but there was no one behind her, and it was as she was turning back to her book that she noticed the small brown bag sitting on the ground. Her eyes widened and both Harry and Malfoy stifled a laugh as she jumped up, looking around at the other people in the park suspiciously. She hurried over to the bag, and as she did so, Harry felt Malfoy tug on his arm, pulling him over to where the girl had been sitting. Harry grinned as Malfoy picked up the girl's book and removed the bookmark, placing it at another page, then putting the book down several feet from where it had been. The girl had now resumed her place and had just finished sorting through her bag, presumably to check that nothing was missing. Satisfied, she eyed her fellow park goers once more before reaching for her book. Harry stifled another laugh as the girl froze and shot to her feet once more. She looked wildly around herself, then turned in a circle 3 times, before she saw the book. Harry couldn't help himself and let out a bark of laughter. Malfoy elbowed him, and Harry gasped. He started to laugh again, but Malfoy flung an arm around his neck and slapped a hand over his mouth as the girl ran over to get the book. Harry could feel Malfoy shaking with silent laughter as the girl gathered all her things together and quickly left the park, scowling at everyone around her. After running a safe distance from the people, Harry and Malfoy broke down completely, falling to the ground as their laughter rang out. "Did you see her face? Merlin, that was hilarious." After they had calmed themselves, they made their way back to the street of the town they had been in earlier. It was a little difficult to keep out of people's way in the cloak, but they managed it and were now standing at the edge of the road waiting for the traffic lights to change. Harry briefly explained to Malfoy how the lights worked. Harry looked around as they waited and he saw a pine needle lying next to his boot. He bent down and picked it up, and at Malfoy's questioning look, motioned for Malfoy to move closer to the man who stood in front of them. Once they were close enough, Harry stuck the pine needle out and tickled the man's neck quickly. They were rewarded as the man slapped at his neck, rubbing the itch. He put his hand down and Malfoy took the needle from Harry, tickling the man on the other side. Once again, the man slapped at his neck, this time turning slightly to frown at the empty air behind him. When he turned back, Malfoy stuck out the needle again, but at that point the lights changed and as the man started forward, Malfoy stuck his entire arm out of the cloak. Harry grabbed desperately at the extended arm, but he was too late. A feminine shriek sounded from beside them, and frightened whispers filled the air as people halted and gazed uncertainly at the air where Draco's arm had been. Harry began tugging Draco away, but the Slytherin pulled back. Then, Draco began to laugh, a low, deep, menacing laugh that graduated to a psychotic-sounding cackle. He cut off abruptly, and both boys watched as the muggles screamed and scattered. Finally, Draco allowed Harry to pull him away to a quiet alley where Harry whipped off the cloak, and they fell against the wall, gasping for breath from laughing. "You are such an idiot, Malfoy," reprimanded Harry between laughs. "That was classic," said Malfoy, wiping a tear from his eye. "Ha!" Eventually, after terrifying a few more unsuspecting people, Harry convinced Malfoy that it was time to go, and they made their way back to the small copse of trees where they had stashed their brooms. They got back to Hogwarts in the dark, but before dinner, and parted wordlessly in the entrance hall. Harry dashed up to Gryffindor Tower and washed up, then headed down to dinner. He was one of the last there, and they didn't have to wait long for the table to be filled with food. After dinner, Harry left for Gryffindor Tower and fell asleep quickly. The next day when Harry arrived at breakfast, he found the only other person to be there was Malfoy. "Hey." Malfoy glanced up briefly from his daily prophet and scowled, jerking his head in acknowledgement. Harry sat quietly until breakfast was served. Still there were no teachers, and Harry thought perhaps that they were all sleeping in. He leaned across the table towards Malfoy as he reached for some bacon. "Want to go down to the chamber with me after? I was planning on spending the day there. I thought we could try out that dueling platform." Malfoy ignored him for a few moments until he had finished whatever story he was reading before he looked up. "Fine," he said shortly, before turning his attention back to the newspaper. Harry ate slowly to match Malfoy's pace, but still finished first, and waited impatiently for Malfoy to finish his toast. Down in the chamber, Harry led Malfoy into the dueling room. Standing at opposite ends of the platform, they assumed dueling positions. "Any rules?" asked Malfoy. Harry thought for a minute. He was tempted to say the same rules they used in defense, but he wanted to practice dueling with someone who wasn't holding back. "No, not if you don't want any." Malfoy raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Very well, Potter. Prepare to be throttled." "No way, Malfoy. It's you who should watch out." They began. "Calculius Superner," hissed Harry. He was quite fond of the Parseltongue spells. He watched, surprised, as Malfoy retaliated with a wordless curse. "Been practicing, Malfoy. My father has been drilling wordless spells into me for years now, Potter. I'm quite proficient." Harry renewed his attack, hissing out the Parseltongue spells in between dodging and blocking the jinxes and curses Malfoy threw. After 4 hours of dueling, Harry was becoming extremely tired. They were about even in the score, and Harry had to admit that Malfoy was a very good duelist, especially with his skill at wordless spells. Glacius Ventos. Dodge. Terra Concito. Block. Adficio Sensus. A finite incantatum. On his dancing legs. Nox Noctis. Block. Block. Tacta Morsius. "What the?" shouted Malfoy, slapping at his arms and nearly dropping his wand. He was doing a very good impression of Hermione, without the screaming. Harry cast a finite incantatum on Malfoy and flopped to the ground, sweaty and exhausted. "Bloody hell, Potter. What was that one?" Harry hissed out the spell, knowing full well that Malfoy wouldn't understand. "In English perhaps." "Can't say it in English." "Why not? I already think I'm speaking English, so I can't translate it." "Weird. Nasty spell, that one is. I would have liked to have learnt it." What does it do anyway?" Hermione really freaked out the other day." Malfoy snickered. "That was highly entertaining for the Slytherins, I hope you know." "I don't blame her though. It feels like lots of things with really sharp teeth are biting you all over." Malfoy shivered. "We should do some practice every day, if you want to, that is." "I need to practice, and you are definitely a challenge." Harry was surprised, but happy with the challenge Draco presented. He knew spells that Harry had never heard of, and was exceptionally fast and agile. "Where'd you learn to duel like that anyway?" "My father, of course. He's been training me since I was quite young." "Training for what?" Malfoy raised an eyebrow. What do you think, Potter? Harry sat up and considered Malfoy. He's training you to be a Death Eater. Right in one. He always knew the Dark Lord would rise again. It was only a matter of time. Are you a Death Eater? Malfoy snorted. Do you really think I'd tell you that, Potter? Harry shrugged. I wouldn't tell anyone, if you didn't want me to. He smiled. What happens in the chamber, stays in the chamber. Malfoy rolled his eyes, and said after a while. Even if I'm not already, I will be eventually. I don't have a choice. Why can't you just say no? I know it would be hard, but it would be worth it in the end. In your opinion, perhaps. Besides, one does not simply say no to the Dark Lord. But, drop it, Potter. I don't wish to discuss this with you. Malfoy stood and turned towards the door. Remember this though, I am here for my own selfish purposes, and you brought me down here for your own. That doesn't make us friends. I am not your friend, and you can never trust me. When I turn 17, I will take the dark mark, and there is nothing either of us can do about it. When that time comes, our association will most likely come to an end, because I will follow any orders I am given, and you probably won't like them. Harry watched as Malfoy left the room, and he dropped his head into his hands. Despite the boy's attitude, Harry couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Malfoy was fated just as much as he was, following a path set for him before he was even born. Harry dragged Malfoy down to the chamber again the day before Christmas. At least, drag, is the term Malfoy used, but Harry could tell the Slytherin was eager to go and was just trying to make life hard. You sound like a 5-year-old, Malfoy. Honestly, the amount of time you spend whinging and whining. I do not whinge. That would be highly inappropriate for someone of my social standing. I think it's a requirement of someone of your social standing, Malfoy. They jeweled until lunchtime and then went to the kitchens for food, retreating again to the chamber to eat it. After lunch, they sat reading various books in the library, Malfoy perusing a potions manual and Harry looking at a book of runes. After a while Harry put that one away and walked over to look at the section on dark arts and their defense. He wished for the 100th time that he had not let Malfoy get away with the book he had bought. Hey, Malfoy. Grunted Malfoy, engrossed in the potions manual. What happened to my book, do you know? The one Snape took. Malfoy looked up and smirked. Ah, yes. The Dark Arts. An historic account. An extremely interesting and informative book. Snape let me read it for a while. What? He took it off of me and gave it to you. He didn't give it to me, Potter. He just let me look at it. Very briefly, before he took it away. So do you know what he did with it? Did he give it to Dumbledore? No, I believe he took it to him, but the headmaster suggested he might like to keep it. Dumbledore would never let Snape have a book like that. Potter, Snape is so deeply entrenched in the dark arts that nothing could drag him out. He probably already knows every spell in that book and is just keeping it as a reference. Besides, Dumbledore doesn't control Severus. I can't believe this. I paid good money for that book. They had no right to take it off of me. So take it back, Potter. Harry paused in his pacing. What? Malfoy sighed, exasperated. Get it back. If it were mine, I wouldn't have even let anyone else get their hands on it. He smirked at Harry's angry scowl, then continued, however, if I did allow a sneaky Slytherin to take it, and subsequently let it be confiscated, I would simply take it back. I can't just waltz into Snape's quarters. I don't know his password. Hey. You could find it out for me. Malfoy snorted. Idiot Gryffindor. I am not helping you steal from my godfather. Besides, you don't need a password, remember. Harry could have kicked himself. Of course, the waterfall painting. And I could take my invisibility cloak in case Phineas or any other of the people in the paintings is visiting in there. No one would know it was me. What would you do without me, Potter? Christmas Day brought a snowstorm that tormented the castle unendingly. Looking out the window, Harry could see only whiteness, and he could hear wind whistling around the castle. Inside, however, he was comfortably warm, and he dragged his meager pile of present up onto the bed. He skipped breakfast, even though he thought it would be rude to do on Christmas Day, and spent a few hours lounging in bed looking through his presents. He had received the usual Christmas pudding and woolly jumper from Mrs. Weasley. From Ron and Hermione he had received a Defense Against the Dark Arts book and some broomstick accessories, along with a short note. Harry, I know we've been fighting, but we wanted you to know we are still your friends. We know you're just upset about Sirius, but you really shouldn't dwell on his death. He wouldn't want you to be unhappy and block everyone out. Anyway, Merry Christmas, and we'll see you in the new year. Love, Hermione and Ron. Unsure how to react to the note, Harry put it aside and turned to his other gifts. Seamus and Dean had given him a roll of Quidditch posters, and Harry selected one of the Far North Taipans, an Australian team that he liked, that he hung on the wall beside his bed. Neville had left him a small seedling that acted like a guard plant. If it sensed someone that shouldn't be there, it would release a noxious gas that would temporarily subdue the intruder. Thinking he already had several dorm mates that were more than capable of this, Harry smiled and placed it carefully on his bedside chest of drawers. From Hagrid, he had gotten some owl treats and rock cakes that were surprisingly good. He lazed in bed reading his new book until lunch, which he decided he had better not skip. He dressed quickly and made his way to the Great Hall, arriving along with several teachers who all wished him a Merry Christmas. The table had a few more seats than usual. Some more teachers who had been at the castle in the previous week had left to spend time with family, but the ghosts and a few other people joined the group for Christmas lunch and dinner. Harry took a seat next to McGonagall and wished her a happy Christmas. She favored him with a smile. Happy Christmas, Mr. Potter. We missed you at breakfast this morning. Just then, Dumbledore took a seat a few chairs down on the other side of the table. I expect our remaining students both wished to spend time with their presents this morning, Minerva. Harry blushed as McGonagall responded. Mr. Malfoy managed to make it to breakfast. I'm sorry, Professor. Not to worry, Harry. She smiled again. It's quite all right. I'm not being so serious. Harry returned her smile as the Malfoy and Snape took seats at the table. Very shortly, lunch was served and Harry tucked in. He wondered how Snape had reacted to the potion's ingredients and made a point of remembering to ask Malfoy later. Lunch turned out to be quite a merry affair, and McGonagall even allowed Harry a small cup of mead. Harry narrowed his eyes as Snape poured Malfoy his third glass of wine, and Malfoy smirked gloatingly back. After stuffing themselves and pulling several crackers, the group disbanded and Harry hung about in the entrance hall for a while before going back up to the common room. He spent the time lazing in front of the fire, eventually attempting the last of his homework. He only had his potions essay left to do, but was having trouble with it. After a while, he threw it to the side and began composing letters of thanks for the people who had sent him gifts. After he had finished with the letters, Harry stood and stretched. He had been thinking about the tunnel that led from the chamber to the Slytherin common room. He had a feeling that one of the other tunnels must lead to the Gryffindor common room, and he wanted to find it. He spent an hour searching the walls around the stairs and fireplace, but found nothing, and eventually gave a sigh of defeat. He had known it wouldn't be easy to find the entrance, if it was even there, but searching for a thing that he had no idea what it looked like, was still tedious. Finally he gave up and walked over to the hearth where Sal's had been curled up all day. Sal's. Yes, Harry, can you help me? I'm searching for something. Searching for what? I'm not entirely sure, but maybe a little snake. Why do you want another snake, Harry? Did I do something wrong? Harry laughed. Sorry, Sal's. That's not what I mean. I'm looking for a picture or an engraving of a snake. I have not seen anything like that. I will see what I around when I explore. Thanks, Sal's. Harry retreated again to his favorite armchair and sat thinking for a while about the dark arts book. Despite what he had told Dumbledore and Snape, he desperately wanted the book back, whether or not he was actually going to practice the magic. If it was in Snape's chambers like Malfoy had said, he would easily be able to get it back by going through the waterfall, or using the pendant. He was tempted to go straight away, but if he did it while only he and Malfoy were at the school, Snape would surely suspect that one of them had taken it. Harry couldn't risk Dumbledore finding out that he had the book again, and he didn't want to incur Snape's wrath either. He decided to wait until the other students had returned, and after thinking a little longer, decided it would be best if he took it back at a time when Malfoy didn't know Snape's password. It was quite conceivable to Harry that Malfoy would take the book if anyone other than Snape had taken possession of it, and he had a feeling that if it disappeared from Snape's chambers that Malfoy would be a prime suspect. With this in mind, Harry resolved to steal the book at a time when Malfoy didn't know Snape's password. He wasn't sure, but he thought the Slytherin would rather sell him out than lose the trust of his godfather if he was accused of taking the book. Harry left for Christmas dinner early and arrived before anyone else. He was hoping Malfoy would arrive before too many others so he could ask him what Snape had said about the potion's ingredients. He was pleased when Malfoy arrived very shortly after him and silently took a seat across from him. Harry looked at him expectantly. Well, what, Potter? How did he like it? I haven't given it to him yet. We have this tradition where he always came over to Malfoy Manor for Christmas dinner when I was younger. Seeing as I'm here though, I'm going to go and see him after dinner. Oh, all right then. Well, I reckon he'll like it. They lapsed into silence until all the teachers began to arrive, and Harry exchanged greetings with several of the professors. The Christmas feast passed slowly. Despite the festivities, Harry couldn't wait to get away. The teachers chatted merrily, and even Malfoy was engaged in an animated conversation with the potion's master. Harry, however, sat silently, eating slowly so that his mouth was always full and he could avoid an ongoing conversation with anyone. It was several hours later when, after the bonbons had been pulled and toasts made, the teacher, some of whom were more than a little merry, disbanded in small groups, and Harry left as soon as he felt it was polite to do so. He watched as Malfoy left with Snape and felt an odd sense of jealousy as he thought about his own godfather. Harry trudged back to Gryffindor Tower. He was halfway there when he had a sudden thought. Pulling the pendant from his shirt, he looked around to make sure no one was watching and apparated to his dormitory, where he threw open his trunk and grabbed his invisibility cloak, ignoring the very slight sense of draining energy he experienced. He drew the cloak over him hurriedly and once again pulled out the pendant, which was still warm. Then, he apparated to Snape's chambers, thinking of a dark corner of the lounge. Thankfully, neither Malfoy nor Snape was in the room. He wasn't sure if apparating using the pendant made any sound like normal apparition did. Harry could hear the two talking in a room through an archway, and from what Harry could see appeared to be a dining room. Harry was about to walk through when Snape and Malfoy walked into the lounge, Snape carrying a square package wrapped in cloth. They were chatting casually as Snape poured 2 glasses of red wine, handing one to Malfoy. The Slytherin waited for Snape to take a seat before sitting on the end of the lounge closest to Snape's chair. "Thank Merlin that is over," said Snape, resting his head back and closing his eyes. "I detest the Christmas feast. Albus is far too cheerful on an everyday basis, let alone festive occasions." Malfoy smirked and took another sip of wine. Harry moved closer to the pair. "You could just not go, if you think it's so bad. I wouldn't mind just joining you here. Believe me, Albus and Minerva would never let me not attend." Snape leaned forward and grabbed the package he had earlier put on the coffee table, and Harry smiled as Malfoy sat forward eagerly. He saw Snape smile at the Slytherin too. "Well, Merry Christmas, Draco." Harry felt another stab of jealousy. Snape obviously cared for Malfoy. Harry couldn't help but remember the Christmas he had spent with Sirius at Grimmauld Place, and he wished once again that Sirius was still alive. "Thanks, Severus," said Malfoy, taking the package keenly and resting it on his lap. Harry watched as the boy carefully peeled back the layers of cloth, his eyes widening as he saw what was wrapped. "It's beautiful. And expensive. I will be extremely unimpressed if I ever find you are not looking after it." Harry edged closer, trying to see what it was, but Malfoy answered the question for him. "It isn't a wizard's chess set. Not the usual sort. No. The pieces don't move themselves. I've always wanted a nice set like this, it's so elegant," said Malfoy, running his fingers lightly over the board. "What's it made of? Stone obviously, but what sort? The dark pieces are obsidian. The red additions to those pieces are ruby. The white set is marble, with jade decoration. Wow, how much did this cost? Draco, didn't anyone ever tell you it is rude to ask how much a gift cost? I just meant that you shouldn't have spent this much on me," but I love it, I really do. Well, you know I'm not short of money, Draco, so there is really no need to worry about cost. Malfoy carefully wrapped the chess set after returning the pieces to the box they had come from. I got something for you too, you're going to love it. Harry moved closer, eager to see Snape's reaction to the basilisk parts. He walked slowly, careful not to make any noise with his footsteps or the swish of his cloak. The potions master had leaned forward in his seat, and Malfoy was pulling a small box from his pocket. I shrunk it so it was easier to carry. Finite. Malfoy ended the shrinking spell and the box was returned to its original size. Malfoy pushed the box across the low table. Well, hurry up and open it. Harry thought Malfoy looked even more excited at the prospect of Snape opening the gift than he had with his own. Harry waited with bated breath as Snape pulled the lid off of the box and took out the jar of blood. He frowned thoughtfully, inspecting the crimson liquid. Blood. You bought me potions ingredients. Snape became quite interested and finally put the jar on the table, pulling the box closer. What kind of blood is it? Malfoy gave a smug smirk. You'll see. All these parts come from the same animal. I'm sure a master as skilled as yourself will be able to identify the animal. Taking it as a challenge, Snape retuned the smirk and reached his hand into the box, pulling out the teeth. Fangs, of a dragon perhaps. He looked at Malfoy for an answer, but the own boy merely waved his hand towards the box. This time, Snape pulled out the stone box of scales. I still say dragon, perhaps a Welsh green. Malfoy's smirk only widened as Snape reached his hand into the box for the last item, the diamond vial of basilisk venom. Snape held the vial up to the light, the thoughtful frown back on his face. Venom. There are several venomous dragons, but the Welsh green is not one. Perhaps the African Averix. Harry watched as Snape tilted the vial slightly, and the diamond scattered the light, creating sparkles of color in the glass. Suddenly, Snape's eyes widened. Diamond Draco. He shot a sharp look at the boy before frantically grabbing at the other items, examining them again. Harry couldn't help but grin at the amazed look on Snape's face as he realized what the animal was. Merlin, breathed Snape. Draco, this is basilisk venom. These are basilisk parts. Finally. I thought you were never going to get it, replied Draco, leaning back with a grin on his face. How did you afford this? These ingredients are worth a small fortune. My father is more than wealthy enough to afford it. Snape snorted. No one would willingly spend quite this much on anyone. How did you even find all these things? They are exceedingly rare. I myself have not seen venom before. Scales, yes, many years ago, but not this many. And a whole jar of blood. Snape looked at Malfoy expectantly, but Malfoy just smirked and said, let's say I have a contact with the experience to gain access to these ingredients. Who is it? Another potions master. Oh no, this particular person is quite abysmal at potions. Harry scowled. He wasn't that bad. He had gotten into Newt level, and was sitting somewhere in between an A and an E. Well, who is it then? I would surely have heard about someone with this much stock. Harry's heart suddenly started to beat faster. Malfoy had promised not to say anything about the chamber. Though the teachers already knew it was down there, he was fairly sure it wasn't a place they wanted students going. You wouldn't know this person. He doesn't want people to know he has this stuff. There's no way he'd be able to hang on to it if people found out. How about we play a game of chess? Snape frowned, clearly unpleased, but acquiesced and helped Malfoy to set up the chess board. They chatted amicably and Harry very quickly lost interest in the game, choosing instead to look around Snape's quarters. It wasn't something he would go out of his way to do, but seeing as he was here. Harry grinned and walked into the kitchen. It was fairly spacious, with wide marble countertops and a stone floor. It was dimly lit by wall sconces and there were a few pots and pans hanging along one wall. Looking over the countertops, Harry could see the dining room and through the arch to his right, the corner of the lounge room closest to the entry door. Opposite the archway on the other side of the dining room was a dark hallway. Being careful not to make any noise, Harry slowly opened a kitchen cupboard, hoping it would not creak. Luckily, Snape kept his hinges well oiled, like his hair, thought Harry, and it made no sound whatsoever. The cupboard was nearly bare. There was a biscuit tin and a jar of tea leaves beside a pottery dish full of knick-knacks. Closing that one and opening the next, Harry found a few jars of food, canned beans, some sauces, sugar and flour. There were also some jars of what looked like some kind of homemade goop. Harry supposed if Snape was good at potions that he might also like to cook. Harry glanced around and saw salt and pepper shakers sitting on the table. Grinning mischievously, he crept over to the simple but elegant table and took the pepper grinder. Then, he went back to the kitchen and took down the jar of sugar. He set about mixing pepper into the sugar, just a little so it wasn't visually noticeable. Laughing quietly to himself, he set it back in the cupboard and was about to return the pepper when he thought better of it. There were many uses for pepper. Checking to make sure that Snape and Malfoy were still engaged in the chess game, Harry slipped over to the dark hallway. It was fairly short, with 5 doors leading off of it. He tried the first and found that it was a bathroom. He only looked around quickly before going back to the kitchen and exchanging a jar he had found in the bathroom for one that looked very similar to one of the goop jars in the kitchen. The next door along was Snape's bedroom. There was a luxurious king-size bed in the middle of the room with beautifully carved nightstands on either side. Harry crept over to the bed and gave the pillow with a dent in it a generous dusting of pepper. The third door he tried was locked, and the fourth led down into a very nice potions lab. It was freakishly clean and over 100 jars of ingredients lined the walls. Not really wanting to mess with anything in there, Harry retreated to the hallway and tried the last door. It opened up into a study with a huge messy desk in the center. He looked around briefly before noticing another door set in the wall. The office was a decent size, with a small fireplace along one wall and a large, messy desk in the middle of the room. There were a few paintings on the walls, one of which must have been a portrait, for it was currently empty. Harry looked around again and saw that several bookcases sat along the walls. If Snape did still have his book, it was sure to be in here. He walked over and inspected the closest bookshelf, and found it was stacked mostly with editions of some potions periodical, and he moved on to the next. This one was filled with potions material of all sorts, books, manuals and treatises. Moving along, he finally had some luck. This bookcase was stocked with books on, from what Harry could see, books dealing solely with the dark arts. It truly was an interesting shelf. Harry would have liked to have spent a few hours perusing the books, but instead he settled for scanning the shelf for the wide leather-bound book that was his. It was difficult, as the fair majority of books in the case were wide, leather-bound books of varying colors and thicknesses. After a good half hour, he ascertained that his book was not among these ones and moved on to the next bookshelf. This one was filled with books on a multitude of subjects from charms to defense to herbology and arithmancy, as was the next. Harry had to admit that Snape had a not altogether meager collection of books. Huffing at not being able to find his book, Harry spun and found himself standing behind Snape's desk. His eyes lit up as he saw a large dark book sitting on top. Could it be? He strode forward and leaned over. Yes, it was definitely his. The light in the study was dim, but he could make out the faded gilt title. He scowled at the thought that Snape had been reading it. He flipped through the pages briefly before arranging it as it had been before deciding it was time to walk over to the other door and opened it, and found he was standing very close to the waterfall painting. Thankfully Snape and Malfoy both had their backs turned to him and hadn't seen, or heard the door either. He closed it quietly and walked over to see what progress had been made in the game. It appeared it was nearly over, and though Malfoy had taken his fair share of hostages, Snape was clearly winning. Harry glanced at his watch and was surprised to see that it was nearly midnight. Thinking it was time to go, Harry returned the pepper grinder to the dining room and was making his way over to the waterfall when he heard a triumphant Snape exclaim, "Checkmate!" "N!" cried Malfoy. "You always win. That's because you don't think far enough ahead or pay attention to what I am doing. You are too impatient to win, and caught up in your own plans you fail to see mine. But no matter, like all things you will improve with practice." Malfoy huffed. "I'm good at chess though. I can beat everyone I play, except for you." Snape smirked. "One day, perhaps you will beat me too. When I am old and senile. Well, you're already halfway there." retorted Malfoy childishly. I am most certainly not old. Sniffed Snape, sticking his nose in the air and looking mock sternly at the boy. Malfoy grinned sheepishly and said, well, maybe not that old. Malfoy glanced at his watch. Wow, it's nearly midnight. I should go. Thanks for the gift and the game, Severus. And thank you, also. I must say, those ingredients are quite the best gift I have received in many years. I still cannot believe you spent that much money. Oh, don't worry. I didn't spend that much at all, really. You'd actually be surprised. It was no more than I would have spent getting something else. Snape clearly didn't believe him, but didn't press the issue. Well, if you say so. Perhaps you would like to join me sometime to experiment with the ingredients. Very few wizards ever get to use them, and especially not in the quantities we have here. That'd be great. Let me know when you plan on making a potion and I'll be here. Well, good night, Godfather. Snape gave a small smile as Malfoy threw his cloak over his shoulders. Good night, Draco. Harry apparated to a spot in the dungeon corridor and waited for Malfoy to leave Snape's chambers. A minute later the portrait opened and the Slytherin stepped into the corridor, looking both ways before heading in Harry's direction, the chessboard held firmly in his hands. Harry was tempted to leap out and scare him, but it really was a nice chessboard and he didn't want it to be dropped and broken. Instead, he slowly pulled off the cloak as Malfoy approached, and the Slytherin eyed him suspiciously. What are you doing here, Potter? Waiting for you. Malfoy didn't stop walking and Harry turned to catch him. So did he like it? Of course he liked it. I told you he would. They walked in silence for a minute before Harry asked, what's that you've got? A chessboard. Malfoy suddenly stopped and spun to face Harry. You were in there, weren't you? Don't even think about lying, Potter. I heard you, and I know exactly how you got in. Harry blinked, unsure of what to say. I wasn't spying or anything, and I wasn't in there long, just right towards the very end before you finished your game. I was looking for my book. Malfoy still seemed suspicious, but accepted this and abruptly took off again. Just don't steal it when I'm there. I don't want Severus thinking it was me. Don't worry, I've thought it all out. I'm waiting for all the students to get back from holidays, and then you just have to tell me a time when you don't know his password. Very shortly they reached the Slytherin common room. Harry slumped as Malfoy opened the portrait hole. He had felt alone all day and had been hoping Malfoy would want to go to the chamber for a while, but apparently not. He started to walk away when he heard Malfoy. Where are you going? Harry turned back, frowning, and shrugged. Back to the common room. Malfoy looked at him appraising Ly for a second before speaking. You know, I've always liked wine, but that cheap crap we had at the feast was pretty bad. I was planning on washing my mouth out with a good bottle of fire whiskey, and you did say you've never tried it. I don't think I can finish a whole bottle on my own. With that, Malfoy strode in the common room, leaving Harry alone in the corridor. Harry deliberated for only a second before following the boy into the Slytherin domain. Malfoy had deposited the chessboard on a low table in front of the fire and had taken a seat in a dark green armchair. Where'd you get the bottle from? Asked Harry. The Hogshead, when we were there the other day. I didn't see you buy it. Malfoy shrugged. Guess you weren't watching. Do you want some or not? Harry took a seat in the chair closest to Malfoy. S'pose. Got any glasses? Malfoy produced two stout glasses, poured a measure of golden red liquid into each, and handed one to Harry. Harry sniffed at the fire whiskey before taking a sip. It tasted delicious and burned his throat on the way down, cooling in his stomach with a comforting warmth. He sighed happily and relaxed into the chair, feeling the warmth of the alcohol loosening his muscles and tangled thoughts. That is good stuff. Indeed it is. The finest fire whiskey on the market. Malfoy quickly drained the glass, and Harry followed suit. Gets you real drunk real fast, said the bee. Owned, pouring them both another glass. It wasn't long before Harry started slurring his words and hiccuping. You know, Malfoy you's lucky to have a godfather. I saw you's in there and he really cares a boo, you. I never got to know mine, all I did was I am killed. Why'd you do da? 'Cause I'm an idiot. And Dumbledore never tells me anything. If he didn't, Keep me in the dark all the time. It'd be right. Be you. E treats me like a lil kid. Then whyja ways do what? E says. Harry snorted, foregoing his glass and taking a deep drink straight from the bottle, before handing it back to Malfoy, who did the same. Stuffed if I know not gonna. Nemore though. Not gonna be. As Lil Pon. Harry woke up late the next morning, slumped over in the green armchair in the Slytherin common room. He turned his head to find Malfoy, who wasn't in his chair, but groaned and leaned forward when his head spun and his stomach heaved. Oog. Moving slowly and using the furniture for support, Harry made his way to a bathroom he had visited several times the night before. He spent a good few minutes heaving his guts up before he stumbled over to the sink to wash his face. Glancing in the mirror, he saw that he looked terrible. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked like he hadn't slept in a week. He walked back into the common room and found Malfoy slumped over a bench, looking every bit as terrible as Harry felt. I think we had a bit too much to drink last night. Malfoy merely grunted. I'm going back to Gryffindor Tower to change my clothes. Guess I'll see ya at lunch. Harry didn't wait for a reply, he was pretty sure there wasn't one coming, and left the dungeons, walking slowly back to his own common room. Once there, he ran the water in the shower hot and stood under it for a half hour, hoping the soothing water would stop the pounding in his head. When he was finally showered and dressed, he headed down to lunch grateful that he could eat, because he really needed something in his stomach. He was one of the first there, and he slipped into his usual seat across from Hagrid, muttering a hello to the teachers. McGonagall rolled her eyes and gave him a stern look, muttering something about students and alcohol, and Hagrid gave him a sympathetic look. Harry frowned slightly at McGonagall, but then hid a grin when he saw that she, too, was looking a little the worse for wear. Next to her, Snape looked his usual sour self. Big night, Potter, he sneered, an eyebrow raised. No, sir, Harry mumbled. I would have expected a Gryffindor to have mastered the hangover relief potion by their 6th year, but we are talking about you, aren't we? At that point, Malfoy took his seat next to Snape, groaning as he lowered himself into his seat. Maybe you could teach it in class, sir. The Slytherins don't seem to know it either, suggested Harry, earning a glare from the potion's master. Gradually a few more teachers arrived, bringing the grand total of Boxing Day lunch attendees to 8. I think this might be all that is joining us today, said Dumbledore merrily, glancing around the nearly empty table. An improvement over breakfast, at any rate. He clapped his hands and the table was filled with sandwiches and rolls. Harry grabbed a chicken salad roll and began to eat hungrily. The food felt great in his stomach and he began to feel less nauseous. Harry approached his head of house 2 days after Christmas. Professor, I was wondering if I could talk to you about my classes. Of course, do you have a problem with one of them? No, not at all. It's just that I'd like to take on another one this term. McGonagall gave a small frown and Harry forged ahead before she gave him an outright no. I know it's late to be taking up another class, especially at Newt level, but I really want to do this one. I've been studying over the Christmas break and I reckon I've nearly got the basics down, and someone said that's pretty much all that got done in all levels. I will have to think about it, Mr. Potter, and review the marks you have been getting in all of your classes. You have been doing well in Transfiguration, but if you've been getting anything less than A's in any of your other classes, I don't think it would be a good idea. We'll have to make sure it fits into your timetable, as well. What class is it that you wanted to take up? Ancient Runes, and it does fit in my timetable. No clashes at all. Ancient Runes. An interesting choice, but you are already doing all the courses mandatory to become an Auror, why choose that one? I just have an interest in the subject, it's more for my own personal interest that I want to do it than as a possible career course. Although, if I do change my mind about being an Auror, it won't hurt to have a bigger range of newts. I suppose that's true. Very well. I shall review your grades and let you know before school returns. Good day, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Professor. Harry spent the rest of his holidays either flying or down in the chamber exploring and reading. Fairly often he was joined by Malfoy, and they would spend their time arguing and dueling, or having one-on-one Quidditch games. Although the Slytherin's superior attitude irked him, he had grown to tolerate it and he found he appreciated the boy's forthrightness. Malfoy didn't tiptoe around him like his friends did, and because he didn't care if he insulted Harry, had no problem with giving his opinion. Harry also appreciated Malfoy's honesty. There were a lot of things the Slytherin didn't tell him, but he also, as far as Harry could tell, never lied, even if he did like to exaggerate fact. Harry attributed this to the "what happens in the chamber, stays in the chamber" rule. On the second last day of the holidays, Harry and Malfoy stood in the deserted entrance hall, pondering over how to spend the day. Harry was inspecting a painting of a small wood on a hill when he remembered. He turned to Malfoy. "I have an idea. Do you remember how when we went through that painting to get into Snape's room and the walls of the cave were weird? I want to see if we can get into the other paintings." Malfoy looked doubtful. "It's highly unlikely. I've never heard of anyone getting into a painting before. I really don't think it's possible." "Well, we could put our hands through, so it must go somewhere, and I want to see where. I'll go by myself, but you could be missing out on something interesting." Harry turned and started walking, but when he was nearly at the stairs, Malfoy caught up with him. Fine, he snapped. "I'll come, but let's not go that way. It takes too long. We'll go to Severus' rooms. His password is the same as it was on New Year's, so we can get there much quicker." Harry grinned and followed Malfoy down to the dungeons. After 2 minutes, they came to the door Harry recognized from when Snape had taken his book. Malfoy whispered the password and they entered the rooms, walking straight into the lounge. "You don't think the guy in the portrait will tell Snape he had visitors, do you?" Malfoy paused, frowning. "I hope not. He'll just think it was me anyway. What if it tells him there was 2 of us, and that we didn't leave? Well, we can either risk it or we can walk all the way up to girls' bathroom. Or the Slytherin common room. That's closer, but it'll still take time." Harry shrugged. "No, I don't really want to waste time. Let's go." Harry stepped into the waterfall and moved over to make more room for Malfoy. As soon as they were dry, Harry reached out an arm and tucked his fingers to the wall of the cave. He felt the slight suctioning, static electricity feel. "This way, I suppose. Come on, let's go. It's cold in here." Harry edged sideways and pushed his shoulder into the wall. Waves rippled outwards, and the side of his body that was in the wall felt extremely strange. He held his breath and kept moving. Halfway through, he suddenly felt a small tug, and he was spat out into a small, plainly furnished room. Malfoy followed after a moment and they looked around the little room. A chair sat in the middle of the room, and there was a door at the back. "Potter, look there. Do you see?" Malfoy was pointing to Harry's left, sounding excited. Harry looked and gasped. There was a large window, and when he looked out, he was looking out into a study. He could see a desk, covered in papers and assorted items, and carpets of emerald green covered a stone floor. "I can't believe we're actually in a painting. This is Snape's private study in his rooms. This portrait we're in, it's of Phineas Nigellus. He used to be head of Slytherin, then after that he was headmaster. So this must be the first painting along from the waterfall painting. I guess. We must have to walk through the paintings like we would walk through the school, only it'll be quicker because they're space apart. Except that some are landscapes. It might take longer to get across those. Well, shall we move on? As interesting as this bare room is." Harry agreed, and they walked to the wall opposite the one they had entered from. Touching the wall, Harry again felt the same suction and tingling electricity feel. Pushing through, they found themselves in a sunny field, standing beside a broad oak tree. Draco frowned. "We're still in Snape's rooms. That's his bedroom. It looks really big from in here." Harry looked around. They were perfectly proportioned within the painting, but looking out was like looking into the room of a giant. Disinclined to hang around his potions master's bedroom, Harry tugged on Draco's arm and pulled him across the field. It took them about 5 minutes to cross the field, and when they got to the fence on the other side, the bottoms of both of their robes were stuck with grass seeds. Harry clambered up onto one of the wooden stumps and swung over to the other side. As he did so, he felt the sensation of falling into another painting. He was joined by Draco in a painting of a dark beach, covered in black silt. The sky was black and the sky was lightly spitting. An air of depression hung over the scene. The worst thing about the picture was the figure sitting on the rock. Harry recognized a mermaid from having seen them in the lake in fourth year. The mermaid was singing, or screaming, Harry couldn't tell the difference. The screeches were shrill, loud and terribly off-key, and Harry slapped his hands over his ears. He and Malfoy ran across the small room, and just before they jumped straight through the wall, Harry caught a glimpse of a tidy little kitchen. That was terrible. I can't believe Snape keeps a picture like that in his kitchen. Malfoy rubbed at his ears. It is pretty depressing. He must have cast a silencing charm on it, because you can't hear those horrid screams when you're in the kitchen. They continued on, passing through 5 more paintings before they reached a corridor. I never thought about how many paintings this school has, but it's going to take us forever to get anywhere. There must be an easier way to get around. I quite agree. We don't want to get lost, either. As soon as we see someone we should ask them. I think where we are now is outside Snape's chambers somewhere. From memory, this is the only painting in this corridor, so the next one should provide us with a different view. They stepped through the wall into another painting and Malfoy nodded in recognition. Yes, I know where we are. This is just near the entrance to the Slytherin common room. They were in a forest scene, and the ground was covered in damp pine needles and black dirt. Looking up, Harry grabbed onto a low branch and pulled himself up. Malfoy gave him a condescending look. A bit old to be climbing trees, aren't we, Potter? I was just wondering if we could get out of here another way. If we walk through portraits, it'll take us ages, so what if we can go up? Malfoy dropped his condescending sneer and was soon sitting in the branches of the tree just beneath Harry. Climbing higher, Harry reached the height of the top of the frame and when he stuck his hand up higher, felt the odd feeling again. Malfoy, I can feel it, another painting. I think we can go this way. Harry moved up a branch and clung to the trunk for support as he stuck his head up through the barrier. He grinned when his head came up through a smooth stone floor. From what he could see, he was in a classroom. He could see the legs of chairs and desks lined around him. Feeling around for a higher branch, he stepped onto it and got his hands above the floor. Then, he placed his hands on the stone and was relieved when they didn't sink back through. He pulled himself up through the stone and got to his knees, ducking out from under a desk. He looked around as Malfoy pulled himself up after. They were in a potions classroom, and Harry recognized the painting. It hung on the wall just outside their potions classroom. He walked past it for every lesson. Malfoy pulled himself up and Harry told him where he thought they were. Malfoy looked around. You're right. Not much of a view from here though. Harry looked out through the frame and could see nothing but the stone wall on the other side of the dungeon corridor. So if we continue up this way, we should come to the Great Hall, shouldn't we? Should do. Malfoy suddenly grinned and walked over to a bubbling cauldron and looked in. Usually there was a young wizard here, stirring away at the cauldron. Many students had asked him what potion he was making, but he had always refused to say, playing silly guessing games with them and antagonizing them with rude remarks about their intelligence and breeding. Harry joined him and stared down at the gluggy mess in the cauldron. What is it? It looks familiar. One of the ones we've done this year, so it must be an everlasting elixir. You're right. I think it's an aging potion, you know, the one that strengthens with time. Grapman's solution, shouted Harry, and Malfoy chuckled. Calm down, Potter. Yes, I think that's what it is too. I can't wait for potions. The wizard will be so disappointed that somebody finally worked out what potion he's been making. Harry laughed. I bet he cries. I can't wait to see the look on his face. Shall we go and see what's going on in the Great Hall? It must be nearly time for lunch. Yeah, no, wait. I want to do something first. Harry took out a quill and looked around the room. His eyes lit on the chalkboard and he walked over to it. He picked up a piece of chalk and returned the quill to his pocket. Then, in capital letters, he wrote Harry Potter on the chalkboard. Are you crazy, Potter? You can't do that. Why not? Said Harry, surveying his work. Because you're defacing a centuries-old portrait, that's why. Oh, come on, Malfoy. No one will even notice. Besides, don't you like the idea of leaving something behind? Centuries from now, people will look at this painting and see our names there, if they look hard enough, anyway. Besides, It can be rubbed out. He held out the chalk to Malfoy, who narrowed his eyes and looked at it dubiously. You know you want to, goaded Harry, and finally Malfoy took the chalk, and wrote his own name across the board beneath Harry's, in a neat, elegant script that made Harry's look like a 3-year-old had written it. Harry grinned and slapped him on the back, earning a glare from the Slytherin. Come on, now. I'm hungry, and if I remember correctly, there's a painting of the first Hogwarts banquet in the Great Hall. Malfoy's eyes lit up at the thought of food, and they raced through paintings until they came to the Great Hall. The painting with the food was behind the head table, and Harry was about to step through to another portrait when he was yanked back by Malfoy. What was that for? He hissed, rubbing his neck where his robes had cut into it. We have to be careful. Remember, there's that huge portrait of the some statue. It's life-size, so we're going to be nearly as big as it. If the teachers see us. Harry paled at the thought. You're right. We'll have to be careful. I'll go first. He walked to the edge of the frame. The painting they were in now was of a ballroom, and there was no wall to go through, just an invisible barrier where the scene would suddenly change. Harry made sure none of the teachers were looking before he jumped through and ran into a solid stone statue. Shite! He yelled, and a hand shot to his nose. Wincing, he scrambled to get behind the statue, just as he heard a voice say, "Did you hear that? I'm sure I just heard someone cursing." Several voices agreed with the first, and Harry cringed. Malfoy would kill him if they were seen. Suddenly, he was joined by Malfoy, who jumped behind the statue with him. What did you do, Potter? He whispered angrily. I ran into the bloody statue and swore. They heard me. Malfoy rolled his eyes with an exasperated glare. At least they didn't see you. Come on, I'm starving. Harry peeked around the statue to make sure the teachers were again engaged in conversation before he jumped through to the next painting. Luckily, neither he nor Malfoy were seen, and they finally reached the painting with food. So far, they hadn't run into anyone they could talk to, but this painting was filled with 6 witches, 5 wizards, 4 monks, 2 nuns, and a bunch of satyrs, all either standing around chatting or sitting at the table eating. They were greeted with cheers. It appeared this party was a little intoxicated, and ushered to the table. Harry grinned at Malfoy as they took seats, and they piled their plates with food, both accepting goblets of wine which were pressed into their hands by one of the obviously merry nuns. Malfoy leaned over and whispered in Harry's ear, I thought nuns weren't supposed to drink. Harry grinned and whispered back, glad you came now. You could have been out there, sitting with teachers, instead of in here, surrounded by food, wine, and drunk nuns. Malfoy laughed and lifted his goblet in a toast to Harry, who did the same. The teachers' table had emptied dramatically by now, and the talk of the last few echoed loudly in the empty space as they conversed between bites of bread and potato salad. Harry choked on his potatoes when he heard his name, and turned his head to listen, seeing Malfoy do the same. Severus, Minerva, said Dumbledore, have you any idea where our 2 students are? They've missed lunch every day for a week now. McGonagall sighed. I did talk to him, but he claims he simply isn't hungry, or that he's eaten in the kitchens. That boy is far too skinny for a boy his age. Well, if his relatives fed him properly he wouldn't be, responded Snape, a bite of malice in his voice. Dumbledore sighed. Severus, I know you do not think Harry should return to his relatives, but he is safe there. He is protected better there than he is even here. From the Dark Lord perhaps. There was silence for a moment before Dumbledore turned to Snape. And where has Draco been? He too has been missing lunch. Snape snorted. He tells me he has been flying or doing homework, but I know for a fact that he already finished it all, and I haven't seen him on the Quidditch pitch. He has come to see me several evenings after dinner and he helped me in the lab for a few hours here and there, but apart from that I have no idea what he has been up to. Dumbledore stroked his beard. I have noticed he and Harry appear to disappear at the same times. Perhaps they have been getting along a little better. Dumbledore's beard twitched as McGonagall and Snape laughed. I highly doubt it, Albus. The two have never gotten along, and I doubt they will start now. Draco blames Potter for his father being in prison and Potter hates him because his father is a Death Eater and he thinks Draco will go the same way. It's true, McGonagall agreed. They are constantly at each other's throats in my class. I don't think it would be a good idea for them to form a friendship. Young Malfoy is too close to his father to be trusted. Harry tuned out of the conversation and turned to Malfoy, who was frowning. Do you really blame me for your father being in prison? Malfoy turned to him reluctantly. Perhaps I did, at first. But eventually I realized my father would have been there anyway. He is a Death Eater. You would do well to remember that, Potter. You can't trust me. Malfoy turned back to his food and Harry frowned. Do you want to be a Death Eater? Malfoy snorted into his food. We've had this discussion. No, you've told me why you have to, but not whether or not you actually want to. You are so naive, Potter. Even if I didn't want to, as I have already said, I can't just say no. My father would probably disown me, and I'd be killed for being a traitor. The Dark Lord expects the son of one of his most trusted and loyal followers to join the ranks. But if you don't want to. Malfoy slammed down his knife and fork and leaned over Harry, glaring menacingly. Look, Potter, I'm going to tell you this once more. You cannot trust me. I am not your friend. It doesn't matter what I want, but just so you know, I do want it. My whole life I have been raised to want it, and come June, I will take the mark. Now, I do not want to talk about this again, and I don't expect you to bring it up. Harry shoved his plate back and stood up, walking into the next picture. He wondered if Malfoy really did want it. He had certainly always said he supported Voldemort, but people often said things they didn't mean. Harry sighed and leaned against a tree, staring out as the last three teachers left. The Great Hall. After a while, Malfoy entered the painting. So, what now? Are we going to keep going? He looked perfectly normal, as though he hadn't just yelled at Harry. Not in the mood to fight, Harry shrugged and said, if you want. He followed Malfoy into a gloomy forest that was still and silent. Faintly, Harry could hear a melancholy tune, twisting through the air and settling around him like a dream. Do you hear that? He asked Malfoy slowly, feeling distinctly sleepy. Yeah, it's beautiful, such a magnificent voice. Malfoy had turned, and was staring blankly off into the gloomy depths of the forest. He began walking, and Harry followed with no hesitation. Who was making such a beautiful sound? He had to find out. They stepped into the shadows, and no sooner had he done so, than the voice became louder. It seemed as though a woman was singing right beside him. Malfoy had stopped and leaned down, resting against a tree. His eyes were closed and a peaceful smile played across his lips. Harry tipped his head back, letting the peaceful sounds wash over him, and shortly he took a seat next to Malfoy. He felt he could sit forever and listen to that beautiful voice. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.